misspoke. It was Meeg. Right. My bad.
Yeah, okay, I agree. That's fair. I will take that into consideration the next time I do anything Meeg. Or close to Meeg. I wouldn't want it to become Meeg. Yes, what a fine 8th of the 9th, 2021, wouldn't you guys say?
9th of the
Yeah.
9th.
We got a mini heat wave again in Wales, but don't worry, Fringy,
What does that
it's
mean?
not.
What does what does a heat
what-
wave mean to the Walish?
Well, what would be that would be relevant, right? All you guys need to know is that it's hot relative to me, and you've
Sure.
experienced hot relative to you guys, right? So that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah. It's just that hot relative to me is like, well, I hate it when it's 30 degrees, but hot relative here is like 40s. That's hot.
Yeah,
Oh.
what is Welsh hot like 75 Fahrenheit or what?
I don't know what Fahrenheit.
Yeah, what is Fahrenheit? Is that some kind of alien thing?
Fahrenheit. First off, that'd be a really great last name.
Like
I
John
would- you know-
Fahrenheit. Huh.
Yeah, Fahrenheit would be a Fahrenheit would be a good. That'd be a good.
That is a
I
cool
wonder what
last
that word
name.
comes from. Let me see. Where does Fahrenheit?
Yeah, Fahrenheit etymology.
It's named after Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit.
Oh, look
Oh,
at that
wow.
name.
Well, it is a last name.
Daniel Fahrenheit.
Daniel Gabriel
Mm.
Gabriel Fahrenheit. Wow.
He was a German scientist born in Poland in 1686.
I have nothing to do with this.
That's the real reason that World War II started is the Germans. They wanted Fahrenheit back.
So
Yeah,
this
like,
is
you know
a
what?
this, is
ours.
this is a fun map, by the way. This is a fun map. Countries that still use Fahrenheit.
Fuck yeah. I like how some of the countries are so tiny that they just had to put a
They're just
circle
little
there.
dots. Well, yeah. So
Like the little islands in the middle of
well,
nowhere.
those are U.S. territories.
What a
I think.
listen. What a bunch of fucking chads.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's an opinion.
And also, is that just like Sierra Leone or something there? Just like, what country is that? That's just the only other country in the world that still uses Fahrenheit.
What's that PlayStation motto where it's like experience greatness or something like that?
Greatness awaits.
Yeah, greatness away. Yeah, that's just that country's logo. Their motto, greatness
Hey,
away.
and they look, and every time that their president says something, they're like, "Game of the year confirmed." Like
Game of the
7
year.
months before whatever he promises is meant to come out. Man, that's they got that PlayStation thing coming up tomorrow where they're gonna like show their game. Super worried that it's gonna confirm the problem that I have with Sony's lineup right now, which is that it's incredibly homogenous compared to Nintendo and Microsoft's. It's just like third-person action adventure, story-focused games.
You don't love
That's
them?
what I'm worried. I mean, I like them, but you know, it'd be nice if there was like a platformer every now and then.
Yeah.
I guess you have like Ratchet and Clank, and that's about it.
Or
But
Crash,
look at well, Crash is multi-platform. I'm talking now, not like before. Before, Sony had a much more diverse lineup than Microsoft. The meme used to be Gears, Halo, Forza, but like that meme doesn't work anymore because there's a whole bunch of other games Microsoft are making and have been releasing. Like you got shooters, racing games, strategy games. You got like adventure games like Psychonauts. They're just like super diverse, and Nintendo's got the same thing as well. But like with Sony, if you don't like Horizon, then you're probably not gonna enjoy most of what they make.
That's a shame.
Well, I mean, it kind of is, but it feels like last gen, the whole meme was, see, look, they're making them multiplayer games that nobody plays except most people. Not like us. We're making like the movie game. We're making them real cinematic. The game of the year, the kind of games that win game of the year at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if that is a long-term smart decision. You know, I don't know if that, like, it feels like you give Microsoft a couple more years, and you'll be in a situation where it's like, dude, it's way too good a deal to like go from Xbox and, or you know, play on PC and play the games on Xbox, get all of the different games, especially if it's like $10 a month versus You got to pay $70 for every individual game that you want on PlayStation. I don't know. It just feels like what happens every time, right? You win the prior generation, so you get really arrogant. You don't change your practice because you don't have to, and then you just kind of get left behind.
So
I could
this,
be wrong.
what is happening that they're doing soon?
It's like a showcase, an E3 equivalent, where they're just going to be showing all the games coming out. So like God of War, probably, like all the new stuff. They haven't done that yet.
Wow.
I think it's only
Exciting
40
stuff.
minutes though, which is shorter than an hour, which is how long they are. So, and I wonder how many new things we're going to hear about versus how many games we already know exist. We're going to hear more about. See.
Fair enough. All right, welcome to EFAP Mini.
Hello,
Yes.
everybody.
Hello, chat.
Hi
How you
there.
doing?
I hope you're all
Goodness
having a good
gracious.
day,
Um,
or evening, or night.
yeah. Yeah, I guess we've got a. We're gonna do some super chat catch-ups.
We are indeed.
We're gonna answer all the questions,
Everyone.
diverge on all the tangents.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll get. I'm thinking we're gonna get 8 done.
8, right? That's the target.
Okay.
Boy.
Number 1 simply says blowholes.
Very good.
Hmm.
Approve of this message.
Number 2. Why specifically is Smoke Monster bad? Oh, it's the same person asking me again from Lost. Well, there comes a
Oh, I
time
thought they were
in every
I thought they were
fan's
talking about
life.
Loki.
So was I.
Can we go back to the
struggling.
blowhole one?
That one's way easier to explain because I fucking watched it recently.
I found a creature that eats space and time. I was like, really? Down the street from the chemists, or where did you find this creature?
Yeah, I found one in my flat. I just put it in a glass and put it outside.
Yeah. Eat space and time. You know how it is. We've all been there. Maybe he's pregnant and he's just got these weird cravings.
Mm-hmm.
We you know, when a lady gets about 5 or so months in, and she starts going, "Oh, I want pickles and ice cream, and also space and time."
I hate it when they want space and time. It's like, come on, greedy.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
give a pregnant woman all the space she needs. To be fair,
What about the time?
it's negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
Well.
pregnant chicks are hot.
If you say so. We got the Smoke Monster from Lost. If ever I rewatch that show, I'll give you all the reasons. I can't imagine why I would, though. Unless I want to make Fringy suffer, maybe. I don't know.
Oh man, I don't
Ju-
know if I want to watch Lost.
It's suffering too
Suffer.
because the first 2 seasons are really good.
Right, so it'd be good, and then it would turn into awful, which is a really tough thing. to
It's
deal
not
with,
fun.
Unlike something that just sucks.
never
Well,
fun.
I mean, it's not fun when something sucks from the get-go too,
Yeah.
but you know,
I think you get a bigger sense of loss, I guess. You're like, oh
I
man.
would definitely agree. Like, if a show that sucks ends up being terrible, it's like, well, like, is that really a surprise? But if something ends up great and it deteriorates, that's why the MCU is painful.
Yeah. Because they still haven't killed all of it yet.
Yeah, there's still parts left that are part of the corpse. It's like we've got rotting flesh that needs to be cut off and
And it keeps
cauterized
growing.
or- yeah, it keeps gobbling up more.
You think there's gonna be a time where we're like, "Oh no, they ruined Shang-Chi. Can't believe it."
Maybe. I mean,
He was
he's
so
a
bland.
Well, as
Well, I
people
mean,
have pointed
he
out,
is-
he's a
he is
hero.
an okay guy.
He
is
cares.
a
He
hero,
cares
yeah.
about helping people. It's crazy.
He helps
Oh my
people.
God.
I
He
don't
wants to
believe
save
you.
his family. He has
That's not
values,
allowed.
and he feels bad about bad things that he did in the past. Yeah, like that's why Shang-Chi by default is like the best one because the hero isn't a monster.
That's nice.
Nice pace of change here.
Yeah.
Decided to change it up a bit with Phase 4. Wanted to test it out again. Where are we? Thoughts on the Bruce and Natasha scene in Avengers and the scene where Bruce talks about killing himself? Also, hi Rags, Mootle, and Fringman Soy.
Hi
Hey,
there.
that's a great scene.
So the Bruce Natasha scene in Avengers, are we talking about when they met?
I think they're talking about the part where he talks about shooting himself in the head and then Hulk spat out the bullet.
Well, that's
Like,
the
end of
second
that.
part.
Oh, the first scene's awesome too. I mean,
I was just trying to clarify which scene he's talking about. It says thoughts on Bruce and Natasha scene in Avengers and the scene where Bruce talks about killing himself.
okay. Yeah, I think they're both great.
Yeah, I'd agree. If we're talking about when they meet, I don't think I put this in the video. I kind of think I probably should have, just for the hell of it. But Natasha is like, you know, really good in Iron Man 2. It's like, oh, look at her go. She can beat up all these people. Woohoo. But it's the beginning of Avengers that gives you a sense of like, my god, she's like close to dying and she doesn't even really care. And the realization is that she doesn't believe she's close to dying at all. She's like,
yeah,
I'm in control of the situation completely, I'll be fine, sort of thing. And you're like, wow, she can be brought to that position and still feel like she's in complete control. And then she gets terrified by the Hulk, which helps you really scale it up. So you're like, fucking hell, if it scares her, what is he capable of? Even though we've seen so many iterations of the Hulk, we know exactly what it does. I really feel like Avengers builds you back up to being like, oh gosh, if he comes out, what's gonna happen?
It's scary.
Yeah,
Sure.
the scene where he's changing is much closer to horror than oftentimes.
Yeah, I think it's really effective.
The noises he makes as well, especially because it's like a PG-13 film or whatever, he's just like, and just like, ugh.
He goes around and starts shaking because of how angry he is. It's like, uh-oh. Like,
yeah, and then you have them look at
boy.
each other, and there's a sense of like shame. Good shit, man. Avengers did a good job with Hulk.
yeah.
Oh well.
I'm sure they'll do great things with him
Hey.
into the future.
Dab.
Oh,
That
God.
is pain right there.
Why did they do it? who paid them?
Well, I mean, oh, I don't.
Hmm?
Just, you know, about all of that and just everything.
Yeah.
Just everything.
And yeah, so the scene where he admits he shot himself, that was prompted because the cage they have for him and the concerns they have for him, they're like, we might have to kill you or whatever, and he's like, you won't be able to. Which is pretty dark as well. Like,
Yeah.
lots of great stuff in Avengers. Mauler, is the real BBC coming to your channel? Hi. I don't believe so. I still think it's going to be a back and forth between their channels. I'm not sure, because, like, my channel is already... With the catch-ups we're doing now, I'm going to be streaming probably twice a week for the foreseeable future. We've got a lot of Super Chats to catch up on. The idea that I do 3 streams per... That would be every 3 weeks at the real BBC. So, I don't know, maybe. I'll have to chat with them. I'm totally on board with just being a more permanent guest at this point. I don't know, I wouldn't want to... It's totally their show. But I appreciate being... requested on. Funnily enough, the last one I was on, fucking literally in the middle of it, I just started having a nosebleed. And I was like, great. And it was funny because they eventually noticed. I was like trying to, you know how it is, you don't want to ruin the flow of a show. So I was like talking less and less and started going like, I was like trying to talk, and they're like, you okay? And I was like, not really.
Help!
Oh boy, Rags, look at all these dog bites you've been uploading over the last couple of days.
Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, I just a moment ago I did the
Yeah,
I uploaded
has a
the-
dream.
MLK and Fortnite thing. So
I'll have to watch
I'm gonna
that.
do the McCree name change next. That's fun.
That is a whole conversation. Right?
Yeah, I'm very glad they did that. I hate it when characters have names that I don't associate with good people.
Well, I mean, I saw that like people on Twitter were saying that it was like a really obviously Paul. Which, I guess it's.
Ow,
I guess to me, it'll. Did you go? Oh,
It's
wow!
all for that.
That is unfortunate.
I was getting close to first place, now I'm 8th again. It's like, okay, fine. I hate
Hey,
you
you're on
all.
lap 1. It's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay. You can-
If I can drive good, then maybe I'll have a chance. That's a big
Drive well?
question. No, good.
Okay.
I can do it. The problem is this mirror, so I fucking... My memory of these maps is all fucked. They only have mirror on the hardest difficulty as well in this.
Yeah,
Well, I
of
know.
course, right?
Well, why no mirror on all difficulties for the funsies?
No fun allowed.
I guess that's an option, yeah.
More chain jump. Oh. Kill them all, my precious. Ow. Anyway, hello Fringy, Mauler, Mootle, and Rags. Hope you guys and chat are having a great day. Aw. You too.
Yeah. You as well.
Yumpus.
Did videos just upload or are they blocked?
7.
I really don't know what you're talking about, I'm afraid. I've seen people complaining about there's some weird stuff going on with channels right now where banners don't show up and sometimes you can't see the videos. I just assume it's YouTube glitching up. Don't worry about it. Unless, of course, we're all getting banned, which would suck, but hey. Fuck's sake. Congrats on obliterating the plushie sale goal. We did indeed. The plushies are now gone. They are
gone. If you didn't get them, well, you were warned.
They're
I got 2 emails today. It said, the comments did a thing. I was like, yeah.
I got them too. They're like, you're a supporter of Rags and More, and I was like, I figure I was.
That's good.
Look at that.
And, yeah, they're right now. They probably started being built in a factory. All those cuddly little boys.
Probably. Very nice. Very nice indeed.
All right, last lap and at 6th place. I can do this, right, Fringy?
Yeah, you could.
Oh, that
you
didn't
could
sound-
absolutely pull it.
I'm not convinced of that one. Like, yeah, sure.
Sure, you could, yeah. Fringy, I just fell off the map again. Do you still think I can do it?
Now I don't know.
Aw.
But hey, look, hey, look, more impossible things have happened.
Name 3.
Man went to the moon. That was people thought that was impossible. Right, brothers? They doubted those fellas. And look at them now.
Fringy, I fell off the map again.
You're dead.
Oh, well, now, yeah, nothing more impossible than this has ever been done before. You can't win now. It is over.
Why do you have faith in me? What the fuck?
It is impossible now, yeah.
How dareth you?
Oh, Shad's in chat. What's up, sir? How you doing?
Oh, hello.
Shad,
I believe he thought that
think-
Shang-Chi wasn't that good.
I was about to say, either you're up very early or you're still in Canada. Like,
Canada.
One of them's.
He sent me a message saying, do you want an extra quest?
an extra quest.
It's funny coming from him because I'm just like, sure, quest giver, what have you got? I mean, we can definitely have him in. The problem is, I feel like we're not going to do any catching up today. We'll try.
We had one job.
Give it a college try, as we do. Alright, yes, you're welcome to jump in if you wish, Mr. Shad. But not allowed to talk about Shang-Chi, okay?
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi.
Hello.
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 I heard. Oh, I just came in as you were saying Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi? Shang-Chi?
Shang-Chi. I think that's what they say in the film, is like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi?
Because it's probably offensive to do anything else.
Indeed. It was crap. It sucked. I'll
Well,
just put that out there.
you're such a DC fanboy.
It's funny, like, I dropped my review and people are saying, Shad, do you like anything at all? You're always so critical and stuff. I'm like, I gave a good review of Invincible not long ago. I mean...
That doesn't count, it's not real.
Yeah.
What did I unlock?
Hey, thanks for letting me crash your stream a bit. I saw your stream. I was like, hey, I'm still in Canada and I'm doing nothing right now, so why not hop in?
Yeah, we're doing one of them adventures through Super Chats. We're very far behind, but we will catch up. It's gonna happen.
One year.
Where are we? The latest one was... Vision actually game ends himself for his wrongs in the new What If. Shame Wanda didn't learn personal responsibility from him. That boner trusting girl. I've completely stopped watching What If. I think the latest was it 3 I think I've seen? I don't even know anymore.
I think I've watched
I've
2.
only seen up to 2, yeah, and I stopped.
You gotta watch it so I can ask you what happened.
I haven't continued What If. I haven't continued Rick and Morty. I don't give a toss about
Well,
Shang-Chi.
we finished Rick and Morty, yeah.
Yeah, we
Finished
did.
the
Yeah.
five, and it's not super happy about it.
No.
I'm a little disappointed that the last episode of the season is the second highest rated episode of DB. That's a little bit frustrating.
But it kind of makes sense, I guess. Like you
Makes sense.
You can understand why
Because of
people
what
vote
it's
in that.
about.
Yeah.
I guess it just I don't think it's anywhere close to as good as the Citadel episode.
Absolutely, yeah.
I am and you know what? I will so
What was that? Sorry.
I was just gonna say something. That's alright. I'll keep that one under, close to the chest.
Okay.
Was it too spicy? Too much of a hot
it's not-
take for EFAP?
I think so.
It's not a spicy take. It's just a thought I'm having.
Spicy thought.
Not a spicy thought, an interesting thought. That's all.
Damn, what I just did was kind of cool, and I didn't even understand it.
So I'm conflicted about What If Episode 1, because there's a lot of things that annoyed me in it, but she ends up using a sword, and so now I don't know what to think.
I think that would annoy you even more, right?
I don't know, Rags. I really like swords. You probably don't understand how much I like swords.
Yeah, but you
Rags.
don't like them misused, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she got to chop up some tentacles with it. It's like, yeah, okay, cool.
She got to chop up some. Listen to yourself.
Especially like the
Time
part where
Captain
she just
America
found
fought
it in
that
this
Cthulhu
thing.
space monster from a different dimension. Yeah.
Dude, I'm so glad we finally got that, because when I watched the first Avenger and Red Skull makes it explicit that he's hoping to summon a Cthulhu monster, I was like, we'll never see that, because Cap defeated him. But luckily we did in What If, you know?
God.
A lot of people were like, I don't remember him saying that, and I was like, yeah, because you weren't paying fucking attention. Several scenes
Yeah,
where he
'cause
talks
you're
about
not a
Cthulhu
real-
monster.
Yeah, you're not a real fan.
Not a real chill.
Yes.
Oh, I just saw the super chat. Mother's milk in a cup, Shad. I know that reference. And if I was to be true to the world building, I am shocked that you would use such a foul slur.
My god. I was gonna say, I'm
Does
gonna have
anyone
to
else
ban
know
you.
where that comes from?
I'm
You
assuming
guys know where that comes from?
Is it your
Nipple.
book?
No, it's not my book.
Oh.
Isn't Mother's Milk the character from The Boys?
Yeah, but I doubt that's the reference.
No,
Yeah,
that's not the reference.
Well, it's taking me a minute there to try and decipher it all.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know the reference?
Well, I already knew,
I
dude.
do.
Shad, it's Wheel of Time. I knew that.
Yes. Oh, you knew that, Mola?
I totally knew that. 100%.
You
knew
just
that.
read the chat because people.
What? Why would I? I've
Oh,
never
and
read
read.
the chart. What even is that?
Lots of course.
Chat, what is that?
chunk.
Imagine if you woke up one day and chat was just like a living person who followed you around. Wouldn't that be
No,
an
well-
interesting day?
Why would he follow you
well.
around? Leave me
I
alone.
don't know, just well, chat's affixed to the side of the video. This one's kind of like affixed to you. Not like actually, it's not like stapled to you or anything, but still, he's just there, and he has things to say every now and then.
Sounds
that are
terrifying.
weirdly inconsistent would be the thing. It's like one moment he's talking about one thing, and the next moment he's talking about cum.
What is it, Jay?
Turn to
And
my
then you
chat.
just have to explain that to everybody that you meet. It's like, don't worry, alright, I'm not affiliated with him.
Chad, I'm surprised you didn't do that when you came on. Like, I'm not affiliated with EFAP, though I am here. Just have chat.
I'm not affiliated with cum.
I've been on this this podcast too many times to be able to claim that.
Oh. Just pretend that you're our lawyer, just coming in to give us, like, discovery. Isn't that what it's called, Fringy? When they give us files about how evil we've been and that we need to check them and stuff?
Yeah, well that's it's basically just, hey, here's what we've got on you, and here you go.
I could be like your good conscience.
I guess.
But if I'm that, who's your bad conscience?
Rags.
Rags.
That's me. I'm the devil doggo on his shoulder.
The little horns and
Look around with
the
little horns.
and you got
Yeah.
the pitchfork too.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes, yeah, it comes and goes.
Depends how you feel in the day, isn't it?
If my evilness needs that extra physical, like a physical prop to manifest itself, there it is. pitchfork. Those are evil, I guess.
Why
Pitchforks
did
are
they
evil.
become evil? That seems like a bit of a typecast. I feel sorry for pitchforks now.
I
Why
think
are
it's probably.
pitchforks evil, but tridents aren't? You know, why are
Well, I
mother's
think that's what they're
tridents
from.
not evil? Okay.
I think that's what it's from. But I do need to start, instead of calling it the Devil's Pitchfork, the Devil's Trident, and I need to. In the Devil is actually Willem Dafoe. Like, take up your mother's trident. I know you want to.
Wait, would he be saying that to himself?
Just in general, just to everyone.
Just in
It's metaphorical.
It means
That's
to
what his
take
temptation is.
responsibility.
Take up your mother's trident. It's like give in to your
Mother's
your,
trident.
Your mother's trident, yeah. Take up your mother's trident. Come on, Come
Yeah.
on. And then the angel dog over there is
Come
like,
on, do
nah, don't. It's not right. It's hers, and she might need it.
Yeah,
And what are you gonna use a trident for anyway? Let's be honest.
this weird device. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, I don't like Double Dash the most, but it definitely has the best final lap tune. A little bit of ringing at the end totally pumps me up. I've never really argued myself how or why a particular Mario Kart is the best one, but I know I like Double Dash the most just because I fucking played the shit out of it.
I think that the best Mario Kart game is probably 8, but it's a toss-up between that Double Dash favorite.
Very well.
8
I
has
really-
so much content.
I never cared that much for Double Dash. I liked it, but I was like, this is all right. I think there was something about the steering that made it seem kind of floaty in a way. It doesn't seem as precise. I don't know. It's hard to describe. But it wasn't my
It's
favorite.
Like, you don't like the feel, basically.
Kind of. Oddly enough, my favorite Mario Kart. I haven't played the newest one yet. I really, really like the DS one.
like that
It's
one.
got a
Mario
lot
Kart,
of
yeah.
yeah, it's got a lot of great maps on it. I really like it. It has this kind of, I don't know. There's the driving has a sort of precision to it in this odd way, where it just seems way more responsive, almost like you're more like magnetized to the ground. It has that feeling where you don't feel as slidey. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I just kind of prefer that. Plus, I could play it in bed.
Thoughts on Marvel's What If thus far?
It has a sword in the first episode.
Oh, that's something.
It's probably more than just
it.
the one in the whole thing, you know?
What, are you saying there's more than one
There
sword?
might be
There's
another guy with a
episodes?
sword at some point. I don't want to rule that out, you know?
Oh my goodness, I might have to actually watch the other episodes now.
Don't do it. Crap.
Yeah, there won't be like an EFAP episode for him unless all of us can muster the care to actually see them. They seem to keep fucking with everything, and since they're like canonly removed from everything, then should be able to leave it alone, but who knows how long that'll stay that way.
So I have a question about What If then, because I've only seen the first episode, but I was already annoyed in the first episode that so much drastically changed, and they were trying to say it happened from this one little choice of not going up the stairs, all right? And it's like way too much change from that little one variant and everything. And so are they doing that in the other episodes where they're going to try and claim all these drastic changes are due to this one little difference or something?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the Doctor Strange one is weird because when you watch Doctor Strange, because I haven't seen this episode, I just know this is the what if part of it. You know when he gets in his car accident at the beginning? He, turns out the GF, the love interest person, is in the car with him this time. And it's like, I didn't think the capacity for that to happen was even possible, because isn't he doing late night surgery, then he goes home,
Yeah.
and then he's on his own, then he goes out to drive? Like, I don't remember her doing that, but it's like, okay. And And that is apparently the big change or whatever. It's like, huh.
But I mean, like, it seems like the decision leads to this wildly bizarre concept. It doesn't feel like we're really exploring the fun aspect of cause and effect here. We're just using it as a justification to tell whatever
To make
story we
totally
want.
new- Yeah, totally new story. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, where Doctor Strange creates a clone of himself or something who doesn't have a conscience, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
Like, how can we justify this? Like, I don't know, that
Yeah.
girl, she dies, I guess. Like,
I just looked
okay.
it up. The latest episode is if, like, some of the Avengers are zombies. What are we doing?
I don't get that one. I remember seeing a cutscene where, like, they're fighting zombies, Iron Man and some other people, I think Cap. And I was like, how could Iron Man possibly lose against zombies?
Yeah.
I don't see how that's possible if he's wearing the suit.
I don't see how you could lose either.
They just got
'cause there's
big old
zombies
Nashes, I
and-
guess. That get through. I mean, you know, firstly, yes, how do they bite through the armor? But secondly, like, can't you just fly away? Like, what?
You just hover and fly, and what are they gonna do?
So, I don't know, maybe I should see that episode to know the context of it, but I don't know. The what if writing has not been impressive, and the episode 2 seems to be universally agreed to be possibly the worst one. Because, like, holy fuck, they make T'Challa Star-Lord, and the whole universe is saved, basically. Everyone loves him.
How about you don't do the bad things? Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I even had people saying, like, oh my god, T'Challa as Star-Lord was way better than
No, don't say it.
Peter Quill as Star-Lord, like, as a better person. You're like, okay.
You said it. I told you to not say it.
T'Challa talked Thanos out of being Thanos. Yes, he did. Alright.
Fucking stupid. Jesus Christ.
You loved it, shut up.
I didn't even watch it.
Let's take our peepees out. Hi, Rags.
Alright.
Hello.
What now?
Well, the rest says, also, isn't it neat that the new Matrix looks more like a crappy cyberpunk Bold Runner? Bold Runner?
Blade Runner.
I don't know if is Bold Runner like
Runner?
a... Yeah, is that like a parody thing? I don't know. Look, I unlocked the characters, Rags. I finally did it.
Oh, that's great. Now you could
Yeah.
use them and dominate the battlefield.
I will use them right now to unlock more things. Tilt-a-cart battle mode stage. Let's unlock that. That sounds good. How exciting. Oh, I'm going to use Wario's car because it's fucking cool.
Wario. That was a bad impression.
Wario. He's a cool guy.
Waluigi.
Waluigi, yeah. I'm Waluigi.
Lukeism, yeah.
Lucasum.
Lukeism.
Thoughts on the Langoliers compared to Loki?
The who now?
I don't know. Anyone know what Langoliers is?
Nope.
Damn.
I haven't the froggiest.
Springy, you know what Langoliers are, right?
No.
Oh well, I
Damn it.
tried.
So just because I saw the super chat and I might not be around to answer it later, someone's asking me what I thought about the Wheel of Time trailer. Did any of you guys see the Wheel of Time trailer at all?
I did.
No.
Oh.
I
A
can't
friend
pull
of
anything from it.
mine has super concerns.
Yeah, like I'm honestly really worried. I'm still holding on to that faint, bit of hope. Still, like maybe. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I got at the moment. The trailer, it was interesting. It showed some kind of cool things, but it's a trailer, so I've been lied to before. I don't want to press too much on it. And so, I kind of like how they showed the weaving of the magic and stuff. It's like, I didn't kind of picture it that way, but I could see it working if they do it that way. But other than that, there's not enough scene for me to really comment too much on.
But you shall be watching, I assume.
Oh yeah, I'll be, diving into that one deep. Every single episode. I'm not sure if they're going to release it episode by episode or the whole thing, but
It's Amazon, so they may do it episode by episode.
So if they definitely do that, we'll be doing an episode by episode deep breakdown on everything. I'll be so damn critical of this one because I love Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is friggin' awesome. and I'm really worried that they're just gonna butcher so much. So.
Someone said Brown Table said he cried 3 times while watching Shang-Chi.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, man.
I don't even question it.
Yeah, I believe that.
Are you kidding me?
I don't know. Well, you know, I'm sure there's a payoff where someone says, you know what, I love you, or something to somebody,
And then he's like, oh, I know what love is.
I want to know what Shang-Chi is. No, that's pathetic. Look, it could be the greatest movie of all time. Fring, you said it was like a 10 out of 10, right?
Why
Like
must you turn my office into a house of lies?
I would never do that. I was just clarifying. 10, 3, who's one of those?
Who's counting? I'm not.
Oh, Langoliers is apparently Stephen King, by the way. I have not read it or seen it, if it's been adapted. Spooderman is coming out, but so is Matrix Resurrections. I await the inevitable EFAP movies, the Matrix trilogy, no matter how long it takes. I've seen a lot of people requesting that. What do you guys think?
For
Mushrooms?
Matrix trilogy EFAP movies, and then we do Matrix 4 when it comes out. Well, that's going to be theaters only, probably, right?
No, that's HBO Max too.
Oh, schnizzle. Okay,
Comes
well,
out this year, so the end of this year.
end of this year. We could, because I feel like we could knock out the Matrix trilogy in one night if you were all on board with that.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it.
And then we'll give it all to Death bullshit. Like, oh man. No, I don't wanna. We'll invite him though, and it'll be fun because we'll talk. We got to invite Theo. Apparently, Theo hates all 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
All 3.
So he hates the Matrix 1.
He does
Okay.
indeed. I think he still concedes that the first one's the best one, so there's that. But like the usual
Well,
is
I mean-
everyone hates the 2 and 3, as you all know, probably.
I mean, Matrix 1 is a cool movie.
I mean, I remember thinking it's great, so I wouldn't mind rewatching it and getting Theo's thoughts. See what happens. Yeah, maybe.
I remember when the Matrix was coming out, like that was just it's like everybody was talking about the Matrix and like Lord of the Rings around that time too.
It's back when movies were like, wow, we've got a lot of potential here. Movies are cool.
Well, whereas now, I mean, well, I guess
Remember when
it's interesting, right?
movies were cool?
I mean, is there any reason to assume that the new Matrix movie be good, considering that the Wachowskis have kind of like not made anything good?
They made
Like,
Cloud Atlas and that other really weird film, didn't they? And
Jupiter Ascending,
Yeah.
the one where Eddie Redmayne screams.
we need to see that.
Sorry.
That's a perfect EFAP movies movie.
So I haven't seen the new Matrix trailer. Do they explain at all how Neo's still alive?
I think the new Matrix trailer is coming out today.
Yeah, there's a
okay.
teaser trailer that got
Yeah.
released. Well, it's not even a teaser
Yeah.
trailer, it's like a teaser for a teaser.
Yeah, I think the trailer's coming out.
Which, by the way,
will be coming out while we're streaming, yeah.
I don't like teasers, you know? It's annoying.
You know what I
Yeah.
don't like? When I boot up a trailer and then it does 5 seconds of like, oh, look at this epic stuff, trailer now. It's like, yeah, I know, I clicked on it.
There's got to be a reason for that, right? Like something legally or
It's because
something.
it's because you're playing ads on YouTube. You got to cram in really cool stuff in that first 5 seconds to make sure that they don't skip the ad. That's why they do it.
Make sure they don't skip the ad. What do you mean?
You know how like you play ads on YouTube? Trailers can be just played as ads directly linking to that particular video, and it'll be like a 5 seconds, and then you can skip so they cram in as much interesting stuff as possible.
So when you
in
get the
those
option to
first 5
skip,
seconds.
they hope at that point you're like, actually, I guess I
You're
might
hooked.
watch this.
Exactly.
Wow, that's cringe.
Yeah.
But why would they need the full ads to contain those? You know what I mean? The ones on YouTube? Like
Because the ones on YouTube are the ones that link to the to those sometimes. Like ads on YouTube are videos that exist on the platform, I believe, including trailers. So if you clicked on the hyperlink for that particular ad, it would link directly to the official trailer. That's why a lot of trailers get so many views.
I have to admit,
think.
the strategy's worked on me, where they do those 5 seconds of all the real, big action things before you can skip. I've been suckered in. It's like, oh, okay, I'll give it a go. I'll watch it.
Oh, I'm sure they do it because
I
it works,
think-
right? Like I'm imagining.
I'm sure it's very effective. I guess it's just concerning, isn't it? That
It's annoying.
our attention span collectively that we need that at the beginning to get hooked in.
Yeah. Oh well.
We love our hooks. Captain Hook would love all these trailers.
I have to say, the things that the ads that make me skip the most are the ones that appear. Don't click the skip button.
Yeah.
You really want to hear that?
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
fucking hate those ones.
skip?
I know. It's like, don't think of the elephant, but it's like,
Now I'm thinking of the elephant.
like, yeah, exactly. But now I'm thinking of skipping. It's like, thanks for reminding me. I'm just
Yeah, I'll
covering my
think that.
mouth.
Well, see, that's one where it's like, someone could be like, well, they wouldn't do it if it wasn't working right. And I'd be like, I don't know if that one works, though. I really don't. Does it work? Maybe it does.
I think
like-
my favorite one is, again, the gurus. Hey, I'm just here in my garage looking at his Ferrari that he rented for the day. It's like,
Ooh,
they
Neil
all
Breen?
rent Ferrari. No, because if it was Neil Breen, it wouldn't be cringy. It would be awesome.
It'd be
I'm
incredible.
saying that these are cringy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
It
You
was.
just got caught on
It
that
was.
thing.
If only I'd fallen a different way. That's probably cost me the whole thing. I might have been able to pull it together, but I don't think I can now. Oh well.
Well, hey, look, maybe you need to take that course from that guy in his garage. He can teach you about the power of positive thinking.
That'd be a great little like parody version. You do it and it's just like Mario Kart Double Dash, Boo and Teddy Piranha, best way to play the game. And you're just like, okay, it's really
Exactly.
specific, but okay.
Hey,
The
look,
double
you know,
dash
there's-
meta.
There is, yeah, I mean, you could have an online course to teach people how to get good at Mario Kart Double Dash. It'll only, normally I'd sell it for $6,000, but today I'm offering a special offer to the first 100 people who click the link. You know,
What a value.
$397.50, just some weirdly specific number that we're going
And
to
you
charge
can't put
for
a
this.
price on the thrill of victory.
Exactly, you can't
True.
put the price on success and or winning in Mario Kart Double Dash. It's
But if you
priceless.
could, it would be $39.99. Now
No,
available
it would be
at local stores near you.
$37.26. It needs to be a weirdly specific number, otherwise we're not.
Don't they
doing
usually
it
end in
at all.
95 or whatever?
Not online courses for some reason. For for self-help stuff, a lot of the time they have weirdly specific values. Like, instead of being rounded up to like $399.99, it will be $374.16. Like, I don't know
Even
why.
More of a value. Think of all that. Think of that
Exactly.
quarter I'm saving.
Well, think not just a quarter. Think about that quarter and a cent extra on top. You know, a penny earned is a dollar saved, as they say. Except
That's true. Yeah.
when I tell you to buy this course, I have $100.
You
It's
said
funny,
those quiet part loud for you. What are you doing?
It's really kind of annoying because it's like there's actually a lot of great advice to be found in this realm, but like there's so many charlatans too. You just got to be careful.
This realm, this world we share, this Earth realm.
Yeah, the Nether realm. There's a lot of. I mean, I'd buy Scorpion's self-help book, like how to get over the grief of losing your family to a frost ninja, and other.
I
life
don't know that he
advice.
can write that book because he just went nuts.
Well, no, but I'm saying he's gone on a spiritual journey. He's come a long way. He's learning to move on. I'm sure that Scorpion in his free time does calligraphy or something like that. Painting.
Maybe.
I feel like he absolutely does. A Night with Scorpion.
I mean, do you remember Cooking with Scorpion?
Cooking with Scorpion.
Yeah, it was,
having such
No,
fun.
just
It was the little videos you could unlock in, I think, Mortal Kombat Deception. They were hilarious. You should look at them on YouTube.
Never heard of that.
Back when video games used to have really fucking cool bonus content.
you don't get that as much anymore. I remember Ratchet and Clank had this really cool there was like this little room you could go into where you could see a bunch of cut content that they just had to remove from the game, and you can play with some of those weapons and like equipment, explore some of the concepts that just didn't quite make it into the game. That was really cool, and they didn't need to do that, but they did. Because, it was neat.
Like someone in chat said, they put their differences aside to work for Shang Tsung in the first Mortal Kombat movie. Definitely a story in there.
What? What's that got to do with anything?
Scorpion.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about that. We were just talking about Scorpion.
What?
Wait, what? We weren't talking about Scorpion. We were talking about Scorpion. I'm breaking.
No,
I'm glad I'm not the only person
so we weren't talking about the Mortal Kombat plot line from the 2021 movie. We were talking about just Scorpion writing a book. I don't know how the fuck those got mixed up.
Oh.
I don't think it was a mix-up. I think it's just when you were talking about Scorpion, others were like, "Oh yeah, Scorpion." If you're from the first Mortal Kombat movie, here's the thing.
Does that seem like a jump to you? Like, oh, the plot line of that first movie, there is a story in there. It's like, what?
No.
If you say so, right. But what did you have to say about that? I mean, you must have read it out for a reason, right?
I just thought it was funny.
Oh.
Like that, like pulling out the idea of an idea from the Mortal Kombat movie, the first one, where the story was incredible. You know?
Wait, which one are we talking about now? The 90s one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The incredible story there. Just the incredible potential of how cool that story is.
And people were sad that we didn't love that film.
Well, we liked making fun of it.
Remember Reptile?
Remember Reptile?
I remember that we saw the updated Reptile in the new one. We were like, whoa, he looks so good.
Whoa, fuck.
It looks way cooler.
And then Kano pulled his heart out, and we were like, okay, we're on board with this movie. And then
They
not much
front-loaded
happened.
all the cool Kano shit, yeah.
Yep.
They did.
Well, there was some more cool
They
Kano
did.
shit. It just took fucking ages to get to it again, yeah.
I'm Kano. I'm the black fucking dragon.
Ah, fucking laser beams. Better than
no.
fireballs, you pussy.
I remember the part where he was training. He was jumping over the sweeping, where he kept getting swept each other.
Yeah,
He's
which-
like, oh fuck.
I feel like an idiot for not
Tripped
pointing it out, but that's like a really common thing that just happens in Mortal Kombat when people play it.
Yeah,
They just repeat
they
that
just do the
move, and you can
sweep.
jump, and then it gets hit again. You're just like, fuck off. Like, spamming in Mortal Kombat is a huge problem.
I kind of get the impression that even though Mortal Kombat kind of reminds me of like Sonic the Hedgehog, where like video game movies are more willing to lean into the video game elements, but they're still not prepared to dip their toes in fully.
Yeah.
Like they're sort of dipping their toes, but they don't want to. And maybe with the next one, they'll
Dude,
actually just
a
go full
banana.
video game. Yeah.
What a hero banana.
Oh wow. Oh my god. Look at that comeback. Look at how happy Piranha Plant is.
Mola said there was no story to his grief, and that's why it was prompted. When did I say there's no story to his grief? I just said that I don't think he should be writing advice on how to recover from it, because he went nuts. That's what I said.
Well, if you've gone nuts and you've come back from that, if anything, you really should share.
Then again,
Write a
maybe it
guide to
is
going nuts.
how he got through it, going nuts.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe that's just, it's like step one, go nuts. And
Step one, go.
Step 1, go nuts. Step 2, recover. Step 3, write book. Make movies.
So it's meant to be step 2 question mark.
Oh, God.
Step 3 profit.
Goodbye, boys. Holy fuck.
we
Yeah,
get him
my
possessed there.
My voice just died for a second there. My voice,
Oh.
my poor voice, but now it's back.
Welcome back, boys.
What do you think about reviewers when it comes to female characters? I don't know, but it feels like the well is so poisoned that all people see is a gender when maybe it's just simply bad writing or a trope.
I
I
mean,
guess it depends on
what-
the reviewer.
I will say, I always get annoyed by the strong female character line because it's like, oh, I just see them as like a character that's interesting.
I'll one-up you, Fringy. I find it hyper cringe when anyone automatically refers to a woman or a non-white character as a diversity hire or a strong female character
Oh,
immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that is ultra cringe right there for sure. I guess it's just in general why are we fixating on this.
Well, yeah, because you're becoming the very thing you wanted to destroy, I would say.
Well, it's just, when I see Sarah Connor, I'm not like, strong female character. It's like, character. That's
Yeah,
what-
yeah.
that's-
I assume that's what the
Yeah,
super
guys,
chat's
she's
going
a
for.
server, not a waitress.
Exactly.
I don't know if that answers the question or not.
I think so.
I think, yeah, because I'm trying to think of like something, like if Black Widow, if someone said Yelena is a strong female character or something like that, I'd just be like, I think that does distract from talking about the more important and more interesting, I think, discussion on how well is she characterized.
Exactly.
look at a history, look at, and this is the thing, I don't know, you don't do it for everyone in general, right? Imagine you're watching a review that said, oh, here we go, the white male protagonist is here. It's just like, oh. And, you know, and their whole thing is like they hate the fact that white males dominate protagonist characters or something. We'd just be like, that's cringe,
Right.
Stop doing that. Talk about the character writing.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Shang-Chi brings up even more questions with Hulk and how damaged his character is. Though that's a thing I'll say for people in chat and hosts who haven't seen it. We're not too concerned about, like, spoilers. We just, Rags, myself, Metal.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest.
Hulk shows up as normal Banner. Or rather, not Hulk at all. Just Bruce shows up as Bruce. So it's like,
My God, it truly is the MCU.
Oh, yeah, and I'm assuming we just don't get anything for that, right, Fringy?
What, for the Hulk stuff, sorry?
Yeah, because he's supposed to be Professor Hulk, so what's going on, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know, he's just a person now. Maybe we'll find out in the She-Hulk show, streaming soon on Disney+.
Yay!
No. I feel like that's another situation. We cannot hear you.
I haven't heard you say anything, Shad.
Yeah. Oh, there you are.
Chad,
There you
you've
are.
been talking.
Am I live? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. No worries. Because I've been actually trying to say things. I don't know what was going on for a number of times then. But anyway, we shall continue.
Yes. Also really like that scene where Tony teases Bruce and starts treating him like a person. Oh, fuck, it skipped ahead. God damn it. Oh, one moment. Green Knight, Shang-Chi. There we go. Treats him like a person, but then Cap comes in and ruins the moment. Hi again, Rags.
Hello.
Yeah, so Tony's poking him just to see what's gonna happen, and it becomes clear that Tony's just curious how he's managed to keep a lock on his anger. Obviously, the big reveal in that movie is like he's always angry, so it's not a matter of controlling anger or whatever. Or, you know, there's more. There's more to read into, but I think that the Hulk story is so mangled now that like trying to read into like the story as a whole in the MCU would probably only disappoint. But you're right. Tony's having a little bit of fun with him, and he definitely has more respect for Banner than pretty much anybody there. And Steve sees him doing that, and he's like, "Stop it!" He's gonna, you might make him explode, which is funny, because Bruce kind of having fun with Tony in that way. He's kind of appreciating the fact that he's not afraid of him like everyone else is, and then Steve does that to remind Bruce that, yeah, not only is everyone afraid of him, but also, like, he's treating him like he's a fucking time bomb sort of thing, which would suck.
Yep.
Avenge is good. Fringy finding out no one calls it a capsicum was similar to Rags and every American finding out more and Fringy put coins in their wallet.
Well, except the only difference is that people in India also say capsicum, so more people
in
say
India.
it than the other way.
You say more people say it than the other way?
Well, if I'm pretty sure like half of Indians speak English pretty well, so if you add that pool and then Australia, it's like, god damn, sounds like more people call it a capsicum than the
Wait, you
other
think
way.
India and Australia outweigh the rest of the world? Like, in terms of
Outweigh
population?
the rest of the no, in terms of, well, it wouldn't be the rest of the world. I'm talking about English-speaking people, because I imagine it would be called something totally different in a lot of other languages.
How many people are in America?
Like 300 million, 350 million.
And then compared to what's Australia plus India's English speaking?
Australia, probably something like
Australia
650, 700 million. Australia barely adds to the pool. Like the Australian, like India's really pulling above its weight in terms of the capsicum team.
Oh my god. Well, Stream heard that more than you guys did. Someone's outside doing a drag race, I guess.
Oh, I didn't hear that at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're gone again. Oh well. There's a running joke that, because for some reason, when I'm on Real BBC, like, semi-regularly, a fucking dog is outside barking. Like, it's happened several times. It's really weird. And, yeah, and they always assume it's just like Rags just being like, hey, I'm here too. And it's like, oh.
Hey, what's up?
What'd you guys
This is
talking
a weird
about?
EFAP, guys. Why did you not tell me about it?
It's called a capsicum. You just
I
read
wouldn't
his
say that.
faces away.
He wouldn't say that.
Well, no, he wouldn't. He'd say it's just called a pepper.
Bell
And he'd be
pepper.
wrong, while also...
Would he be
Racing.
wrong, though?
Well, from a different point of view, yeah. From a certain point of view, rather.
Hmm. Okay, Obi-Wan Fring Obi.
Nice one, nice.
This super chat is a part of us all. A part of us all. A part of us all. Sorry, I have to repeat myself, but it'll help you remember. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
I think for me and Fringy, the only ones will know what's happening in that super chat.
What was that reference, sorry?
Alright. You know what?
there you
I'm
go.
so confident you'll get it, I'll read it again. This super
The
chat
only
is a
reason why was... Yep, go ahead.
This super chat is a part of us all. A part of us all. A part of us all. Sorry, I have to repeat myself, but it'll help you remember.
I remember that one.
Yeah. The Lemon of Troy, I think.
Yeah. What? Yes, that's right. That was a really good episode. Remember
I'm
the
a
part
big
at the
fan of
end
that
where,
episode.
Homer is like, sorry, you lose. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm feeling a little hungry. And then he just eats a lemon.
The face he makes is fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
He's trying to keep smiling smugly while having to deal with having eaten something so sour. Really good.
And they just like destroy Gladys's RV, I think, as well.
That's right, they do. They destroy the tree as well. Like they bring it back and
Yeah.
it's half. What was it? And then in Springfield they have a turnip tree to have turnip juice.
Turnip juice. Oh, I fucking lost again. God damn it.
Oh, and that was the Roman numerals thing as well, where it was like he had to, you know, door number 7. The rest of them have man-eating tigers in them.
Yeah.
It's like that.
But he remembers it because of the Rocky films.
Yeah, Rocky 5 plus Rocky 2 equals Rocky 7. Adrian's Revenge.
How many Rockies are there now? If you
I
include the
think there are
reboot.
8. I think there are 8 now, right? Because
Hmm.
isn't there? Were there 4 or 5 original movies?
I don't know.
I can't remember. It's either 7 or 8.
Is Fringy... Hey, Fringy, are you allowed to say Nora?
What, Noah?
Yeah.
Like Noah?
I think that's
Noah's
the
Ark.
question, yeah. I get what they're trying to say. It's very clever.
Yeah, no, I figured it out. Yeah.
Moses.
Episode 4 of What If is actually pretty good. Don't check out the zombie episode.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I said
I also
the same
don't
thing when
believe
someone
you.
said that in my chat a couple of days ago. It's like, I don't believe you.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
Oh, there he
How you doing, Chad? You there?
I'm there. There's something going on with my audio because you guys can't hear me half the time when I'm trying to share a comment or two. I don't know what's going on.
No,
I was gonna say I haven't heard you since now. That's what's going on.
Nope.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll keep trying. We'll try and
What were
struggle
one of your
through it.
comments?
Well, just on the Noah thing, I was wondering, is this like saying heavier, but like it's no, but even more so than Noah?
Yes.
It's like no then on top of no. Ah, I see. Very insightful, guys. Like I was just, what could have happened if you guys didn't hear such a comment? I don't know. Gosh.
I think EFAP would be over. It'd just all be dead.
Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah. Congrats on the
Blue
plushie
Bill,
sales,
Yard.
boys. Howdy rags.
Hello. And you're welcome. Thank you for buying them.
Yeah. There's like at least I think 2,600 little Molar and Ragses all over the world now. Well, there will be. Did you buy them, Shad? Do you like to cuddle me and Rags when you're reading your books and stuff?
Oh no,
Aw.
audio issue. Oh, that's so.
Shad's like, I couldn't possibly answer that question because what it is.
Yeah, someone said in a super chat for this game, but yeah, I think I mentioned it before, but the Dead Island multiplayer, that wouldn't be a terrible game to do an EFAP gaming with, probably. Remember that game?
I
remember.
do.
I vaguely remember it.
The
I
trailer for it was
played it.
awesome, right? That's that game, right?
And a great trailer,
Yes.
and then the game came out, and it was fine.
It was
I
fine.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was. It wasn't bad.
By the way, I feel bad if Shad was consistently trying to answer the question there. And...
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me?
oh my God, there he
no,
is.
now.
There he is.
I literally gave us a whole sentence answer, and no one can. I don't know what's going on.
We can hear you now. Go while you still have the chance.
Well, you said if I, you asked if I bought the plushies, and my answer, like without skipping a beat, was no, I'm not gay.
Oh boy.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
That's fine.
What do you mean?
But I think you might be happy that I got muted on that one.
Hmm.
Ah, Maul is doing it to me. It's a conspiracy.
Well, I don't want my gay
Children
audience
like
to run
plushies,
off.
and they're not gay necessarily.
Necessarily, yeah. If you buy a gay plushie, it would be gay.
Would it?
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Easiest answer in my whole life. Yes.
Well, guess I'm gay now.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like double gay if I bought both of them?
Oh, totally, absolutely.
Only if they gave.
Doesn't
Oh,
negate
what
it-
the?
Doesn't negate each other? Like, double gay is not gay or something?
Activate.
No, that's gayer.
Oh,
change
That's like
home.
saying if I take one and add one to it, does that make 0?
yeah. If I suck 2 cocks, is that still gay? It's like, yeah.
No. Oof.
Well, no. Remember Cartman? He found out that after he sucked Butter's balls, he had to suck his balls to reverse the gay polarity. The fact that episode ended with him just showing the pictures in front of the class because he thought that Kyle had stolen them. It's like, it's it's like, yes, the color saturation here is there's a penis in my mouth right here, and it really like and the lighting here really. What was it he said? Like, what is this? This is a commentary on the war in Afghanistan. It's wrong that we still have our troops there. It's wrong. It's
Wrong.
Over him sucking his dick. That was the whole episode where Butters had to go to the. Oh yeah, that was right. He had accountability buddies. What was it? Yeah, that's right. Accountability buddies and Vicurious and all that. That's a great episode. That was a really good episode. Butters is an awesome character.
Yeah, Butters is amazing.
It's just
Hey, Fringy,
you can't.
if South Park or Simpsons had to be removed from existence, the entire lot, which would you choose?
The entire. I would. Man, that is a tough one, but I think Simpsons has to stay. It's too significant in terms of like what it brings about. But
What
I
if
think
its
there would be-
influence maintained, but it itself had to go?
I think I would still keep The Simpsons. I think that early part of The Simpsons is just like ace comedy, but it's not a choice that I make lightly.
If I added Futurama to that selection, would it easily be Futurama, or is that tough?
Oh, like if it was Futurama or South Park?
Or Simpsons, but that's redundant. I
Futurama
guess.
or Simpsons? Oh,
No, the
yeah,
three of
then-
them.
And I have to get rid of one.
Yeah.
I love Futurama, but I probably would get rid of Futurama because there is a higher quantity of great content in South Park. There's more episodes that I think are really good.
Fair enough.
So yeah, if that was the tier, I guess it'd be Simpsons, South Park, Futurama in terms of ones I'd be getting rid of first. But I would not want to be rid of any of them.
Hi, Rags. Don't watch Green Knight.
Now you just make me want to see it more.
Oh no.
Oh, maybe that's their plan. They want to recommend something. But they're like, maybe if I don't anti-recommend it, you know?
I mean, I'm interested in it. I'd like to see it. So
Well, they follow up with, I straight up walked out of the theater right after they showed protagonist's hand covered his own squelching coom. Okay. And they suffer majorly from scenes going on and on. I have no idea what any of that means. But,
I only heard squelching coom. Okay.
There is a
Interesting.
trailer out for Midnight Mass.
Ooh,
Mike Flanagan.
that's been out for a while, isn't it?
No,
Hasn't it?
that
No,
was
it's-
released
that's
today.
21 minutes ago.
I saw on Twitter
You guys
that
know that there's another trailer for Midnight Mass been out for a while.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay,
well, I know you know
know.
because Rags specifically said to you guys that he's not going to watch it because he doesn't want spoilers.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah. I just saw that. It just
So
sort of popped
I
up
guess
in my
that conversation got memory hold.
feed. I did, yeah.
Well, we have many conversations.
True.
and you can't always, only so much bandwidth up in the brain zone.
I think memory holding things is important. You gotta get some space, like you said.
I love the old M hole.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Chat Chi and the Legend of the 10 Super Chats. Oh, hey,
Ding
hello.
Dong and the Legend of the Onion Rings.
We're gonna have to give him a lot of space after I read this out because Shad is probably still trying to answer questions. But hey, Shad, gotta say I disagree with your take on double-bitted axes, but it's a bigger argument than I can fit in a super chat. Keep up the great work and hi, Rags.
Hi.
Oh, I can see Shad's ring is green, but he's not saying anything.
And
Oh,
Then
seriously,
there
you
was
can hear me?
something-
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Yeah.
It is so. I have no idea what's going on. I literally just reset my entire Discord voice settings then, and it could be just the internet connection. I don't know. But yeah, so
we can hear
axes.
Fringy, and he's from Australia.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm in Canada at the moment.
Canada, remember? Yeah. A place
Yeah.
that presumably has better internet, but
He's still Australian.
Supposedly.
I don't know what you mean. He's still Australian. So are you.
what? The bad internet follows you everywhere you go.
it's in your DNA.
Well, I assume that's what it was. Yeah, it's like a thing.
I'm clearly cursed. That must be what it is. Just on the double-bitted axe thing, yeah, Scarlegrim made a great reply video. He added a bit more nuance to it and stuff, and I didn't voice what I was saying probably clear enough when I said, axes are heavy. I was meaning they're top-heavy. They're not uniquely heavier than other weapons or other swords, and, Scarlegrim was right to clarify that and stuff. And so, yeah, there's more nuance that can be had in the discussion, and I'm looking forward to the videos he makes on it. And while I can be heard, I will say, just on the plushie notes, I actually think the plushies you made were great, okay? They're just not my thing. Yeah, I'm not into plushies myself, but in terms of quality plushies I've seen, the ones you
These are the
made,
ones.
they were very cool. They were very, very cool.
Well, thank you, Rags.
So those will
Thanks.
be
I mean, Chad.
I'm very happy with how they turned out.
I think they
those
were
will be
awesome.
the only plushies I will
Yeah.
own.
I will happily own more plushies, but I think, for example, if Jay made a plushie, I would buy it, but I wouldn't care about it.
Oof.
It's not-
Because of plushie
it's
or
because-
because it was from Jay.
It would be because a J plushie might just be a J, and I'd just be like, I'll put it on my desk, I guess. You can
Yeah.
hang out. Meanwhile, I would show all of my family members the Rags one. I'd be like, oh, this fucking adorable dog.
Yeah, look, he's got sunglasses. What are those for looking at?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's nothing important.
And as far as I can tell, a lot of people are going to start doing them. I think that they want to do a set possibly for Friday Night Tights, and I was like, man, that's going to be 9 plushies. Imagine they do a buy all 9 and you get 90% off.
90% off.
I'm
Buy all
tempted.
9, get 90% off.
It seems like a pretty good deal. It's like,
Yeah, just go for it.
So, out of curiosity, what is the main counter argument to the double bit being a good thing? If Shad's able to. Well, I tried.
Chad, I'm sure Chad's explaining it
Right, he's
wonderfully.
explaining it thoroughly right now, and it's really interesting.
Yeah.
But it's a
Everyone in
different.
his living room is learning something, but
So what about now?
over
Can you
here.
hear-
Oh yeah,
yeah.
we can hear you now. You
Is
know
that-
what?
So, ready?
You're just on and off and on and off. It's
On and
just-
off?
mm.
So I can't even speak up and try and intersect, any comments in between things you say, because I think I'm just getting, I don't know, it's like I'm getting noise gated. It's really weird.
You could go to push to talk for a bit if you want. That might work.
All right, let's see what that'll do. Voice, video. All right, so how's that?
We can hear you now.
I think it's alright. Yeah.
And so Rags, say something, and I'm going to try and cut you off.
All right. Well,
Cutting you off. I just did I cut you
yeah, you did. You did.
Success.
Success!
I was so confident I didn't even really start anything of note.
Oh, the power is mine now. I can do it, guys.
Nice.
Oh, I feel so satisfied. You have no idea.
So anyway, double bit versus single bit. I assume is that the correct nomenclature?
Yeah, it is actually, and so one of the things people say is like, all right, but having an extra axe head that's sharpened for backup, there's some utility in it. I'll say, maybe I don't think it justifies doubling up the axe head myself still. And then the other thing is like you could have different kind of shaped axe heads. And that was kind of Scarlegrim's main point that he did in his video. And, I agree you could have that. It's not kind of what I was criticizing.
You
I was
don't disagree
criticizing...
So you do agree that you can have different kinds of axe heads?
Yeah, I agree. You could have different kinds of axe heads, but that's not necessarily what I was criticizing. I was criticizing the stereotypical, mirrored, exactly the same axe head on either side. I think, that's the one that doesn't, is very... Oh, sorry, I should say, is harder to justify, logically.
Do you reckon you'd beat a guy who had a double-bitted axe head versus your single in a fight? I'm not going to give you any other specifications.
Well, if all things being equal, all other things being equal, same armor, same skill, same things like that, and I had an axe that was a little bit more lighter in the top heavy end because it had one axe head, but a spike on the other hand, and that meant I had a bit more versatility. That would give me the edge, over the person that just has, the double-headed axe. In my opinion, wouldn't mean I'd win every fight. It means I would say maybe 70-30%. Out of the engagements, you'll probably come out on top because of that edge.
I'm sorry, I just threw a giant banana on someone. It landed on their head. I'm just very proud of that.
Proud. That is a wonderful achievement.
I agree. That's good stuff.
I would root for you in this theoretical battle, Shad.
Yeah. It's so freeing that I can now cut you guys off. It's great. I'm going to try and do that heaps now. And it's going to annoy everyone.
Take his power away.
Oh, there's someone in chat. Dude, that banana snipe.
Dude.
Boop boop badoo. I need to know thoughts on Rick and Morty season 5 overall. Ugh. That is in a sentence.
Doesn't it downhill that much? Because I've started Rick and Morty, right? And I've been enjoying it. I think I'm on season 3 now at the moment.
Yeah, you're in the great era.
Me and Frankie loved it right up until season 5 episode 4?
4, yeah, 4. That was that was a bad episode, and it never really fully recovered from that.
Yeah, well, Jay was saying with those last 3 episodes, it's hard to be as invested. But I think if we were still watching from episode, back when we were still loving it, we probably would have had better things to say. But ultimately, they're better than some of the other ones, but only because they didn't assassinate the characters. And it's is that really worth a lot when you're not the plot lines are so shit? It's
Yeah, my investment in that show is kind of gone.
Yeah. Sad face. But for those who are having fun with it still, you go right ahead. Especially if you're on the earlier episodes, go nuts.
Oh yeah.
Because Free and I did rewatch the Citadel episode that we pine over right after, and we were reminded of how much we loved that show when it was at its best.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that episode out of context is pretty good.
I think so, yeah.
If you don't really understand a lot about what's going on, it's still got so much to say that you'd be able to pull out of it, I guess.
Oh, is that the one where it's just life in the Citadel and, you see the Detective Morty and stuff? And
yeah, you get a slice of life of all different industries in this Citadel.
Yep. I watched that only a couple of days ago, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed.
Well, I hope you enjoy it for as long as possible, Shan.
Mm-hmm.
I will. But it sucks when a show goes bad. It starts good and it just goes downhill.
Yeah. Shad, more Vinland Saga and tell these massives to watch it or else. Oh.
Sorry, what? Watch what?
Vinland Saga.
Oh, Vinland Saga. So I need to rewatch it critically. I've just kind of sat down and watched the first. I haven't even finished the first season, I don't think. But it was enjoyable enough for me to keep watching. Because when I was sick and I just needed something on TV, I was like, oh yeah, I'll finally put on Vinland Saga. People have been saying I need to watch it. And I remember enjoying what I was watching enough to keep watching, and that says a whole lot more than a lot of other stuff that I end up giving a go at.
Fair enough. FAP-E and the Legend of the Ten Frings.
FAP-E and the Legend of the Ten Frings.
So what are the frings, though? That I really want to know now. Are they like rings? But
I don't know if they're just variations of Fringy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
We gotta collect them all.
10 different fringy-like masks?
Maybe. And they each give you different powers.
They have different, like, one's a crow and one's a stork, and maybe one is a tern, an Arctic tern. Maybe one is an owl. One is maybe a house wren. One could be a robin. One could be a secretary bird.
That was what I was waiting for.
One could be a chicken. A humble chicken. One could be a hummingbird, just a little one. One could be a shrew.
Trident Chi and the Legend of the Mother's Rings. They made a Fringy's goo.
No. No.
That's Fringy's commentary there.
It's not true.
No.
It's not
Don't
true.
believe
It's
them.
impossible.
Don't believe them.
Fringy, your mic is so much quieter.
Oh, yeah. It always has been. I don't know why.
I mean, you seem fine to me, but let me know, chat, if you want it
Okay.
boosted. I'm gonna just reiterate the case. I missed mine from 150. I'm shocked I still haven't heard any of you call the Suicide Squad protagonist Bloodsport.
Oh shit, you're right. Bloodsport.
Bloodsport.
Yeah, that's...
Have we never said that?
I don't think
No,
we
we
have, no.
haven't. What a shame.
Yeah.
Someone needs to draw Bloodsport on Friday.
Someone will. I feel like someone listening to this right now is like, that's pretty funny actually, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
His suit has little patches of water on it, and you can just take them off and do stuff with them. Shad, a question about the gun blade. It's supposedly meant to deal more damage by firing shots, real or blanks, to cause the blade to vibrate. Is there any merit to that, or is it pure fantasy?
More on attack. An overly vibrating blade, depending on which angle it's vibrating on, would actually impact its cutting capacity in a detrimental way than enhancing it. Especially if the vibration had on the kind of the sideways horizontal plane of the blade as it hits, that would really mess things up, especially with your edge alignment and stuff. And so, no, I don't think that logic follows through.
All right. Shad, thoughts? Oh wait, you answered that one. We got it.
I was on the ball with that one.
If you could get a sequel to one movie, which would it be? I want a second Social Network. So many possibilities and stories to tell since the first's events.
Hmm.
I don't have a stock answer for this. I feel like I should.
So would the sequel to The Social Network kind of be like, Revenge of the Sith, where it, falls from grace?
Becomes Darth Zuckerberg.
Exactly.
I wonder if we could include things like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool that I think The Matrix could work if it had a sequel, And it's like, it does. It's like, Or, Predator. It'd be like, Predator could work if it had more sequels. Like, cause, I'm still not a huge fan of the sequel to that. With Danny Glover. I like the first half. It's good.
So I'll be right back.
Drink on this.
1917 too. Oh, look at the way I just crossed the finish line. Holy shit. Willow 2, World War II 2, Fight Club 2, Schindler's List 2, Tropic Thunder 2. Tropic Thunder 2 could be a thing.
I don't want a Tropic Thunder 2.
Well, obviously,
Today.
these are all idealized sequels. They're not...
Oh yeah, then absolutely.
Titanic 2. Predator 2 is still good times. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm glad we have it.
EFAP 2.
12 Angry Men 2. It'll be 13 Angry Men. Yeah, I'm not sure. The Room 2. I'm surprised that didn't happen. Too Fast, Too Furious 2 again. Hot Fuzz 2. I wouldn't want a sequel to any of the Cornetto ones. I reckon they're great. Yeah, what about Jurassic Park? That never got any sequels. There's probably good answers for this, but I'm just not coming up with anything. I'm sorry.
Me either, actually. Yeah.
Marvel's What If? What if Shang-Chi was a good movie? Nice. Also, we've done all mirror mode now. Mwahaha.
So what's left then?
Pretty much everything. I guess I only did all the hardest stuff. I didn't do any of the... And I say that, what I mean is like the longest stuff, I guess, rather than the hardest stuff. On longest stuff on hardest difficulty, so I gotta do all the shortest stuff on... So like I gotta beat the Mushroom Cup on the hardest difficulty when I already did like the 4 cups in a row thing. But that's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you for your thoughts, Shad. Oh, that's nice.
Pleasure. Happy to share them.
We can't do this one. It's Buffy's spoilers. The fuck, marry, kill. They want everyone to add something. The only way to do that is to show fucking them all the characters, and that is complicated to do that. I'm sorry. Don't ask Buffy questions yet. Give it 10 years, and I'm sure Rags and Morton Metal will have seen it by then.
I still don't believe that show is real. It's a fiction.
It is a fiction. That's true.
That's why I changed it to it's made up.
It is made up.
Yeah, that's
Made up.
is
The
made up.
existence is made up.
I mean, yeah, technically. Fiction.
Shut up! You know what I mean.
Cried 3 times. Was he even bored? I do not know. I'm sure the brown table video on Shang-Chi is going to be very funny.
Yeah.
Langoliers by Stephen King. Monsters outside of time eat all existence in the past. Airplane passengers have to get back to the present before they get eaten. Man, I think I watched like Amazing Atheist review that like a decade ago, because I remember the whole like I'm pretty sure they made a movie adaptation of this and it's weird. Hello to EFAP and Chadiversity. Nice. Chad would say hi. I'm sure of it.
He would.
Any second now. Alright, you know, it's fine.
What?
Hey EFAP, could y'all do an impression of the jump grunt sound from Quake? What's the jump grunt sound?
Oh, he does like a I think. I played it recently, but I already forgot. You know what? Just for you.
The sound I like always remember is just the sound of them dying when you shoot them on, I think, easy mode. The Randys in the first like levels and stuff. The blah blah blah. But I don't remember the jump grunt sound.
The Quake guy does it every time you jump. It was like
oh, the
yeah, something along those lines.
Alright, Rags, Fring, you gotta do it.
I don't
know what the noise is.
Just I made it like 17 times now.
No, we're not getting okay. It's just we're just
like going like a hurt kind of grunt.
Yeah, there you go. I think all 4 of us have done it in some way, shape, or form now. If J Metal and Meme Coom does Fringy Goo, What does it mean for you to goo, Fringy?
I don't goo. I like.
Coward.
It's not, like that's not.
Fuck.
The goo doesn't. The goo is something that is created.
I mean, okay, fine. You guys, if you want him to goo, you're gonna have to try harder than that. He's not gonna let it get away that easy.
Damn right.
Shiba Inu versus horse-sized duck.
Sheep wins, easy. No contest.
No contest, not at all.
Domination.
Indominus Inu.
Dominus Inu.
Y'all ever watch Nakey Jakey YouTube channel?
No.
Excuse me, who?
That name's familiar. What does Nakey Jakey do?
That's a great name.
Be naked.
Is he the one that's on like Space Hopper? Am I on track there, chat? Let me know. I'm waiting for chat's approval. Exercise ball. Yes, he sits on an exercise ball. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen any of his videos, but I'm aware of his existence.
I never heard of him.
You haven't lived.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I've already crossed the finish line. Lame.
Do better.
I'm gonna have to.
Okay.
Rags, what do you think of the video Tifa in the Box?
Okay.
Alright.
Only top tier answers today.
Tifa in the box?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Alright, he does not know what that is. P-06 is a loving, ongoing remake of Sonic 06. It makes a 2 out of 10 game into a polished 5 out of 10 game. Lots of work going into it, made by one person, basically. Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow, solid 5 out of 10.
I mean, if he's... So, is that like taking the game and then tweaking it until you fix it, or is it building it from the ground up to just match Sonic 06 as best it can, but without being shit? I'd be curious which of the two that is. But, yeah, no, neat.
Yeah, I got no.
That's a passionate
I
Sonic
guess
fan
people
right
really
there.
I guess, man.
The person who sent this, I'm not going to read it out, right? Spoolers. Okay, gotta be super careful. But if you think about why he made that decision to undo it, that's going to be the reasoning for why he would believe there would never be a scenario where it would be done. But I can understand. You could say the same for the ring, if you know what I'm saying. Person who sent this.
Oh, the rings.
Anyway, did you guys know that orcas / killer whales hunt mooses? I swear this is real.
I had no clue.
Yeah, I certainly didn't know that.
Mooses? Like if a moose is swimming in the ocean, the orca just gulps it?
I have no idea. I'm trying to imagine.
I would be concerned that a moose would like struggle and poke it with its antlers or something.
I guess they're smart enough to account for the antlers. Or would they?
Because orcas are pretty smart.
They'd be like,
also
oh, yeah.
Well, they're apex predators. They can go for anything they want, basically,
Well, like apex homosexual.
including sharks, I believe.
Good old killer whales. I've clocked in over 300 hours in Doom Eternal, and they put a little heart. I hope you had fun.
I hope you did.
Aww. And that quote is from a good. Why are you doing so many Buffy spoilers today? Stop it. Y'all should try the recently added episode of Quake 1. Recently added? What's this? In Sunshine, anytime I'm in a secret level, I wish I could long jump. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's not in Sunshine, but it's in like most of the 3D Marios, right? Long jump?
Mm-hmm.
In most games.
Like crouch and jump, I think.
Yeah.
When you're, yeah.
Right. Wahoo!
Wahoo!
That's what he says.
Yo-ho. Do you like it when you're low on health and you do it on all the jumps and he sounds like he's dying? It's just like, oh, wow, yo-ho. It's like, don't worry, Mario, we're gonna do it.
I'm just gonna go underwater and come back up, and then you have health again. It's fine.
It would be, yeah, that is one way to do it. It would be funny as hell though. You jump into the water to do that, and then you like lose control. You don't see it, but then he floats back up face down. You're like, oh,
Oh no!
Mario, please.
Then you don't respawn as well. That's just your save file over there now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of that.
Just face down in the water.
The Pinocchio. Have you seen the Pinocchio face down in the water image? I'm just thinking about that, but with Mario.
Yeah.
Mr. Longbone of Muslington Abbey, you gay, you massive faggot. Oh my god. I forgot that you can get that through with YouTube's special thingy, because yeah, that's pretty much in no word territory. Does that break TOS? I don't know. Obviously it does on Twitch. I don't think it does on YouTube
Does on
yet,
Twitch,
right?
yeah.
I don't think it does yet. I'm not sure.
Give it time.
Give it time.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that I think will be soon.
Probably. Yeah.
Soon, yeah.
It's the big offensive. My Doom Eternal Battle Mode tier list. Top, Archville and Marauder. Middle, Mancubus and Pain Eternal. Bottom is Revenant. I don't know exactly what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what the rankings really are referring to.
Despite pained wrist-tisms, I had to switch to mouse and keyboard to stand a chance in Nightmare Mode in Doom Eternal. I just take lots of Tylenol, my liver will understand. Will it, though? And, yeah, man.
Why would you be in pain?
I guess their wrists are in pain from doing other... Maybe they draw? Maybe they... I mean, fuck, my wrists have probably been fucked up by so much editing. Get some of that beautiful RSI every once in a while. Fringy, you've probably experienced some of that, right?
A little bit, yeah.
It's only gonna get worse as we get older, yay!
Awesome.
Today I heard you mention Skins on the real BBC and it made me coom a teeny bit. One of my favorite shows. What do you think of it? I mean, I watched season 1 and possibly 2 when it was coming out. I don't remember hating it. I remember having fun with it, but I don't know how it went. I don't know if there was more seasons than that, and I just remember it was crazy to see the protagonist of Skins turn out to be Beast in First Class. And then he ended up being... Nicholas Hoult is in like lots of stuff now. He's like a... He was in Mad Max Fury Road. He was in all the X-Men newer ones.
Yeah, he was.
Right. Oh wait, I just came first and I didn't unlock anything. I guess I did that one already. Fair enough. What I'm trying to say is doing EFAP movies on Avengers, you massives. Also, hi again, Rags and Shadman.
Hello.
I think Shadman and Shadiversity are two very different people, okay?
Oh, that is very true.
And as for an EFAP movies on Avengers, you guys will probably get an MCU EFAP arc at some point, or we'll go through the lot. That's probably the only way we're going to be watching Shang-Chi. Except for Fringy, because he's a trooper. UK hired a good actor to pretend he's Australian to progress that lie that Australia exists. The voice actor had 3 channels on YouTube, Robot Head, Internet Historian, and Meme Repository. Damn, that covers most of them, yeah. So how do you explain the Fringy guy?
You don't.
Exactly.
Unless you're just another operative? I don't know. In America...
I mean, do we really know... Do we even know Fringy actually exists? Just saying.
Uh-oh.
I mean, you guys have all been reacting to him. I'm assuming he's real.
Wait, he's in your head too?
Fringy, say something that only you would know that none of us would know, but that we can verify.
No. I don't know.
Oh, checkmate
Oh,
already.
yeah, you kind of nailed it. Alright, I believe Shad.
See, told ya. I do hear that this Fringy loves jetpacks, so...
Jetpacks are cool.
I can agree with that, yeah. In America, more than 90% coin pouches are female-only items. Well, that's fucking the men's loss, then. Favorite breed of dog? I like English bulldogs.
Australian Kelpies are really cool.
Well, I mean, I think you might be able to guess.
Is it an Afghan hound?
Oh no, those are those weird looking ones. No.
those are the really weird looking ones. And they can't even swim.
Okay.
Oh,
Can they
Mel,
not?
I'm disappointing you. You've seen the movie twice.
I'm embarrassed. I don't.
You should be, because the last time we watched it was like 2 days ago.
Dang it.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting until someone helps you out. I just play my Mario Kart until they do.
You're
Someone-
just paddling there, you know, like
someone
you're
in chat
drowning and
knows.
nobody's...
A couple of people in chat know that you can get your answers from there.
I don't have chat open right now.
Oh no, Mel really is drowning.
Oh, fuck. We watched Suicide Squad. It's the only movie I've seen this week. I'm a fucking idiot.
Yes.
It should have been hint enough.
I thought you guys would all get it when I said Afghan hound.
Oh, I thought, yeah, it's in the Suicide Squad. It's one of the things they mistake Weasel for, but I thought you were talking about like just an Afghan hound.
No, when I said they can't swim, I figured that would have been the big, you know.
Oh, I gotcha.
I just like the idea that Mel was like, really? They can't swim? Okay, I don't know why that. What does that have to do with anything? Like, what? Seems mean. Do you have a favorite? Oh wait, yeah, Shad. Do you have a favorite type of dog?
I mean, there's dogs. Yeah, I like huskies, border collies.
Huskies are wonderful.
Yeah. And there's dog breeds that I really don't like. I hate pugs.
What, like terriers?
No, pugs. It looks like their face has just been slammed into a wall. It's like,
I feel bad
Genetically,
for
they
pugs.
have
I
been.
feel like...
I feel
Yeah.
I feel bad for him. I don't hate him. I just feel really bad for him.
I feel very... I just like normal-looking dogs. The dogs that look like they actually did descend from wolves. So, like, Kelpies, Huskies, German Shepherds, Labradors. Those are all the... Shiba Inus are all... I think Shiba Inu... I remember... Do you remember the game Nintendogs? Do any of you remember
I
that?
do. Yeah, I do.
I never played it, but I do remember that game, yeah.
Yeah, the dog I got was a Shiba. I thought they were really neat in that game.
And then there's like super adorable ones. I find the Andrex puppy to be adorable.
I really like corgis as well. They're kind of they're I don't really like small dogs a lot of the time, but corgis are they're little fluff balls.
Oh, and for the record, I really like Yorkshire Terriers. I find them adorable too.
Oh yeah, no, I actually don't hate terriers at all. But
Yeah, you
there
do.
are certain types of terriers that I don't like at all. The specific terriers. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
What was I'm just trying to think of other more obscure. I do really like Kelpies though. I think long term in the future I would eventually want to get one. I just would want to, if I did that, I'd want to live on a big property, like enough room for it to run around and do stuff.
Kelpie makes me think of fish.
Well, I guess I can understand why, but it ain't a fish. It's the dog. He's a good old Australian farm dog.
I mean, a Kelpie could probably eat kelp, right?
I imagine it would eat kelp and do
Yeah.
it with a smile on its face.
Yeah, you'd be having fun.
The most famous Kelpie is, of course, Red Dog, the national treasure. Do you guys know about Red Dog?
You talking about Clifford, or are you talking about someone else?
No,
just-
no.
So you're
it's
talking
called-
about the movie?
I'm talk-
You're talking about the movie?
Well, the movie based on the real Red Dog, yes. Oh, well, basically, yeah, so Red Dog is like it was a Kelpie who, he belonged to, I believe it was an American. I can't remember if he died or if he left. But this little doggo went on an adventure like all across Australia. I think he even went to other countries just got on boats looking for his owner. He got all over the place. They built a statue for him in the town that he came from.
Oh.
So when you go there, they got a little statue of this doggo. It reminds me a lot of Greyfriars. Is that what it was called? What the one in Scotland who sat by the grave for like 9 years? What was that dog called? Oh my god!
I think you know. I want to make a joke. He's called Seymour.
Yeah. Seymour has a statue there in Edinburgh. I actually want to double check the Red Dog story. I want to read this out for you. Let's see. Coco was the name of the Coco was the dog that played Red Dog in the film. There he is. So, Red Dog was believed to have been born in the town of Haraburdu in Western Australia in 1971. He had a whole bunch of names, but Colin Cummings, believed to be his first owner, brought him to Dampier. The nickname Red Dog has been attributed to the red dirt of the Pirabilla region, although Red Dog is a common nickname for red kelpies and healers, much in the same way as Blue Dog or Bluey is a common nickname for Australian cattle dog. His second owner, John Stasinelli, a bus driver with Hamarsley Iron, who took the dog with him in his bus. With John, Red Dog travelled as far as Perth, Broome, Roseburn, Port Sampson, and Port Hedland. For reference, that is a significant distance to travel. Following Stasinelli's death in 1975, Red Dog spent a lot of time travelling on his own. He was also taken in by many members of the community and a veterinarian who treated him. Each time he visited the vet, it was with a new owner. Red was made a member of the Dampier Salt Sport and Social Club and the Transport Workers Union, and was also given a bank account in the Bank of New South Wales, which was said to have used him as a mascot with the slogan, "If Red banks at the whales, you can too." Oh damn, this is sad. Although Red Dog was well liked, it was believed that he was deliberately poisoned in 1979. But he was... Yeah, and he, there are a bunch of poems written about him. He's got a statue in the town. Yeah, everybody liked him. He was a little community dog. Just, he's just hanging around, and he went on adventures.
What a cool dog.
It is fun to think about these stories of, like, these animals that probably unknowingly have created this massive legacy for themselves, far outstripping that of most people.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting, and they did it all by accident.
I prefer Mario Kart on the SNES. Metal equals Hosenscheibe. I don't know if that's offensive, Metal. I'm sorry if it is.
I'm not a big fan of Super Mario Kart. It's okay, but yeah.
I don't think I ever played the SNES one.
It's yeah, it's fun. It's just that it's I think that the series benefited greatly from the transition to 3D.
Morley, you're a Lisbonius now. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
Yeah.
In chat, probably unknowingly. Yes, probably unknowingly. Who knows what dogs know?
Yeah.
I do.
Rags does.
Wow. We'll share the secrets.
Nope.
Okay, well then you can't get upset if I don't want to share the secrets of the goo, okay?
Not upset.
Okay.
He's just disappointed.
You know, sometimes it feels like you are.
Wow,
It's
silence.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Found you guys from your reviews on Star Wars. I loved your commentary on Batwoman and just finished watching your Lord of the Rings defense. Much love. Hey. Yeah, all kinds of bits and bobs to grab from EFAP at this
right
point.
in front of a banana.
I did. Maybe I did it for a reason, Fringy.
Well,
to prove a point.
Drop it. You got dropped in front of it.
Oh,
That's
no.
unfair.
No, I had to commit to that because I think that it's time that if I start taking the hits on purpose, then the other, you know, kart drivers will start feeling guilty and maybe stop trying to hurt each other. You know, like, stop this violence. Just fucking race, you know? Just do your own thing. You don't have to attack people all the time. Man, that would be a weird variable, wouldn't it? Like, You have to. There's like a modifier where everything's the same rules-wise, well, item-wise. But if you hurt another driver at any point, you lose automatically.
Oh.
What was that?
Chad telling himself he had a text message.
Oh.
Oh, you actually heard that. You hear my phone, but not me.
Well, no, we heard you talking about your phone. Unless your text message notification is you going, text message. Which would be weird, but not, you know, impossible. Chad, it's weird that you do that, but I'm not going to tell anyone, don't worry.
Someone wants to communicate with you, but not urgently.
But yeah, glad you found us and hope you're having fun. I figure at this point, if you type in EFAP and then a particular thing you like or a selection, you'll probably find something that we've covered that you have interest in. Maybe. I accidentally bought the plushies separately. Oh, that means you don't get the discount. That's how that works. I'm sorry. Does anyone here watch Survivor? So addicting.
Oh.
Surviving? I'm addicted to surviving.
I mean, it was Survivor, like Survivor, but I don't watch that either. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, so many references we're not getting today.
Yeah, stop it, chat.
Will we ever get Blind Manor coverage? Also, are you as excited for Midnight Mass as I am? The answer to both of those is yes.
Yes. Very excited for it.
Yes.
Because Blind Manor was incredible.
I would like more.
Boring.
Shut up, Meadow.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But yes, we'll be watching it. And I assume we'll be watching it in October times. Do you guys remember when we'd finished, I think, was it 6 episodes of Bly, and then it was like two people wanted to go to sleep, and we were like,
no, come back.
Yeah. It was Jay.
Jay was definitely
No,
one.
didn't we get to episode 5 and then I had to leave? Like, I had to?
Was it? I just remember that we wanted to carry on, that's all.
Yeah, no, I do remember that.
Dude, I love it when I love content so much that I get that experience where I'm just like, I must see more, I need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
feels good, man.
Feels good, man. Oh, that was a mistake. If Shad is still in Montreal, he should Google Le Dragon Rouge. It's a medieval-themed restaurant, tad expensive, but the atmosphere is fantastic.
Literally going there tonight for dinner. I'm not kidding.
Whoa.
Well, there you
Wow, my God.
Who wrote this?
God.
Oh my goodness, the simulation is breaking down. Forgets who has the cheat codes.
And I mean, and like, I'm actually gonna have to say goodbye to you guys in like half an hour to an hour, because that's where I'm going. I'll be going to dinner
boy.
at Le Dragon Rouge.
Nice. Well, you have to tell us all about it.
What does that translate
well.
to?
Red Dragon?
Rouge Dragon.
Oh, right, okay.
Maybe it's referencing the Welsh Dragon.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh.
What, you're saying that you've or alternatively, the Welsh dragon was appropriated from this specific place in Montreal?
Potentially. I can't know for sure. I bought both plushies for my daughter. I'm going to settle the ongoing debate of who is cuter between Rags and Mauler, once and for all, using science.
It's me.
I somehow doubt your daughter's going to find the Lovecraftian plushie cuter than the dog, but we'll see.
My daughter might be a freak.
Wow. No, I welcome all who find Cthulhu cute. That's totally fair. Hi, Rags.
Hi!
Oh my god, that was a loud one. Can you give me your pitch on why Paladins is better than Overwatch?
Oh, so I think there's a bit more customizability to Paladins, and in a way it's, I don't know, I've been frustrated like the last couple times I've played it. I feel like there's a lot of just cheap character. I don't know. I think it's better, but like I've played it a decent amount, and I think I've mostly enjoyed it, but it's like there's customizability for characters in terms of builds and stuff, but I feel like half the characters are just cheap, and there's a lot of bullshit in the game. Like, in terms of characters who could just, like, leave, they could press a button and teleport away or run away from you. And a lot of the game is based off of trying to outnumber the opponent in terms of, can I do more sheer damage than their healers can heal them and that sort of thing. There's a lot of meta combinations of things, and I don't know. I would rather play it than Overwatch, but I don't know. I haven't really given it like a lot of thought. I just know the last couple times I've played it, we just quit because we got fucking frustrated.
They followed up with saying got into Overwatch this year, but it doesn't seem worth it until the second one comes out. I don't know actually anything about that. Are they making a second Overwatch?
Yeah, they're making Overwatch 2, which is just like an extra mode for Overwatch.
I was gonna say, like, you guys remember when they did that with Left 4 Dead? Admittedly, Left 4 Dead 2 is the better out of the two, but man, that was a weird time because it really felt like they'd just not made much difference. Felt like DLC. But hopefully Overwatch 2 will have significant difference.
Well, they are adding a story mode, but I don't know how much that's worth.
With everything, Fringy. You like stories, don't you?
I do like stories. I'm not sure how much I like Overwatch's story, though. Like, I like The Last Bastion a hell of a lot. Like, I really enjoy that.
Yeah, The Last Bastion is great.
I don't know, the rest of it, I've sort of changed my mind on a lot of those shorts. I'm like, they're neat, but like, they're not super impressive in terms of... I like The Last Bastion, I like Dragons, and I don't know if I could qualify the other ones as being that great.
I recommend the standalone Transformers vs. Terminator comic. Cleverly spliced story of two franchises, a Terminator that isn't depowered and a T1 version Sarah Connor that even manages to get a kill in. Transformers vs. Terminator.
Well,
Yeah,
like, which one?
I don't know, this is all it says.
You'd think Transformers would win pretty easily.
I think so, yeah, because like they have quite the weaponry.
Exactly, and the size. Optimus would just be able to pick a Terminator up and rip it in half. You'd think.
And toss it into space. Just be like, bye.
See ya.
That would count as a win, I'm sure. Have you watched The Thick of It with Peter Capaldi? No, but I've seen clips and it looks funny. I'm assuming everyone else here has not seen it.
I haven't seen it. But it's by Game of Thrones, right? Not Game of Thrones, House of Cards.
I don't know, but maybe.
I think it did.
A chance meeting leads to the breach of taboos, their eyes pregnant with passion. Fringy eagerly deposits his goo into Metal's wanton blowhole.
No.
No.
They're
No,
both
that's
saying no. Is that all?
No, you liar.
Is it still canon, even if you guys say no?
Yeah, wait.
It's not canon. It never happened.
Alright. Sorry, Super Chatter. Shad, what do you think of Ender's Game book series and the terrible movie?
I love the book series. Ender's Game, of course, absolutely phenomenal. Speak of the Dead, some of the most insightful and creative kind of exploration and portrayal of alien life forms, and how if it really goes along a completely different evolutionary path, but it still follows its natural kind of progression, how different kind of the creatures would end up. Also, Scott Card is, I feel, one of the greatest writers of the modern generation, and he does not get the credit he deserves. And so yeah, and then so the Bean series, when you follow, because Speak of the Dead happens so much after Ender's Game, and then he wrote several books kind of in between that are the more chronological sequels and stuff. Really, really enjoyable. He is a master of sci-fi, also Scott Card. The movie, of course, was disappointing. It doesn't hold a candle to the book. Yet, as just a movie by itself, I found it enjoyable. If I was to just rate it on its own. but judged against the book, nah, it doesn't come close.
Orson Scott Card is people don't like him, right? Like some people don't
It's
like
because
him.
he was outspoken. He was very vocally outspoken against gay marriage, and then people maligned him as the devil as a result. And he literally got pilloried. He's one of the first victims of cancel culture before people actually started to push back against the crap. He's actually a tremendously kind and thoughtful person. I've followed him for a long time, reading his reviews and vlogs and stuff, and you can just even if you see how he represents other religions and stuff in his book, like in Ender's Game itself, you can actually see he's a very open and considerate person. He's also just has his strong religious beliefs.
Okay,
look,
I mean, I don't like that take, but
yeah,
it's not
a pretty
that big a
shit
deal.
take.
But
Well, has he
I guess
since...
it's just
Does he
separate the art from the artist, I guess.
does
right?
he maintain that position, or?
Oh, what take? That he
the gay marriage one?
the gay marriage one. I mean, I think he's. I don't know. The most recent thing he said on it was when the law passed. He said, "Yeah, the argument's over now. Now it's become the law of the land, and that's the end of the discussion." Basically, is the last thing he said on the matter.
Okay.
So he has
yeah.
Which is fine.
Hold on. I'm just because I'm just on good old Wikipedia because I'm not super familiar with all this. Yeah, I think his take sucks actually as I'm reading it, but like it's yeah, it's whatever, right? I haven't read Ender's Game. That's the one where it's like they play video games to like prepare to fight a bunch of aliens, right? Is that like sort of the
young kid recruited into kind of like a battle training school, and to prepare for an alien invasion. And I won't spoil the twist, but it has just a phenomenal twist.
I think I might own that book actually. I'm not sure. I think I bought it because it's like one of those almost feels like required reading sort of things.
Oh, totally. Like if you're interested in sci-fi, Ender's Game is like one of the greatest ever written series.
I will have to put it on the list.
You should watch all of Skins sometimes. There were 7 seasons, and the characters get switched out every 2 seasons. Season 7, 6 episodes that show us what selected characters have been up to. Good rat. Oh, that is an interesting little format. Yeah, maybe someday. Shad, love you and your book. Very excited for the short film. Always thought your book would be great as an animated series. Would you ever try that?
Yeah, if it ever came as a possibility. I actually think it would translate quite well into anime. There are certain kind of action sequences that I think anime would be able to just go nuts with the way that they're able to just do really over-the-top stuff at times. So yeah, it has crossed my mind, and I think it would translate really pretty cool into an animation. Don't know if it'll ever come about, because I would need to get the book translated into, Japanese first or something. But in terms of a Western animation studio, I don't know. See, I'm more skeptical if they could do it justice, but there's a couple of good ones that could probably do an interesting job with it. It would work better in terms of like when being produced in in English-speaking things. I think it would work better as a movie or a TV series, which is we're actually exploring the possibility of pitching the Shadow the Conqueror as a TV series or film to some potential investors or studios. We'll see.
I think.
Crocodile versus tiger-sized brown recluse spider. Oh my god.
Say the matchup one more time.
Crocodile versus tiger-sized brown recluse spider.
Crocodile-sized brown recluse. So if the brown recluse can't penetrate the crocodile's hide, I don't think it'll have any kill potential.
Yeah, I mean, first thought would be crocodile, but maybe it's because I don't know enough about the brown recluse to know what kind of danger it would be to the crocodile, I guess. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I'm really not certain.
I'm gonna go with the crocodile for now, though.
I think I'm gonna go with a crocodile as well, because I'm just not convinced a brown recluse can essentially kill it.
Have you guys seen Cromwell from 1970, starring Richard Harris and Alec Guinness? If yes, what do you think of it? I have not.
I have not seen that
I have either.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no.
Nah.
Toad, Toadette, and Toadcott. Let's get that. Wait, I think I already... Oh, fuck it, whatever. Love how Ritual of Chud was useless in It Part 2. Ritual of Chud?
I have no idea what that is.
How many of you guys seen It Part 2 here?
I haven't seen either of them.
I have not seen it, no.
I still think I'd recommend the first one. The second one was a little bit meh. Bill
It's-
Hader's in the second one, Fringy. There you go.
Oh, okay.
It's like-
I don't know what I'm meant to do with that. I mean, I
Like-
think he's a pretty good actor.
yeah. It's kind of interesting, like, because did he start out on Saturday Night Live?
He did. He did some lines. He was briefly in the writers' room for South Park for like a couple of seasons.
Hmm. He was also the voice of someone from... It was Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, right? Rags, you...
I think he does a lot of voice acting.
Bill Hader?
Yeah.
I think he was Flint.
That's the main character,
protagonist,
right?
Flint
Yeah.
Lockwood, yeah. Flint Lockwood.
Fringy, thoughts on Tenet 2020 and The Evil Within?
I have not watched Tenet, nor have I played The Evil Within, so I have no thoughts on either of them.
I've played Evil
I
Within.
have played
but
the
it was
second Evil Within, and I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I would recommend it.
I've been told it's better than the first one. I wasn't a fan of the first one. Some stuff I liked in
the
there.
director of Resident Evil 4, right?
Oh, I think so, yeah. I remember that being part of the marketing. And yeah, Tenet, all of us haven't seen that yet. We'll have to do that at some point.
I've seen it.
Oh, does that count?
In this. Fuck you. No, it doesn't count.
You loved it, right? It was your favorite?
I was entertained, but I think it's very confusing, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
Wow.
It was the last movie I watched in the cinema, actually.
Damn.
Tenet? Yeah, I hear regularly that it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Is it that, or is it that everyone doesn't understand it?
It could be that, but I feel like if the director is the only person who understands it,
There's like one guy out there who understands it. Come on.
there's one guy who understands it. Maybe. Oh, what if it was like a random cameraman or a lightings guy, and he's just shocked that nobody else gets it, but he's the
It's
only
like, no,
person
seriously, it
who
made loads of
doesn't.
sense. It was really good. You guys are haters.
Those haters.
You guys don't get it?
Don't you get it?
I can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah, that part really blows my mind. That all the fucking directors that consistently fucks up sound, it's Nolan. It's like, how? I really want to be in the room when they decided to commit to the stupid Batman voice. I want to see Nolan defending it. Like, no, seriously, it'll be great. We got to split up because we fought that one time. I think that's referencing it. Blame rich people for modern pugs' looks and problems. If you look back 100 years ago, they did not look like that. I'm not gonna blame...
Yeah, you said that.
I blame people. Like, plenty of people encourage that industry.
What I was gonna say is that you do see those pictures of of animals about 100 years ago, and like how they've been kind of destroyed.
Yeah.
Apparently German Shepherds, a lot of them, their back tapers down a lot, and that just makes it difficult for them. And then you got like, I think beagles have spinal issues, and yeah, like these animals, they looked fine 100 years ago, but then they got bred completely into something else.
And it makes me sad.
It makes me really sad that we would do that because we want the dog to look a certain way.
Well, it's weird to me because like they'll often say like it looks cuter, and it's like it doesn't though.
I don't think it looks cuter, and also it's harder for it to be alive.
Exactly.
Like, its life is a lot harder.
I don't find it cute when they die.
Well, yeah. I guess it's like I actually do have kind of a quite negative opinion on like just breeding dogs in general and participating in it. I really don't like it.
Well, I'm fine with it if it's not, like, if it doesn't hurt him or anything.
Well, yeah, sure, but I mean, I guess that there's more than that, right? Isn't the whole thing that there are just like a lot of dogs that get bred? It's like, oh, they're not cute enough, and then they die, they get put down. Just like that, there's a lot of dogs that get churned out, and a lot of them don't get adopted or picked up, and then they just get killed.
That's what you mean. Yeah, I'm against that.
Yeah, no, I hate that, but unfortunately that's like what happens when that's the system that's in place in terms of people wanting to get dogs bred, right? Ooh. So it's like it's a natural consequence of that system.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like cats don't have this problem. You know, cats just
it depends on what the... Yeah, I think it depends on what the end goal is, because dogs get a lot of selective breeding for cuteness and stuff. But I mean, on the inverse, look at horses. Like horses have become bigger and stronger, and because they started out tiny little things, and now they're huge.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, because of course, like selective breeding is kind of what created dogs in the first place. But it seems like we went from really good results where we had like really healthy, strong dogs that were friendly to people and could do stuff like wrangle sheep, to these dogs that could not survive on their own.
Yeah, they're designed to be kept in like a bag that you just go, look at my dog, isn't it cute?
And it always feels like, I guess it always feels a bit weird that it's almost like we're not respecting the animal by trying to keep it, you know, as a self-sufficient being, that we had to turn it into something that is...
You're almost connecting us to Jurassic Park, where it's like, you're trying to harness nature. Stop it. Let it be its own thing.
I feel like it's not even harnessing nature, it's like, it's kind of squandering it, because like, we're removing all these really cool aspects of dogs just to make them look a certain way, when the dogs that we have are perfectly fine. Like, I think that normal-looking dogs are neat, you know? We don't need to have all these crazy breeds of dogs that, like, can't walk and need to get their spines operated on every couple of years.
I'm fine with, as long as, if it doesn't create, like, health issues and that sort of thing for the animal, I'm fine with selective breeding.
Sure,
but
a lot of the time it seems to, though. Like, pugs,
that's the
short-snouted dog, like, from what I understand, pretty much every short-snouted dog has a lot of difficulties.
What if we make changes so that it is absolutely healthy and fine, if not literally lives a little bit longer, but simultaneously cannot survive in the wild without human... Well, it just can't survive without humans.
I guess... I'm not sure how I feel about that, because I always get the concern... I guess the problem is that we don't just release dogs out into the wild, you know, if they don't get adopted or anything.
If there was a situation where, because they lived with people their entire lives, and they don't exist in the wild at all. So in that sense, being able to survive in the wild doesn't have any like point in that sense. So as long as, because there's plenty of like plants and stuff that just do not exist out in the wild, and
of course. It's something like wheat. Wheat is from from like the Middle East. That's where it came from. But wheat, I might be wrong about that.
Oh, we're talking about the corn documentary that I mentioned earlier.
You always find a way to get back to the corn documentary.
Look, corn is interesting, I will say.
I'm not denying the interest in corn. I would never.
But I guess that example, right, of like wheat came from one place in the world and now it is everywhere in the world and it's incredibly useful. And in fact, the presence of wheat everywhere has made it to where there are a lot of societies that can actually, you know, like farm and do that and have stable, somewhat stable food sources. So I guess that's one to think about in terms of like the benefits of creating things that are kind of entirely dependent on our survival. I guess it's the idea would be that as long as we assume that human beings are going to be around for a while, then yeah, I guess
as long as you don't, if I'm fine with the idea of making an animal that can only exist in captivity, if you take care of them as a result, like you now have a responsibility in a sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I absolutely agree. If you take on an animal, you're responsible for that animal's well-being.
I got the impression,
and
by listening to what you said, Frank, that you were more appealing to they lose attributes, and that alone is a bad. Like,
I don't think I could possibly say that while also being like a hardcore, I want us to go into AI, I want us to build like cybernetic parts, I want us to basically try and control our own evolution in a certain sense, like not in the, like in terms of pushing ourselves forward and trying to improve ourselves and things like that. I don't think I could have that stance while also saying, but nah, animals, you know, just the way they are, you know?
More of an errant thought then, because I found it interesting, that's all.
I guess... Go ahead, Shad.
Oh yeah, just an interesting side to this about the morality of creating human-dependent animals is that it doesn't necessarily come from like a malicious beginning where humans like animals, the animal like the humans because the human is feeding them, they don't need a hunt, and then the animals are actually choosing to stay with the humans as much as the humans wanting them, and then the natural byproduct of their cushy life ends up being the evolution that they become wholly dependent on. They lose the attributes needed to stay alive independently. And so it's just an interesting thing that this was also done by the choice of the animals because they also kind of preferred that outcome as well.
Now that is an interesting point that you raised there, because you're right, like it started off as a mutually beneficial relationship. But then you have to think about, like, for instance, a lot of animals in the modern day, like, is the cow, the cow is incredibly evolutionarily successful, at least if the only metric for success is how many of you are there. But the average cow,
health of, I think the average health of the animal and its longevity.
Well, that's where I'm going, right? Is that if you look at it purely from a numbers game of how many of them are you, if that's what evolutionary success looks like, then cows are incredibly successful. But if we're talking about how happy these animals are, cows are not very successful at all. I'm sure that the average cow.
If they're treated until they die, I mean, look.
Well, it's the whole idea that, like, for instance, the chicken, right? Like, a lot of chickens get kept in like these tiny little cages.
There are horrible conditions.
Yeah,
chickens.
but yeah, that's
I guess
bad.
That's what I'm getting at, right? Is like the average chicken probably would have been better off out in the wild doing its own thing than where it is right now. It has provided everything that it needs to live, but not live happily or comfortably. And it's kind of the issue of the psychological needs of animals, you know, all animals, including humans. It's just, it's not really accounted for in just keeping everything alive and existing. Wild cows would stand no chance against predators. That doesn't change anything that I've said. What do you mean? That wild cows existed for a long time. Like, and even then, that's not... There are animals that have predators that would probably be better off psychologically existing out in the wild than living in captivity. I don't know.
And cows are capable of defending themselves to a certain extent, especially the bulls and stuff. Like,
I'm sure they are. Yeah.
Yeah, like we used to cross a paddock on our way back from getting dropped off at the bus stop, and my brother got chased by a couple of cows once, and it wasn't the bulls; they were just the cows, and he totally got freaked out. He came home crying. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I gotta call someone out in chat. It's a chicken. Who gives a damn? I don't care about the comfort of chickens. What's your problem? Like,
oh my god.
I don't know why you would be completely and utterly like indifferent to the welfare of animals.
I mean,
hopefully that's not what you meant.
I'd be curious to extend that to dogs, and then you know.
Well, I mean, that's when you get into the real black pill, isn't it? When it comes to like the welfare of animals.
Everyone watch Blackfish. It's a documentary about how is it SeaWorld or whatever the fuck in America treated orcas. It is so fucking sad.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just really sad. You just watch it and you just get really sad about the state of the world with animal care.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
Well, I mean, it's. I don't disagree. I don't know. So here's the thing. Like, you can simultaneously be like, yeah, I'm okay with just, I don't know, like meat consumption and stuff like that, while also not wanting the animals to suffer horrendously in the process.
Yeah.
Those are two entirely... They are not contradictory things at all.
That's what I was referencing before as battery chickens. I'm pretty sure that's what they're called, where they're basically just born and bred to be eaten, and they don't have happiness whatsoever.
No, they just exist to die. But not even exist to die in like, hey, well, at least you get like a solid few years of just roaming around and stuff. But yeah.
So question, what if we could engineer through evolution of some kind a chicken that was mostly brain dead and its only function was to
oh my god,
eat,
Bojack.
basically?
Bojack, but, you know, I'll do you one better. Bojack did a thing, except it doesn't make sense because Bojack is in a world where chickens are like human beings, basically, so it doesn't really make any sense. But I mean, I feel like this is it feels like the inevitable endpoint is that we just are able to organically grow meat.
Yeah, we're already getting there, right?
An animal. That feels like the natural endpoint.
I've seen some kind of fake meats that are actually really close because, I mean, animals essentially convert like organic matter into meat, like cows eat grass and stuff and hay, but there's a mix, but still they're essentially converting that type of input into meat. And so, you know, people are starting to try and figure out almost close ones. And I think, yeah, you're right. The end result would be able to make it ourselves artificially, but actually have it.
Yeah. And have it be basically meat, like not have it be a meat substitute,
exactly.
But that we're actually getting to the point where it is basically meat.
But you can't tell. Yeah.
I think that probably would be ideal. That would.
Well, yeah, and if it becomes way cheaper and way more efficient, then that's going to change the world.
Oh yeah. As soon as it becomes cheaper, and if it tastes just as good, it'll flip on a dime instantly. Like.
Yeah, a few things in chat. The idea that chickens suffer from captivity is just silly. I don't know if you've seen, like, the videos, my dude, but it ain't a fucking nice life living in a battery farm.
Yeah, the ones I've seen, they're literally in cages that are only slightly bigger than them.
They can't move.
Yeah.
They basically can't move. They sit there to grow and then die. I doubt that the chicken's like, hey, this is great, man. I'm having a great time. And there was another one. Do prey animals live comfortable lives in nature? I'm not sure that it's like a matter of comfort. It's kind of like if you've developed as an animal to be a prey animal, I wonder what that means psychologically in terms of the things that you value and care about. The impression that I get is that the lives of a deer is basically la 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 la, eating grass. Oh no, a wolf. Oh no, and then it runs away. And then as soon as the wolf's gone, it's like, ah, yay, grass. I'm so happy. That's the impression I get. I could be totally wrong, but, you know.
Yeah, and then when they're in the cages, they're forever waiting to be like, when are we doing the walking around stuff?
Don't look up veal. I saw the South Park episode on veal. That was like, that was one of them. Oh, God. Like, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the answer, of course, is like free-range chickens and stuff, which there's a lot of farmers and companies doing that, and that's a perfectly appropriate answer. But there are there are chicken farms that have them locked in like pitch black sheds with no grass or anything, and they are piled in shoulder to shoulder, and they have so many hormones to grow bigger, breast meat and stuff, that they're so fat that they can't even walk. And they're just kind of just flailing about in crap, just in their own feces, in this pitch black shed. It's pretty.
It is basically just the clear example of survival does not equate to like happiness in terms of just the that there is a distinction between the two when it comes to especially animal. Like, it doesn't really matter how happy they are because they can be, you know, turned into massive meat and then sold, and then you just keep the cycle going over and over.
Look what just happened.
What? Let me see.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. That was incredibly lucky.
That was all planned.
If intelligence is important, that's why I'm against eating octopus and pigs the same way most people would be against eating dogs. Yeah, pigs is the one that I'm starting to get a little complicated on. I'm not sure how I feel about that anymore. I don't know. Pigs are apparently quite intelligent. I know octopus are intelligent. They use tools. That's
So,
really
question.
Yeah?
Would you object to eating dog and, like, if it was humanely, you know, cut up
Well,
and,
you
like,
see,
a life ended normally?
This is what I'm talking about. This is where, like, it starts getting weird. It's like, I would not like the idea of eating a dog. I was like, but you would like the idea of eating a pig? Or conversely, well, what's the problem? Like, it's a dog, right? So then you have to start trying to figure out where your standards
Get your principles in place.
You gotta get your yeah.
And that gets real complicated. I've listened to loads of vegan meat eater debates, and it's that's a tough one.
What do you think about other people eating pigs and be honest, Spring, even if it will make you sound like a vegan? Dude, like, pork and bacon is my favorite meat. I really like pork, I really like ham, and I really like bacon. But I also like pigs, just as animals. So that's the part where you're just like, I'm just trying to figure it out. I think it's difficult because it's just the whole thing of like, well, humans are omnivores, and that's how that's how we got here. We ate meat, and meat is delicious. But also, what are our obligations to just animals in general? Do we, as people, want to assume the position of, hey, let's basically be like Earth's custodians and try and take care of it, and take care of the things that live on it. At least not, or to an extent that is reasonable, not to the point where we're like significantly compromising our ability to improve as ourselves as well. I don't know. Feels like a difficult thing to reconcile. That's all. It's tough to try and figure out how to keep your principles in order.
The super chat that just came up is just Fringy, a pig would eat you, so don't sweat it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that like lots of animals would eat the dead version of me.
Snatch, using pigs is a great way to get rid of bodies.
Yeah, but I mean that's not like, I don't know if that's my metric for whether or not I should help an animal.
Will they eat me?
Yeah.
I do feel because of our greater capacity for empathy and understanding, there is a stronger responsibility on us as humans than
I think
what
so.
we could
Yeah,
put on animals.
Yeah,
I think so.
we should hold ourselves to a higher standard.
We have the intelligence and the means to do it, where other animals don't. So I think that we should. Like, I don't think that's unreasonable at all as a position.
Very well. Rags is right. Dead Space 1 is weird on PC.
It is.
That is the.
If any of y'all have played it, it is wonky on PC. That was right, but that was before. Now, Dead Space 2 and 3, they play great on PC.
I was gonna say, what's the main criticism? Because I think I played it on
just
PC.
Kind of everything from the controlling, from aiming when it comes to a mouse, to the physics breaking when the FPS gets like anything over, X amount. There's some flizzerism.
It's not a good port.
Yeah. But this was back in the day where it was like legitimately like, we don't fucking care about PC ports. Fuck it.
Man, I
like,
fucking.
there's money to be made.
I'm so glad we're past that era. Well, almost.
Me
I don't know.
too.
I remember having
I think we are for the
trouble
most
streaming
part.
it because it just didn't work. Like the resolution was all fucked up when I tried to stream it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doom and gloom about video games. One of the really good things, especially in terms of modern video games, is that pretty much when it comes to like PC ports, a lot of them aren't even ports, and generally they tend to be pretty good. I think companies are starting to finally just like
Warner
decide
Brothers.
they like money.
Warner Brothers like the worst, or one of the worst
When it comes to
ports.
Absolutely, they're one of the worst when it comes to ports. Yeah. Mortal Kombat X and 11, Batman Arkham Knight. I guess The Witcher 3 was a pretty good port, but that feels like more of a Project Red thing.
A port to what?
Well, like, I wouldn't call The Witcher 3 actually on PC a port. Like, the console versions are more like a port. It was just the idea of the PC version of their game was pretty good, and that was published by Warner Brothers. In some countries, I think.
Well, yeah.
In some countries, like it had localization issues, or
No,
some countries
like,
just got better.
Oh, no. I'm saying Warner Brothers, the publisher, the games publisher, is pretty bad when it comes to PC ports, but The Witcher 3, which I think was distributed in some regions by Warner Brothers, is a pretty good, version on PC. That's basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let me double check that though. Yeah, Witcher 3 was. Oh no, it was published by CD Projekt. Okay, I thought it was distributed by Warner Brothers. All right. Here you go.
Remember Balto, Balto 2, Balto 3, Balto 4, and Balto 5?
I never saw those.
I've not seen them either.
That was just some of the movies I never ended up seeing the Balto movies. I haven't seen
Certainly
Zootopia.
heard of it.
So what was that?
Oh, I've certainly heard of Balto, but no, I haven't seen him either. And you didn't miss out anything on Zootopia. I didn't like it.
I like Zootopia, but I think I'll need to rewatch it.
I saw it once in a room that had people talking in it, so I don't know if it counts.
Alright.
Guys, I'm surprised at you. Yeah, a lot of people think that. Of course, I've seen Zootopia. No, I haven't.
Wow, that does surprise me actually. Angel Dance from Season 1 is precious. Agreed. Agreed. You guys should play Total War Warhammer. It's objectively best Total War game.
When it comes to RTSs, believe it or not, like, within the last week, on a whim, a friend and I were just looking for co-op games, and we started playing StarCraft 2. And I kind of got back into that. I'm playing it now. It's a neat game. I was like, Blizzard's already got my money, fuck it. This game's like 10 years old.
A lot of golden oldies.
I wonder if StarCraft's just gonna die. Surely it won't, right? Like, you'd think out how big it is in terms of the RTS scene and the competitive scene. You'd think that it would, just like keep existing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know who makes these decisions. I guess yeah, that's the thing. You'd think a lot of things if you played video games. So who knows?
Rom the Vacuous Spider's fight is so visually distinct. Yeah, it is. It's still a shit boss.
So it already has rags. They stopped supporting it. So the game's 10 years old. I like when games continue to be supported, but if a game lasts for 10 years, I'm okay with it not getting supported after that. And it got 3 campaigns. Yeah, it got 3 different campaigns. So it's not like they just dumped it out and left it.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I don't. Yeah.
How long should a game be supported is kind of a complicated question, right? It's like, because it's going to be down to, as long as they complete their job in terms of the game, and I guess it's up to the developers how long they want to support it.
And I think there's a lot of community stuff in terms of maps and modes and things that you could play. So I mean, it seems to be a good example of things being supported.
What game is this again? Sorry, that you're talking about?
StarCraft 2.
Yeah, I mean, okay, right. Does that mean that they may be making a third one then? Wow.
Maybe, but the existence of Blizzard
Activision
Activision as a legal entity is in question, I suppose, at the moment.
Yeah.
It seems like they're actually like seriously in trouble. They might really be, having a big problem here in terms of their continued existence as a company. I know that I mentioned it a couple of times, but Call of Duty presents the new Call of Duty, not Activision. It's like, that's weird. Like, that feels on purpose. Dude, that game looks so fucking crap. I gotta tell you, like the new Call of Duty looks really shit. It looks like
Call of Duty standards. It looks
by
like
Call
crap.
of Duty standards. It literally
It looks like a mobile game.
It looks like a worse reskin version of Modern Warfare from 2019, and like it clearly is it's using a lot of the same animations and like infrastructure. You can see that in that game, dude. Call of Duty, like Black Ops Cold War didn't look that good either. It's like what happened? You had like this one game that was cool, and then you just back to normal again. They really need to like make changes to that series. They can't keep doing it like this. Well, I guess they can because it's probably going to sell really, really well.
Yeah, as long as it sells.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious, Amigara's fault is scary. Anyone know what Amigara's fault is?
I don't know what that is. No.
There's so many references that we're just blanking on today. Sad.
Yeah, I just don't know who that is.
I just don't know what Amigara's fault is. It sounds like is it a band? Is it a DLC in some horror game? I don't know. Best butt: Tracer, Miranda Lawson, or Helena Harper?
Who's that?
They're from Resident Evil, right?
I'm assuming Tracer is from Overwatch.
Wait,
right?
sorry. What were the characters?
Tracer, Miranda Lawson, and Helena Harper.
And like fuck, marry, kill, right?
No, best butt.
No, best ass.
Oh, Miranda.
I'm probably gonna go with Miranda as well.
I'll trust you guys.
Then
to
again,
go with
she was
Miranda.
genetically engineered to have an amazing ass.
Then she's got an advantage, I guess.
I know they took it out of the new edition because it's not politically correct. But remember, part of the reason that she hates her father is because she was genetically engineered to be super, the way she is.
Super ass. Also by
One of the few times where someone's amazing ass actually is important to character development.
Hopefully Shad's coming back.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Look at Black Mirror White Christmas. Horrifying. I think I've seen that episode. It was quite like a lot of people got it spread around word of mouth style. I quite liked
Hey guys,
Hello.
I'm gonna have to duck out. Yeah, I'm now heading to that Red Dragon restaurant, and I'm gonna have a great dinner. So
Sounds very, very exciting. I hope you have a great rest of your trip. Sounds like you're having a lot of fun over there.
It's been mad fun. Things have certainly wound down though.
Right.
I've kind of done most of the stuff. Shooting is wrapped up, and that was amazing.
Damn.
And so yeah, now I'll be heading back
Tourism?
home
Or
on Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got to go to Quebec. That was amazing. Quebec City, I mean. And I stayed in the Chateau Frontenac, and it was look that up. It is
Good sometime.
pretty.
Aisha. Quebec City is basically like a little Paris in Canada, right? That's kind of what it is.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most beautiful, or probably the most beautiful city I've ever visited. It was just
Right.
yeah. But all right, guys, have a cool, fun rest of the stream, and I will catch you another time.
Toodle pip.
Yeah, see you.
Toodaloo.
See yous.
Bye.
In October, Blind Manor is coming to Blu-ray with director's commentary for some episodes. One of the episodes with commentary is episode 5.
I
Sweet.
think I'll be buying that.
I would like to know the thoughts of the director and actors on all of those episodes. That'd be good
Yeah.
stuff. I've got the Blu-rays for Hill House. I will be grabbing that as soon as I can. Hi Raggy, Longman, and others. Hello.
Hello.
How would you make sure a story surrounding a character with godlike powers stays interesting?
Just do what One Punch Man did.
I mean, that's obviously one option. I'm a big fan of, like Jay was talking about on Twitter the other day, just you can make a Superman game where the stakes are not can you be defeated, but rather
How many
the
people can you
collateral
save?
damage, basically. Well,
Yeah.
you can involve property, interactions with governments, and then civilian lives, yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of games where RTSs and 4X types of games where the player themselves isn't even like an entity, where your personal health and safety are never in question. It's what you control and your investment in the things that you have, essentially command over. And there's no reason you can't do that with a Superman game. You just take more of a personal role.
And not to suggest something that feels almost just boring at this point, but, your concern could just be, let's hope he stays invested in saving people, this guy. Let's hope he doesn't get any of the normal human problems and thoughts and feelings, and because if he's truly unstoppable, Let's hope he doesn't get...
So, Fringy, you were saying don't focus on the person with godlike powers at all? I mean, I don't feel like One Punch Man doesn't focus on One Punch Man, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's weird.
I don't know.
I don't know how all of our suggestions so far are going to involve the POV of the hero, or, well, the creature, whatever.
The POV is probably is one of the most important parts of making this story work, I think.
Also, saber-toothed tiger versus a liger.
What is a liger?
So, cross between a lion and a tiger. They're bred for the magic.
Ah, I see. I guess the liger would probably win that one.
I don't know. It depends on what traits you get. Because maybe if you cross two things, maybe it's just a weaker version of both of them, or maybe it's a stronger version of both of them. Maybe it has that. I don't know. Maybe.
And what behavior does it have? The behavior of the lion or the tiger?
Yeah.
Because if it has the behavior of the tiger, I think that it stands a better chance. I'm not sure about with the lion, because lions tend to hunt in packs, whereas tigers typically hunt alone.
Let's take a look here. Liger. The liger is a hybrid offspring of a male lion and a female tiger. What a play.
Yeah, that's Wikipedia. I'm looking at the same article, because I will keep using Wikipedia.
The liger is distinct from the similar hybrid called the tigon, which I assume are the gender swapped. They enjoy swimming, which is characteristic of tigers. They are very sociable like lions. And they grow larger than either parent species.
Really?
Interesting.
Okay.
Let me see here.
I feel like that makes it more likely that they'll... apparently they have a lot of health problems, and they can't breed, like, their...
This looks like the fertility of hybrid big cat females is well documented, blah, 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 blah. In hybrids of animals whose sex is determined by sex chromosomes, if one of the two sexes is absent, rare male tiger. So male ligers are consequently sterile. Female ligers are not.
Are not, yeah.
I'm trying to look at the...
Well, I think the problem is we can't get behavior because it seems like all ligers are basically in captivity, so we don't know how they behave out in the wild.
Yeah, because these two groups, they don't meet in the wild.
No,
tigers and lions. What's interesting though is that in the wild, like naturally, these two are like distinct species from one another that have been separated from each other for God knows how long, and yet they could still interbreed.
I guess that is just is it just because could a leopard like breed with a mountain lion? Is that?
I don't know.
Could a
So one thing that I thought was very interesting, right, was Alt History Earth. If you want an interesting idea for a book or a world, here's one. You could take this to the bank and smoke it. Alt History Earth. Columbus never sails the ocean blue. Europe never takes an interest in the New World for whatever reason. And so humans from the old world and the new world, they never meet. They never make contact. Thousands and thousands of years go by. Many thousands. Maybe the old world humans got there way sooner. Whatever you want to be, right? They eventually, given enough time, they speciate. They become two distinct species that can no longer interbreed. Boom, and then they meet. Do that.
I guess it would be very difficult to justify why they would never meet. I think that would be the hard part. Like, why would nobody have ever gone to America?
You could make it anything from a... If you want to change... You could try to change stuff up in terms of... Make it... Probably the easiest thing is humans got to the old world way sooner than they did before. So that they're sort of developing at about the same time. You could do maybe like Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals and stuff. They don't get wiped out.
I like the idea of the Neanderthal not getting wiped out. That to me feels like a potentially very rich story idea.
Yeah.
Like
so
if we just have a medieval society at some point where these two species like coexist. Species feels weird to describe different human like
yeah,
I guess
because
case, right?
yeah, because in this they would be two different species.
I guess that's why I find it an interesting idea, because it's like the same, like they're actually different. You know, they're different people. It's not like with
it's
race,
not just different flavors and details. It's actually distinct species. They can't even breed with each other anymore. They've become so species.
Yeah,
I think Cro-Magnon is a cool name.
Are you pro Magnon or anti Magnon?
Does it involve magma?
Bro, are you pro magma or anti magma?
I guess I'm pro magma if it doesn't melt anyone.
I'm pro magma because if it's not on the surface, because I feel like if it's on the surface, it like burns things. So I'm pro magma. I'm anti lava.
Okay.
To address the chatter, you mentioned that like until the Enlightenment, there wasn't, you know, tech was comparatively stagnant. So I can totally see that. I think what I find harder to believe is that as technology improves, that we wouldn't just inevitably go to the new world. Like if we assume that, you know, Christopher Columbus and all that, but technology just keeps advancing, I guess we would have to assume that the Age of Enlightenment just doesn't happen or occurs much, much later. But eventually,
or it's purely philosophical or something like that.
I guess the problem is
Industrial Revolution. Like
I guess
the ideal.
the thing is,
go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that I guess I don't know that I see the psychological happening without also the technological happening. I feel like they were quite interlinked. Maybe you could find a way to make it work though.
Have it be you could either have a religious reason for technology not progressing.
Maybe.
You could have it's sort of, I think it's both in Warhammer 40k. Like, you know, why does technology not keep improving and getting way and way and way better? I think there's physically an aspect of you're not even allowed to develop new technology culturally, but also there's some kind of like force that keeps them from kind of, I don't know, I'd have to read up more on it, but you could literally have maybe a god of technology that exists that keeps, you know, mortal creatures from developing too good of technology.
I guess,
you know,
that's an idea. I guess the difficult part would be human beings just kind of like try to optimize things, so it'd be hard.
Well, this is what I was getting to. Yeah. So, like, if I make a Pathfinder world or something, it will be like how good if you don't have. What would an example be? If you, for instance, knew how to make a steam engine and you were transported back into the medieval ages, there would be applications that you could use that in, right? Because you just have the knowledge about it, right? So think about a Renaissance era, you know, civilization who never progresses past that. But what it means is that they get super good at that level of technology. They're very, very efficient at everything. They've used it for so long, and they improve it and improve it and improve it, that it's just everything is incredible for that level. It's like the ideal peak version of what that tech level would be, and everyone is like you could theoretically have a situation where, you know, class stuff isn't as, you know, there isn't as big of a class divide. A relatively progressive modern kind of society, they just never developed the new technology. They just had to streamline what they had and make the stuff they had more and more and more efficient. And you could throw in stuff like, you know, printing press here and there, stuff that's reasonable, right? You could do something like that, where everyone's still sailing on the ocean, but the ships are amazing. They're still constrained by having like masts and sails, and there's only so big you could. There's only so, you know, there's only a certain size that you could make a boat out of wood. But man, they'd be amazing because they've just done it for so long, and they never
Yeah, so
know,
I absolutely think you can make the premise work. I think you'd have to put a lot of work into explaining why it developed this way, though, because of course there's a reason why we went to the New World. Like these things happen.
Or maybe don't.
Because
That's the thing. I guess you have to go either hard one way or the other. You just never explain it, and it's just a fact of the universe. And no one ever brings it up. Or you have to come up... Because I feel like it's almost in a situation like that, trying to explain it might be something people could poke holes in, depending on what the explanation is. Instead of just... It's like Lord of the Rings. It's been thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and we're still hitting each other with swords. This is, the way the world is.
I guess that is the thing. You have to either call attention to it or don't. Like, don't do the middle ground where you sort of half-ass it. I guess it's just, then again, what I would say is that usually if the nature of the world is significant to why this plot is happening, I kind of do think that you need to, provide answers. Yeah.
Or you could throw in the details and the throwaway lines where it's like people don't even believe it's possible in a sense to make a ship out of iron. Like you can't make a ship out of metal. That's preposterous. Have you seen how heavy metal is and how ridiculous? Don't be stupid. Like it's not the idea to people for whatever reason just isn't even just toyed with. I guess their understanding of the kind of like flying, like maybe if you want to push it, you could say like airships, but they're super rare and extremely expensive, and only like the wealthiest of kings could afford an airship, right? But like biplanes and things like that, like combustion engines, like yeah, right.
Wait, apparently, did you say that like science something to do with the church? Was that?
Yeah, you could have like, I mean, yeah, you could have like, what if you could? Because that's the thing, religion, it's the bullshit excuse for anything you want in a fictional universe.
Well, I think the reason why, because in chat it's been brought up, is that the interesting misconception is that the church was opposed to science. What? Fuck, it's complicated because like a lot of scientific. A lot of stuff that happened during the Age of Enlightenment was from people who were both religious and also spurred on by certain religious sentiment.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
like for a long time we didn't really get anywhere, and whether or not that was because of religion is like you could make the argument, but like the Age of Enlightenment there was definitely like religious elements to it for sure.
Sure, you could have like if you try to there's an Inquisition sort of agent, I guess faction within a government or a religious body, or however mixed you want those two to be and intertwined you want them to be.
Well, of course, you can create whatever world you want, yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh, no, we don't do that. That's bad. It's heresy. That's an aberration against the natural world. You can't do that. This is no. We're gonna destroy all the materials. It's evil. It's immoral. It goes against the way that the god or gods intended things to be. Don't do it. Or the legends and cautionary tales that speak of mechanical monstrosities from the sky or whatnot, and we can't do that. We don't want to do that because we don't want to draw attention from the evil spirits of the beyond, so we have to stay where we are. You come up with all kinds of different reasons for it.
You could, I mean, another possibility would be, what if there is like a god entity in this universe who has, for whatever reason, deliberately kept these different parts of humanity separate and has for a long time prevented on purpose the ability for people to travel between the two regions, and then just at some point for whatever reason people can just start traveling again freely, and then somebody eventually discovers that and we see what happens. I mean, that could always be an idea.
It would be an interesting framing device to just start off your story with this concept that there's a bunch of these little mortal humans or whatever you want your species to be. I know in I think Isaac Asimov and Robert Silverberg, I think, though I might be thinking of Hammer of Dawn. Not Hammer of Dawn.
It's Gears of War, no?
Yeah, I confuse it. Just now it's Asimov, Hammer. The Gods? Was it Hammer of the Gods? The Hammer of God. It's Arthur C. Clarke. Okay. By the way, great fucking book. The Hammer of God by Arthur C. Clarke. But Isaac Asimov and Robert Silverberg wrote Nightfall, which is a really awesome science fiction book. And he keeps the species of the planet on which this story takes place ambiguous, because it's not really that important if they're humans or not humans or whatever. But you could do that. But anyway, you have your race on this planet, and they don't even know it, or maybe they've had glimpses of it. But there are these big Lovecraftian entities that exist beyond time and space, or whatever bullshit nonsense you want to say. And one of these creatures dies, right? It doesn't even have to be like a deity. It could just be an insanely super powerful race of aliens, or just some form of life that exists that was controlling him, and it dies for whatever reason. It just ends. It gets the end of its lifespan, gets sucked into a black hole, whatever. And then boom, its influence over this race of mortal creatures suddenly and inexplicably ends. And they have no idea what causes it, but they're starting to think new thoughts and do new things, and that's where your story begins. And to them, they never know why, but it's like, yeah, they had no say in it. It just sort of happened. This cosmic accident has released the minds of all these people, and so the story begins.
So anyway,
Nightfall was cool. Nightfall was a novel about a race of we'll just say a race of humanoid creatures on a planet, and the planet is surrounded by suns. It has the solar system has a few suns, so there's always light. It's always light. There's never night, and so these creatures evolve to the point where they have to always be in light. Think that the darkness is like psychologically, it fucks around with their heads. They can't accept being in darkness, and even when they sleep with what they call god lights that are turned on. And somebody invents a ride, an amusement ride, that puts people through a tunnel of actual darkness, and it starts to make people freak out, and they shut it down, and people can't handle it. But every tens of thousands of years, or however long it is, there is an literally astronomical event in which the suns go into all these eclipses simultaneously, and there's a short period of total darkness over the entire planet, and it causes everyone to fucking lose their minds and goes insane. And it's a really nifty book. It's not that long. I would highly recommend it. It's got some. It's a neat story. It's like Pitch Black. Sort of is a similar concept. That would be a trio for EFAP movies. Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick, and what was the third one? Just Riddick?
Yeah.
That would be a trio. I remember liking Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick. I never saw the third one. They were very silly, but fun. I liked them.
I would hope Pitch
Vin
Black
Diesel.
holds up.
I hope so too. It had the chick from Farscape in it.
Yeah, Claudia Black.
She looks like a Claudia Black. She looks like a Joan Dark.
Yes, she could have played Joan Dark. I would have liked to have seen that.
Joan Dark.
Joanna Dark.
It
Wait.
was so weird that girl was in fucking Nevers. She was like the bad guy.
There apparently was a video game as well, Escape from Butcher Bay, which I hear was really good, though I've never played it.
Wait, Joan Dark. Sorry.
Yeah.
Who's that from?
You don't know who
That
Joan
character.
Dark is?
I feel like I'm blanking, maybe.
My God, I'm disappointed.
Well,
in you,
also,
Frankie.
talking
Well,
about the
wait,
darkness.
no. What?
It takes place
There's-
on a space station, on like an outpost, science fiction outpost.
I think the reason why I'm getting confused is because isn't Joanna Dark the name of the in Perfect Dark?
Oh, we said Joan Dark.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it was one of our favorite characters. I guess you've never heard of her.
Oh, right. Is
Do you not remember old Joan Dark from that movie we saw?
You didn't see it.
I
Enjoyed
I didn't
early?
watch it with you guys.
Which movie
haven't-
are you talking about?
Isn't Joan Dark is some Doom, right?
Yeah, Doom Annihilation.
Yeah,
Joan
I haven't
Dark is
seen
our
Doom
protagonist.
Annihilation.
You haven't? I think there's
No,
an
I
EFAP
wasn't.
on it.
He doesn't
Did
watch
I
the
think there
EFAP
is?
movies he's not a part of.
I watch.
Oh no!
I don't watch the EFAP movies I'm a part of. Like, why would I watch it if I've already seen the?
Part of. I watch all of them.
I watch all
I
of them
probably
too.
watched some of them. Yeah.
Dude, that was a fun movie to watch. I enjoyed. I think I enjoyed Doom Annihilation more than the first Doom in terms of
I
watching
didn't.
it.
I can confirm
You
that
didn't?
much. I really like watching The Rock overreact to things. I love a lot of his. Doom is a movie I saw a whole bunch when I was younger. The first one, and I love his delivery for so many things. So silly. I love it when he just kills the kid, because the kid's like, "Hey, we shouldn't execute all the civilians," and he's like, "Fuck you," and shoots him in the neck.
They are
do you
both
remember
very fun to watch.
Carl Urban sees him, like, you know, coughing up blood, and then he shouts, "It was his first mission!" And it's like, Carl, that has nothing to do with what just happened.
If it was a second mission, it'd be fine to shoot him. You know how it is. You never shoot someone on their first mission.
And The Rock snaps back with, "And it's not gonna be my last." He's very emotional about it.
Doom, guys, these movies are great. They're
Yes.
so much fun.
Well, we pissed
have
off some
EFAP
people
movies on both
because
of them.
they were all like, "No, original Doom 2003 is good," and we were like,
No, it's shit.
Why
Guys,
does this
it's
keep happening?
shit.
Oh, no,
I don't
this
know.
old one is actually really good. It's like,
Hey,
it's not.
It's like Gary from Nerdrotic said, you'll like EFAP right up until they come with something you love, and they will, eventually.
They will, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's okay to say it's shit, but I like it. It's okay. It really is. It's just fine. But yeah, Doom's bad. Doom is really bad. Which one of the two is worse, do you think?
Easily Annihilation. Like, Doom 2003, they actually, because I think I said this when we were watching it, I remember seeing behind-the-scenes stuff. They did work hard on that film. They tried. It just wasn't very good. Like, they all took, like, soldier training, and there was people on board who really liked the games and wanted... Do you remember there's a video game section in it? They were like, hey, video games. The new one was like crazy nonsense, and nobody made any sense. Except for, we liked that one character, I think, when he was introduced, he was like, I got a wife and family, and I'm 3 days away from retirement or some shit.
Yeah, we knew that he had a timer on him instantly, yeah. I like them both. I think I do like Annihilation better. I feel like it just, I don't know, something about it. It's tough to say. I like how they reuse like a staircase like 3 different times.
Yeah.
And they would take a hallway and they'd change the color of the lights.
Yep.
And try to repurpose it. You know, it had that like a Don Doler.
Well, so Annihilation is like really close to a B movie, while Doom 2003 is just a bad high-budget movie.
It is. Yeah.
And it's
Do you-
not like
do you
there
remember-
aren't lots of those.
Remember the boyfriend? Rises like, we were all trying to pick whether or not he would be killed for an emotional payoff, and they literally establish, like, we used to go out with each other, we don't
yeah.
anymore. Maybe we can get back together once we've saved the day. A door opens and he just gets eaten. It's like,
It's shocking. It's like, you know how in movies you have, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but you have what's called colloquially a setup, and then after that, a period of time, occurs. Then there's a payoff, right? Which harkens back to that original setup, right? It's like you're planning something to happen in a movie, right?
That sounds like hard work. With that.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for some people. Some people put a lot of effort into it. Your Blind Manors, your Chernobyls, your all that stuff out there, right? But if there is literally like 2 seconds in between your setup and payoff, I mean that's still,
like Jurassic
we got
World.
we got aliens to shoot. Well, I think what was strange, Mahler, about Doom Annihilation was the entire ending sequence when she goes to the Hell World.
Oh god, yeah. That was
wild.
it was way higher budget, because it was done by a different studio.
Yeah, it looked good. And it looks so good compared to everything that had occurred before it. It was bizarre. Because the movie up to that point had been like like a cheap piece of shit.
They was
right?
sequel bait too. She comes back through and she's like, you gotta close the gate. You gotta close the gate, guys. You gotta
yeah.
fucking close the fuck front. Then they inject it like you're crazy. Take her away.
And there will never be a sequel to. Well, I
hope there is.
hope there is.
That actress deserves another chance to play Joan Dark.
Yeah, incredible character.
Mhm.
But
Such an honor.
Doom is kind of like Resident Evil in a sense. Doom is like a not. When
Apparently
it comes to movies.
Apparently it's official.
There is going to be one?
No. People are saying it in chat, so apparently they've announced this, so I can tell you guys. Do you know who Friday Night Tides' next guest is going to be?
No.
Alex Jones.
Gina. Oh, really?
Alex Jones.
Yeah, because everybody's saying it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's fun.
How'd they manage to get him?
Like, the fuck if I know. I just love the idea that we've always memed him coming on EFAP. It's like, that's probably the closest we'll ever get. I'll be watching that episode, I think.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. But when it comes to movies, Doom is like the shitty version of Resident Evil, like the less successful version of Resident Evil. Like, they're all bad. But Resident Evil just keeps on getting movies made. They just keep going.
Yeah.
There was like 6 of the originals, and then there's the computer ones that they did, and then
But now
there's gonna be
Resident Evil,
live
there's-
action one.
There's going to be not only another live action film, but also a TV series on Netflix too.
Yay.
It's the
Live
Netflix
action.
series. And,
Live
and Doom
action.
is just like, well, we have 2 movies, and like they both shit. And they probably didn't make any money whatsoever.
Sounds like you're trying to
You
make
guys
the
ever
meme,
wonder, like,
the strong Doge and the weak Doge, like...
do
We have 2
you guys
movies,
ever
I
wonder
guess.
though, like, about the decisions that are made in terms of films? It's like that are based on video games. It's like, okay, so we got not only like 2 Tomb Raider movies, but also a reboot of Tomb Raider. Like
Tomb
9
Raider
Res-
movies. Well, you
Yeah,
had
3.
the 2 with what's her face?
Yes, that's yeah. There were 2 originally, and then there was a third one.
What's her name?
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie. We had 2
Yeah.
of them. We had Tomb Raider, then Cradle of Life,
Yep.
and then
Yeah,
there was
and-
the
and-
reboot one, which
Yeah.
was just the
What-
most. It was a thing.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so
I saw it in theaters with my dad, and I thought it was, in terms of like, it's probably super shit, but I was like,
I'm pretty
okay,
sure
I'm
I watched
satisfied.
I watched it on a plane, and I was just like, oh, this is like generic action movie.
It is very
like,
generic
okay.
action movie. It is generic action movie. There's a
but
couple
yeah,
cool nifty things in there, but it's like they took the original reboot from, what was it, 2016 or something?
From 2013.
2013.
Well, it's clearly based on the reboot.
Oh yeah, it's got
Um,
Kimiko and everything, and the island and all that stuff. Or
yeah.
Himiko, not Kimiko. But yeah, they clearly based on that video game. It's not very good. It was entertaining. It was just a standard flan.
But I guess the point I was getting at is that I've always found it weird the choices that have been made in terms of video games that have been adapted. You got like Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, Doom, and like Prince of Persia, and Mortal Kombat several times. And you're just sort of sitting there like, why has there not been a Halo? Like, I know that there's been a project that's been in the pipeline, but that never happened. And Halo was monumentally popular for a time there. Makes you wonder. And like Uncharted's getting one now, which I suppose makes a little bit more sense.
I thought Halo and Bioshock are properties that like movies were fussed around with for a long time, but just never happened.
Yeah, Peter Jackson was involved as a producer, I believe. Oh, Hitman's another one where it's like, that's an interesting choice. I guess I'm surprised by the fact that franchises that are like categorically more popular have received less like attention in terms of making films. I suppose Tomb Raider was quite popular at the time that game came out, but it was such a new property, and it's like, meanwhile, there's only been one Mario film. There's been no attempt at making like a Zelda project.
Which you'd think that's a like just
Oh,
character who's
I mean,
adventuring, you know, like
exactly.
how could, yeah. Because the Mario
Yeah,
one, I
and-
can kind of see like, huh, that'd be weird to be
Mario is well, Illumination's making a Mario film, and I'm not looking forward to seeing that. Like, I really don't like that Illumination is the people who've been tasked with it. Yeah, no, the Halo movie did become District 9. Well, kind of. Oh yeah, and of course Sonic. He's got a movie, and he got a movie in the 90s too, an animated one, right?
I think so.
And World of Warcraft got it.
Someone said Mole is so salty. If it's about the game, I'm on 50 CC, so I'm always gonna win. Like, it's super easy. Like, if I'm getting beat around, don't worry. I'm not too invested at this point. I'm just trying to unlock everything. If it was about Alex Jones going on Friday Night Tights. I'm super happy for him. That's like super awesome. But I'm also a little bit worried for him too, because he's been banned on YouTube, and like that is.
So what does that mean?
I'm not even joking, Metal. Like that's gonna put a lot of eyes on him.
Oh, okay, I see.
They gotta be very careful because they're already at like
I mean,
an average of 8 to 9K viewers, and they've got Alex Jones on. It puts them on the map in a way that I've basically never wanted EFAP to be on the map.
Yeah, I can totally appreciate that. I mean, can you, if somebody's been banned from the platform, are you able to talk to them on that platform publicly?
I think Twitch have rules for that. I don't know that YouTube has any rules for that.
I think Twitch do, yeah, because I remember like one time Destiny debated Vorsh, he had to do it on YouTube because Vorsh had been banned from Twitch at the time.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's a thing.
Yeah, Twitch do not allow you to
yeah.
broadcast banned Twitch users.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But I don't know
Sorry.
if YouTube is that specific.
I don't think YouTube. It never seems like YouTube enforces their rules as strictly as they are on Twitch.
If the Salty Pie is like, oh, you can't get Alex Jones on EFAP, it's like that. So if Alex Jones offered to come on EFAP, there would be a conversation to have with Fringium Rags. I'd be like, I don't know. Because the thing is, it would. First of all, it'd be like, what would we talk about? Hopefully Star Wars. I would just talk to him all the time. I'd be like, tell me all your opinions about the sequels. But like, say for example, if he had a huge rant about, you know, Dr. Fauci, vampire demon killing the whole universe or something, I'd be like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Yeah. Oh, apparently Tim Pool had him on after ban. Okay, then maybe then YouTube doesn't really enforce it the same way.
I think, yeah, well, with YouTube, if your account gets banned, you could make a new account after a while and come back.
I don't think aren't there rules against it, but they just don't enforce them?
Well,
I
no,
think
I
it's
think
really difficult. Well, I mean, it would be very difficult to enforce because you could always come back anonymously.
Well, the
I guess you
example.
have a Google account. But, yeah.
Well, no, I think it's like in their rules, written in everything, where if you have an account that's banned, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, but you can essentially come back as a different channel or something like that. And
Indigo's saying in chat that YouTube bans channels, but not people.
I don't know if that's true, because
I don't know that that's true either, actually.
Keemstar got banned a bazillion years ago. When he started up Drama Alert, he had to say it wasn't his channel. He's simply the presenter.
It might be just covering himself, covering for himself to be safe.
Well, that's the point.
I guess
he did it because of the fact that if he wasn't that way, he would have been banned.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, so I guess, well, I mean, that might just be a moment to peruse the terminations effect. Okay, so apparently it says that if a Google account is terminated or your Google account's access to the service is restricted, you can use certain accesses such as viewing only without an account. So I don't know that they do just ban channels in that case. It sounds like if you get suspended, that's it for you.
That's what I thought it was.
I mean, that's what it is
it.
on basically every platform ever. Yeah, I guess there's no reason. Yeah, the more that I think about it, the more I don't see why you.
It'd be pretty redundant if they said you can just make another account. That's fine. I guess there's some applications of that, but it seems like it doesn't really address the point.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have a hell of a time with him, and it'll be a great stream. I just worry for him because he'll be like,
I would absolutely worry for them. I think that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're calling a lot of attention to yourselves there.
Alex Jones episodes on anything get a lot of eyes on him because of the ban, and he's a fucking character, Alex Jones. EFAP should just get Trump on.
I was about to read that out too.
And yeah, I think that's happening this Friday, so not long.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Anyway, Christian Bale should redub the DK trilogy. Maybe with the Snyder Batman voice. Yeah, you can call it that, and I'm even complimenting Snyder's work. Batman sounded pretty cool in those.
Yeah, he did. I like the Justice, the Joss Whedon Steppenwolf voice more.
Oh, I was talking about Batman, but I agree with that too.
Yeah, no, I was just saying in the thing of like different versions of the same character's voices.
I mean,
in that same vein. Yeah.
He looked dumb as fuck in both of them, but I think I prefer Whedon's Steppenwolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we've talked about that on one of our EFAP movies at some point as well. We did a lot of comparisons.
Somebody in chat thought when you said DK that you're talking about Donkey Kong. It's like, not gonna lie, I also thought about Donkey Kong when I heard that.
Christian Bale needs to redub Donkey Kong.
Plays Donkey Kong. Yeah, that's my thought. That'd be you know what? They should make some Donkey Kong movies. Have it be like a film where none of the characters talk and it's all visual. That could be really cool. Donkey Kong needs to stop that blasted crocodile from stealing his bananas.
Crocodiles don't even eat bananas. I don't understand. Is it just out of spite?
I think so.
I think it is. I think he just wants to make life harder for Donkey Kong. I don't know what his problem
What an evil
is.
bastard.
Yeah, I mean, King K. Rool. Yeah, he's a real piece of work. Oh,
Hey,
speaking of,
that kind of sounds like the word cruel.
it does sound a little bit like.
Whoa.
No,
K.
but
Ruella.
it works on multiple levels because King and K start with the letter K, and rule is like ruler, you know, like you're in charge, like a king. Oh, and cruel, he's a cruel king.
Oh my god.
It's
Oh my
like
god, KKK.
No.
You know,
Begins with K.
what do you mean? It's KKR. That's his name.
I just like the idea that you're trying to explain it, and that's what the audience jump ahead to. Oh god, he's a metaphor for racism. Like, no, stop, stop.
I mean, no, stop it.
You're ruining it.
Yeah, YouTube was recommending Snyder.
Donkey Kong
Snyder Cut to
Country.
me. Go away. Yeah.
Oh, Donkey Kong. I will say this is a hyper tangent, but kind of not. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. That is a wonderful game. Everybody should play that game. It's one of the best platformers ever made.
Which one was that?
It was on Wii U, but then it got ported to Nintendo Switch, so you got no excuse. That game is really good. You have no excuse. I'm sorry.
Fuck. Okay.
Don't talk to us about no excuse for not playing certain games.
Oh,
Why,
yeah,
what
I'll
big games
play
does Soma
Soma
not play?
eventually.
Oh, right,
I'm
Soma,
sorry.
yeah.
I'll play Soma eventually. I'm playing Hollow Knight right now over on Twitch.
You could legitimately start and finish Soma in the time it takes to do an EFAP stream.
Yep.
Probably. I mean, I could probably finish a lot of things between EFAP.
You have no excuse because I played it all the way through while I was sick like a dog.
Yep,
no
like a dog.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not making... I just, you know, I mean...
okay.
Doing stuff, that's all.
Oh, it's October soon, so I'm gonna get to play.
Octembuary.
I need to make my spooky avatar, but I haven't decided. I went as a skull thing, and then I did Frankenstein Fringy. I don't know what the next one will be. Maybe a ghost.
I'm not going as a vampire this year. I'm gonna go as one of Rags' favorite Halloween enemies / well, partners. I don't know.
Oh, don't tell me. Zombies?
No, I feel like it's like more obvious than you probably thought I'm trying to imply it is.
Oh, oh, you're being a spooky pumpkin man.
Are you gonna go as Ares?
No, none of those.
He will destroy me.
Wait, why is
Rags...
no,
I meant Ares. Ares from God of War.
How's that connected to Rags?
Oh, I thought you said scares metal. Oh,
Oh, Rags and metal. That sounds.
No, I said I said Rags likes them.
Oh. Huh.
How did you get scares metal?
Werewolf.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
I feel bad now. It's like I tricked everyone into thinking it was going to be something more interesting than just werewolf.
Well, I mean, you could
No,
go as
I knew
Ares
you were going to
to
say werewolf, but I wanted to kind of keep the thing going. You know, I
just
love
wrote
werewolves.
Hitler.
I'll go Lovecraftian next year, okay? Red, Barrington, gosh. Gonna force me to wear particular costumes. Shang-El, no. Oh, I'm saying that. That's making fun of 2 movies at once. Fringy, thoughts on Mulholland Drive and Wolf Among Us?
I haven't watched Mulholland Drive, but I do really like Wolf Among Us. I like Fables itself. I read a few volumes of that graphic novel. It's just cool. I like that game a lot. I think there's a second one that's being developed. I'm not sure how I feel about that anymore, because just Telltale in general. but you know, we'll see.
Watched Stranger Than Fiction the other day. An author's character comes to life after finding out she's still gonna kill him in the book because it's a masterpiece. She doesn't, but... and then it just stops. And there's no other one, so... yeah, I've seen Stranger Than Fiction. Will Ferrell's the main character, and he's, he, like, realizes he's in someone else's book, or whatever, as a character. I can't remember if it was good.
The book or the show?
The movie.
Oh.
Have you guys ever read Haunting of Hill House? I recently finished it and it left me emotionally disturbed on a level I wasn't expecting. Thoughts? No, I've not actually read the book.
Not read it, no.
And I'm not exactly inclined to, based on enjoying the show, because apparently they have nothing to do with each other. So it's like, but maybe, you know, one day. It's got a lot of respect, the book, so probably got some good stuff going on in it. I've seen the movie adaptation, the one with Liam Neeson, which apparently is much closer to the book. It's a weird movie. Hey guys, hey Shad, how's your movie going? I'm afraid he's gone now.
But he did kind of answer that question. They've finished filming, or nearly finished filming. No, they finished filming.
I think he's at wrapped, yeah.
Yeah.
Watching your video vlogs, and I'm very excited. Any dramatical, prolonged cross-sword stare scenes? Well, I guess we'll find out. Don't know. Thoughts on tickle torture fetish?
Tickle torture? Listen, what two consenting adults do in the privacy of their own tickle chamber is their business.
Well, they follow us saying Tifa in a box. I guess that's what that is. I don't know.
Tifa in a box?
This person really wants you to see Tifa in a box, I think. Whatever that is.
I don't
Well,
know.
isn't Tifa from Final Fantasy VII?
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
oh, okay, right.
Hello there, everyone. Have any of you seen the film Zulu? If so, what do you think?
I have. I think I've seen it ages ago on TV, but I don't know if it's good or not. It's just been too long.
I have the same thing, but my dad showed me it a bazillion years ago, so I don't remember.
I have to.
Alright. A turn, an Arctic turn. I give you points for that, Rags, but the points don't matter. Also, hi, Wags.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Glad you got it. I thought I'd throw that one in there.
I think ugly dogs and cats are adorable and sweet. Oh, that's nice.
Huh. Yeah, that's nice. I'm sure they really appreciate that.
You know, if Weasel from the Suicide Squad was considered a dog, would you consider him adorable and sweet?
Oh, I don't know what
Oh,
I
in his own way.
In his own way. I mean, I don't know about you, Frankie, but I want to see what his adventures were at the end of that film.
Oh, yeah.
I do too. I want to see the Weasel spin-off show on HBO Max. It's just Weasel going on adventures through Central America.
Accidentally surviving everything, mostly.
Yeah.
I just love the... Nobody understands.
Weird fucking noise.
Maybe Weasel's gonna go discover the entire context of the movie and then go on a revenge mission for a flag.
Maybe Weasel's gonna go on a mission to discover why the Suicide Squad failed at the box office. Be like, what's going on? Why is this even a thing that's possible?
I wonder how it did on the streaming service.
Well, I mean, it's something like 5 million households saw it in the first 3 weeks, which was better than any other DC film, but below Godzilla, Kong, and Mortal Kombat.
So the competition there would be Wonder Woman 84 and Snyder Cut?
Yeah, which it did better than both. I think it did better than Wonder Woman in terms of box office and on HBO Max. Yeah, I know. And it did better than...
It's funny to me because I'm just like, well, obviously, because out of the 3 films, it's the only one that's like a film. The other 2 are painful experiences.
Wonder Woman 1984 is honestly baffling. Like, average film-going people think that movie is, like, really stupid and absurd. And when you've achieved that, it's like, man, you've really made a piece of shit. That movie is awful.
Yeah.
I can't believe that, like, the day it came out, they're like, yeah, no, we're gonna do a 3rd movie. I feel like they'd take back that decision if they had waited a couple more weeks.
Oh, you think so?
I think, yeah, I mean, people don't like this movie. Like, it has a really bad reputation in general. Like,
well,
people just think it's a joke.
I'm glad the fucking rape thing actually managed to, like, move into more discourse, because it seemed like most people fucking missed it at first, which is really embarrassing.
I don't know how.
And I hate the fact that body swap, like, movies and tropes get thrown in with it. It's like, no, like, most body swap stuff doesn't do that for the obvious fucking reason. In fact, the only thing that I know of that kind of did it before that, made it at a specific point that it's rape. So it's just amazing.
I know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, it's usually when that element, like body swap or possession or something like that, is an element in a story, it's usually a bad guy trait or a bad guy thing.
Or mishap for the good guys.
Or a mistake.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's not a surprise that, like, Mystique is a bad guy, or why a lot of, like, stealing somebody's identity and, like, their autonomy, these are not good things at all.
Yeah, it's not generally viewed as a heroic trait. The aspect of subterfuge, you know, that's not like tricking people.
Well, I mean,
you know, for whatever reason.
If it were a thing that were possible in the real world, it would be one of the most significant violations possible. You're violating a person's ability to be conscious and exist and have autonomy. It's really bad.
Yeah, and then they do the fucking obvious thing you shouldn't do. And I'm not even talking about the fact that they put him in danger.
Yeah.
You're looking at the scene with bad faith. Yeah, I remember.
I think they were just saving face. Well, yeah, I mean, Patty Jenkins retweeted a fucking Twitter thread explaining how it was fine.
I can't fucking believe we live in those times where a director retweets a tweet explaining the rape in their movie. Like, oh my god.
Because, I don't know, you just didn't realize what you were doing. I don't know how nobody noticed that. That's one of those things where it's like, dude, nobody noticed.
You gotta imagine a lot of people did notice it, but we're just like, everyone else seems to be fine with this, I guess. Okay.
So, I guess there's no problem. Yeah.
Like, I don't get paid enough to fucking complain about this. And then, like, big producers see it and notice, but they're just like, I don't know, people like this shit, I guess.
I guess the problem is, like, oh shit, we filmed this movie already. Like,
you can't. Oh, you could cut that out, though. Yeah, you could.
You could. Or you could do a reshoot. That's always an option.
Because the question was still awkward in terms of, like, should Steve be putting this man's life in so much danger when he's not consented at all? But that's...
And the answer is probably not.
That one's a little complicated, I guess, because, like, Wonder Woman needs help to save the world. Yeah, we could talk about that one, but, like, literally they just have sex for fun, and, like, oof.
But then the fact that Wonder Woman later on is like, no, I don't want to lose you, it's like, oh, but screw the other guy, right? Like, Steve
that needed
to
be... That would have been so much better if he said, like, it doesn't matter how much you don't want to lose me, this man did not fucking agree to this shit. We gotta give him his life back.
The fact that you didn't even consider it, like, that's a pretty damning indictment on you.
That's a good old-fashioned shitty writer. They accidentally leave their plot issues on the floor without thinking about them, and then it fucks the characters up.
Yeah. Yep, because that one really does. It's like, man, the fact that you said that is like, oof.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Wonder Woman.
Yeah. What a hero.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, and, you know, you said Shang-Chi is, like, not even a villainous person, so that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm getting back to basics. The solution is to stop buying meats from these giant companies. There are wholesome ways to raise any animal, but big companies need too much. I mean, you have to figure out who's doing the humane stuff, right?
Yeah, and it can be tough sometimes from what figuring out where it comes from and how it's produced and if it's humane or not. And then, of course, there's kind of like the byproduct, right? That isn't agriculture, not agriculture specifically, but like farming and just keeping, especially meat farming. Is that not like one of the most significant contributors to climate change, I believe? Or like at least emissions. Cattle farming specifically.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then once you start expanding that, it's like, oh, awesome. So that's like a byproduct of that. Man, what is the healthy compromise here? Where we balance it all out. Feels like, yeah, growing meat in a lab probably is the way that it needs to go.
I went vegetarian 5 months ago based on these philosophical discussions. It's been incredibly hard, but I've got the means to do it, and it fits my personal moral choices. I tried cheating a couple months ago because it smelled so good, but it actually made me sick. Ooh. Yeah, interesting stuff. It does seem that over more time, not only will we start making, like, you know, faux meat that everyone can eat and be satisfied, but also just a lot of people are turning vegan/vegetarian.
It seems to be more common now than it has. I guess it's the whole thing of that becomes the other thing, right? Like if you're living in a developing country, it may well be that like totally eliminating meat from your diet is just not viable, or at the very. I could be again. I might be wrong on that because I'm not. I don't know.
There's obviously going to be human beings that it's not viable for, but of those that it is viable for, a lot more seem to be doing it. From what I've heard.
Well, I mean, I guess it's the thing of, is it a surprise that we naturally, you know, started eating meat and that it became like a big fixture of the diet? Or then again, it might be because isn't it just the case that that we eat more meat now than we ever did? Meat used to be kind of not as available to people, even, you know, as long back as 70 or 80 years ago. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, eating rabbit, that was common in the early 20th century. Like, having chicken or beef was more
of a delicacy.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas now, it's like, you can get beef, it's easy. Food's everywhere. You can get heaps of meat. Okay, yeah, original report compared meat production, including production of feed and transportation of meat versus just emission from cars, oil drilling, gasoline, effort were all left out. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of data to sift through, but from what I understand, and seems to be mentioned again by several people in chat, like, yeah, specifically cows contribute a lot in terms of CO2 emissions, or just emissions, yeah, in general.
The pig is haram. Inshallah, my brothers. Imam Fringy 2021.
Is that which because it's Hinduism is cows, right? Oh, right. Wait, damn, I keep getting them confused. Is it Judaism that they don't that it's pork is not fuck me? Which one doesn't let you eat pork?
Pork is not fuck me.
That was, I think it's both Judaism and I think it's also Islam, I think.
Which really, so yeah, Islam don't eat pork, Buddhists are vegetarian. Well, I don't know if all Buddhists are vegetarians, but okay. Religious restrictions on the consumption of pork, an entire Wikipedia article on this. Particularly in the Middle East among Jewish people and Muslims. Oh, okay, alright. Thank you, Wikipedia. Never change. I love you. Give me all this juicy information.
Fringy, you'd find the stoned ape hypothesis very interesting. You should look it up. Mola, you're neat. Hi, Rags.
Hold on, just give me a second. The stoned ape hypothesis. Theory. Okay. Oh, so apparently the TLDR from a source is that I don't know, some sort of chemical cause primitive brain's information processing capabilities to rapidly reorganize, which in turn kickstart the rapid evolution of cognition that led to early art, language, and technology. Is that something to do with, like, the cognitive revolution? Basically when, like, 50,000 years ago, humans just, for whatever reason, just got a lot smarter? And we don't quite know why?
I don't know. Is it?
I think it might, because I know that's... then again, I'm not sure how accepted that is, but there's the idea that about 40 or 50 years ago, for whatever reason, humans just really started getting a lot smarter and building tools and developing language.
Recent? Damn.
Well, yeah, because I think Homo sapiens have been around, modern humans have been around for about 100,000 years. 150,000 years, something like that, but that when we started to get super smart was a lot more recent than that. 40,
said
did I say
40
40 to 50
you
years
said
ago?
40 to 50
Oh.
years ago. Yeah, I figured.
took me a while to figure that one out.
I believe in you, Fringy. I think it was around 40 to 50 years ago.
We started developing tools.
Yeah.
Around mid 1980s.
God, the 80s was 40 years ago now. Jeez.
Speaking of red dogs, any chance of an EFAP movies on the new live-action Clifford the Big Red Dog movie? Looks like it'll be hilariously bad.
I would be down. I'd be fine with that.
I really don't care, but I mean, if all of you wanted to. I mean,
Clifford the Big Red Dog, the movie.
I'm sure it's great. It's probably got some wholesome values. Arkham Knight is great on PC now, but holy shiz.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Got
release.
delisted from Steam briefly. Well, not briefly, I think a year even.
I think I said before, when it released, you could get lucky, and it just worked, and I think Smiler got a copy, and he like played it throughout with no problems, and he was just seeing all of the reports stuff. He's like, I don't understand. Like everyone's saying it's so horrible, and I had fun. When is the Super Chat catch-up for this Super Chat catch-up from a video that may have had Super Chat catch-ups? Now.
Yeah.
All I want is a remaster of the Legacy of Kain series. Such a badass series. Also, keep up the good work, guys. Crushing it. Good day, Fringy.
Oh, thanks.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hear Legacy of Kain is really cool.
Only ever heard good things.
Yeah.
Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Thought about a follow-up for Fallout 76. It's still shit, but I'm curious of your thoughts on its evolution. Heard about Fallout Worlds?
No, so I've considered just playing it casually and then making a little video as to what I thought and was it better, but I don't know. I don't know how really interested I am in playing Fallout 76 again. It's just like, what an insanely botched concept, you know? Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. I've toyed around with the idea in my head, but meh.
Hey, Fringy.
Just meh.
Yeah.
Can you see these happy little clouds?
I do. They got the smiles on their face. I remember that in the game. They're so happy.
They're so happy about life.
But what
Yeah,
happens
because
when it
they're high.
rains? They just start screaming as they disintegrate. Well, think about it. Can you imagine? Oh, I'm so happy. Hey, buddy. Oh, man, it's like a whole gathering of us guys. Is this going to be a fun time? And then there's the one cloud who's been through it all before.
He's already
scream
starting
face.
to cry, and they're like, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, parts of you are falling off.
Ah!
Yeah, and he's just like, I'm getting it done faster. And they're like, getting what done faster?
I think about all the things that have, like, there are hills that have smiles on their faces. What happens when they get a hole drilled through them to, like, build a tunnel? Are they just screaming the whole time?
Think of it
How
like
do
an
you
ear
build
piercing. They'll get
infrastructure?
over it. It's fine.
I mean, an ear piercing right through their stomach, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's a wonderful process. Started reading Calvin and Hobbes because you guys, and I'm invested.
Yes.
Did you check out Fujimoto's Look Back Froingoloino?
No, I haven't. What was that? What was it?
Froingoliono? Froingoliono?
No, but what was the thing that I was meant to be looking at?
That. So, did you check out Fujimoto's Look Back Froing? Oh, I guess this right. So it's called Look Back. I guess. For a second there, I thought maybe it was called Look Back.
Okay.
And then some alien fucking planet name or something. I don't know.
Oh, it's a one shot. Oh, there's a manga that like came out this year. No, I haven't looked into that, but I might. I'll let's see. I got too much stuff to read.
Yeah, if we could just stop writing books for a while so we can all catch up.
Same for movies. You know what? Not only so I can catch up, but also because you all suck at it right now.
Oh no.
And they're like, hey, and it's like, I'm sorry, I was kidding.
No, you weren't.
No.
Liar.
If you could combine one apex animal with one lesser animal, such as slug, sponge, or planarian, what two animals would you mix?
So a shitty animal with an
Are we doing this for fun? Or for
Imagine a big fucking like take a prey animal that's really good at like something that's the strength and size of a bull, but it's like a cheetah.
A hippo and a mouse.
Like just something that combines the speed of one with just the strength and size of the other to make some terrifying, like a crocodile the size of a horse.
Aren't some crocodiles like longer than horses?
Oh, there are. I
Maybe
mean,
longer,
saltwater
but if you
crocodile
take
is like 4 meters long.
Yeah, but if you take the speed and endurance of the horse, and then you make like a crocodile version of that, where it's like it's not an ambush predator anymore. Fuck that shit. Nuh-uh. Full Chad mode, and it just it doesn't give a fuck. It's just gonna run after your ass, and it's not like a dinosaur, is what it's.
Well, it's like. Funny you say that because there was a dragon.
Dragon.
Well, not well, I mean, you could call it a dragon. It's a big lizard that lived in Australia before humans showed up. That was basically just a crocodile that lived on land and ran around and ate things.
It sounds like what Rags is describing as a Spinosaurus, though, to a degree.
Something like that.
So, yeah.
Or let's take some birds, right? What if you had... what if you took a mosquito?
Oh, no.
And combined it with maybe a sort of... let's see... Like some sort of blood-sucking insect, and you combined it with like a falcon or something.
Ugh.
And they'd fly around and they dive bomb and just suck your blood
down into your spine and suck everything out.
I hate it.
Because if you take a lot of the stuff that insects do and blow it up to our scale, it's like legitimate body horror, just awfulness.
Big lizard isn't a dragon for you.
Well, so I know that a big lizard isn't technically a dragon, but I mean a Komodo dragon is, by definition, a dragon, and it don't breathe fire. So if that's what constitutes a dragon in our world, then yeah, this one definitely was a dragon. Imagine having a Komodo dragon just running after you. That'd be
There is a horror movie for that called Komodo Dragon, I think.
Oh, well, I mean, you don't need the horror movie in real life. Sometimes Komodo dragons will chase after you.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk it. I'll experience it vicariously.
But when a Komodo dragon runs after you, remember, zigzag, serpentine. Komodo dragons can run really fast straight ahead, but they are not very good at going in different direction and pivoting. But don't, if...
Wait, what about running in a big curve, then?
Well, I mean, I guess that would just bring you right back to the dragon, right? So I don't know if that's going to help you out.
Would it? If it's chasing me, it wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess you could keep running in a circle, but, like, ideally you'd want to get away at some point, I imagine.
Well, big curve.
I don't know. Annoy it.
Well, I mean, if you want to do that, I don't know if Komodo dragons get tired quicker than humans, or just shoot it. Yeah, but this is assuming that you don't have a gun.
I like it when people say, I'll just use my jetpack to escape for you.
I'm not sure if serpentining is an effective strategy against, like, a lot of animals. I think...
serpent?
Well, so serpentining is basically when it's just when you zigzag to avoid
I know, I mean, like, what is serpentining an effective strategy against serpents?
I would imagine that you can outrun a serpent without needing to serpentine, yes.
But you still might be able to outrun them anyway.
Well, I mean, you could. I guess the question would be, is serpentining going to help you avoid being bitten by a snake? I suppose it could, right? Like, if you're moving left and right. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I will qualify. You cannot rely on this advice that I've given you if you do encounter a Komodo dragon and you do actually get... and serpentining doesn't work, alright? That's your fault. That's
they're gonna eat the like first thing I'm doing is fucking talking to Friggy. I'm setting a super chat right now. Friggy, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, there is a super chat right now that said, how many people has Friggy's advice killed so far? But like I said, I'm not sure if serpentining...
Fuck.
Because I know that, because there are certain animals you just can't outrun. Like if a hippo's chasing you, give up. It's over. You're done. And if you get chased by a
My advice
polar
is
bear,
not
it's
to
like-
give up. Just if we're handing out advice.
I mean, I suppose the question is, do you wanna die quicker or slower? And if
You
fighting
should
means
give
that you
yourself a chance and and you should run away as
And
fast
hey-
as you possibly can.
Oh, sure, you might as well run, I guess. But well, I said give up, so I guess I disagree with what I just said.
Just
Well,
give
I
up.
don't know. I mean, if you're being chased by a polar bear, I feel like your best choice would be to try and jump so high in the air that you can flip up and snap your neck on the ice. It was like,
That's some great advice.
well, yeah. I mean, if I can get
I
myself
just
going,
imagine someone.
Dude.
Oh shit, a polar bear is gonna do a backflip.
I love the idea that it's a guy with a gun with one bullet against the polar bear. A little poof, Friggy pops up, and they're like, "What do I do, Friggy?" You're like, "Shoot yourself right now."
Give it up.
just do it. Because do you? Well, I think my question would be: are you a good shot? Like, you know,
Dude, if
and
he said
the
yes,
answer
you're like, "Still shoot yourself."
is still, man. I don't know. Don't risk it unless you can find a way to, I don't know, like seppuku yourself with the gun somehow. Like, put it on the ground and try and impale yourself on it. I feel
Yeah.
like that's an interesting that would be an interesting thought experiment in terms of, I guess, how much confidence do you have in yourself if you have a
Dude,
gun with one bullet.
I can guarantee you that would be a hard if it's barreling toward me and I have a pistol with one shot. Oof. I don't know.
I think I'd shoot myself in the head. I'm not gonna.
The thing is, I'm
not gonna
worried that
risk
if I
that
even
one.
tag the head, that it might not kill it.
That would be my concern. Is but there is the question of if you harm it enough, will it leave you alone?
I guess I don't know enough about polar bears to know if that's gonna happen or not. Does that make him more aggressive, or does it make him run away?
I think that I'm pretty sure that a lot of animals will just like back off of the fight because they don't want to get hurt. I guess that's the question. If the polar bear is already charging me, it seems like it's made the decision to really mess with me. And polar bears aren't afraid of people. That's the big thing that makes it tough.
But what
in
about
that
people with
situation.
gun?
No, but polar bears are not well acclimated enough to humans to even, I think, recognize the threat that a human could pose to them with a gun. I think that's...
Do elephants
that's
recognize that?
Elephants are pretty smart. I think that they... I don't know that many animals recognize the threat that the gun presents specifically, but if they hear it, or... Ah, no, now this is taking me down a whole other rabbit hole. I'm not sure. I think the general thing is that a polar bear, unlike a lot of animals that recognize what humans are and that there is actually reason to be concerned, polar bears just don't care.
Right. What do you
they just-
what do you reckon, Rags? Would you risk the shot?
I think I would.
You would risk taking the shot.
Yeah, I would.
Polar bears eat things alive. They don't do the lion
I'm
thing
sure he
where they
knows.
suffocate you and then, yeah.
I feel like he's probably taking it all into consideration. Yeah, I still think I don't think it's an obvious choice. I just
No, I don't think it's an obvious one either.
I don't trust myself enough with the gun to do it. I think I'd be like, man, I feel like I've got like a 2 out of 10 chance to get this perfectly right, and I don't want to risk that 8 out of 10 of being eaten alive. That sucks.
Animals don't understand the concepts of gun, Fringy, please. It's not specifically gun, it's the idea of ranged weapon that can hurt me. More because we've had ranged weaponry for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
evolution has not prepared these critters for firearms.
I would be curious to know if some elephants actually recognize the danger, though. It would be interesting to know if that's a possibility.
You might
Yeah.
associate the sound with, I mean, because a loud noise is pretty. A lot of
think
the
loud-
times that in and of itself, people, animals might associate that with. Oh, that's not good.
I think that's just makes sense, right? A startling loud noise out of nowhere. It's like, oh no, that seems like uncertainty, and I don't want uncertainty. Let me get away from this uncertainty. Somebody said this is bad survival advice. Is it what to which one specifically?
Well,
You need
killing
to be more
yourself is
specific.
definitely
Shooting
bad
yourself is
survival
bad
advice.
bad, yeah,
survival
that's-
advice.
Yeah,
The goal is to
shooting yourself-
survive. Shooting yourself is probably really
I was gonna say, do you
Yeah.
really think it was our survival advice to kill yourself?
convince the bear to kill itself.
No,
Dude, we should
my
release a book
unironic-
written by Friggy and Mauler as one page. It just says
Survival
kill
guide.
yourself.
Kill yourself.
You know what? I love this idea of a fictional book that is really bad advice for surviving encounters with animals from like some hack fraud adventurer who goes out into the wild. I like that idea a lot actually. That's I'm putting a pin in that one. No, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that with the Komodo dragon one, that serpentining is the Friggy is not an authority on these things, by the way, has 0 credentials. Yeah.
How did they figure that out? What?
What's happening?
My God, they've hacked the Matrix.
Look, alright, I've got a maybe medical degree, alright? I'm not like I'm not giving you fully authorized advice on Steve Erfring. That's really good. Yeah, no, I think when it comes to you just hear these little tidbits, like just little bits of information. The other one is that I'm aware of is if you are attacked by a crocodile and it pins you down like it's biting you, poke it in the eyes or punch it. Yeah, poke it in the eyes. That's like the most effective way to let yourself get free. Yeah, Friggy, you need to get more experience with shooting yourself in the head with this advice. Jeez. I think isn't it with sharks you punch them in the nose? That's the way to get them to let go, I think.
Yeah, and then you get people like Steve Irwin who they're almost like animal whisperers, where they can put themselves in situations where you're just like, what?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
a lot of people with tigers are capable of doing that and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics to these animals that you can take advantage of.
Well, yeah, it's the whole idea that you kind of have knowledge that they don't have of you that you can use to outsmart them.
Yeah, because obviously, like, particular colors or movements or positions, sounds, like, all stuff you can learn about animals.
I think what I find super interesting about the interactions between like humans and animals in terms of saving yourself is that a lot of the time things that you assume will instinctually help you don't help you.
Yeah, it's
so
like the
for instance,
reverse.
like if you turn your back on and run away from a lot of animals, that signals that you're weak, and then they're going to try and attack you. But it feels like that's what you should be doing, getting away.
Yeah, and if you,
kind of almost. Yeah.
If you watch them fight each other, that'll often be how they end fights, is looking at each other and moving backwards.
Yeah, like when you see bears fight each other, like in that Grizzly Man documentary where you see the bears fighting each other, it's like you see a lot of behavior in them that reminds you of humans in a very primal sense, but there are some key differences.
Yeah, see, that was Taskmaster's fuck up. He just turns his back to Black Widow on that bridge,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah.
Black Widow's like, aha, weak spot. And yeah, by the way, he may not have, like, credentials, but he survived Australia, for the most part.
Yeah, that's true. It's survival advice if you're attacked by a platypus. Man, get the hell out of there.
Shoot yourself.
Get out of there.
Shoot yourself. That's our advice.
You know
for-
what? You know what? If you get
You know
stung
what?
by that
Yes.
thing,
Shoot.
if you get stung by a male platypus's little pincer, you may be tempted to do that.
Dude, you need to
From
make
how-
that character, and like a lot of the advice is kill yourself for all of these situations. Like, give
Yeah, no, I love this. I love this idea just of like this fake survival guy who a lot of the time just defaults to kill yourself if possible. Like if you encounter these animals. But you know, the reason why I survived is because I have this extra knowledge, you know, that other people don't have.
Like he's like on a panel show, and they're like, "You dropped in the in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Like, how do you survive?" And he's like, "I kill myself." They're like, "Why?" And he's like, "Oh, it'll save all of the suffering, right?"
Or alternatively, it could be like, well, see, I'm an expert, so I can make sure that I don't put myself in situations where my only choice is to kill myself. So you follow this advice.
Oh, dude, if he was that kind of person, they're like, you dropped in the middle of the rainforest, what do you do? And he's like, I wouldn't be.
I would.
I don't see myself in that scenario.
And then they're like,
Imagine
okay,
having-
fine, you're kidnapped, you know, drugged, and we do that to you. And he's like, no, I wouldn't allow that. That's not possible.
That's not gonna happen. Advice for drop bear attacks: always have an umbrella handy. Okay.
Yeah.
You can block them with those umbrellas. Make sure you have a sharpened end just in case you need to fight. Yeah, that's the general thing.
Also, Mauler, ever thought of Spore for a game on Superchat Catchup? Hi, Fringy.
Hey, dude.
I've never played Spore. So I typically try to go for games I have played, so I know what I'm in for. In some way.
Spore is man. I remember when Spore came out. Like, everybody was so disappointed about that game.
All right,
Like, it was super hyped up.
I think I've unlocked everything now.
Oh my god.
Look at you mad
Look
lad.
at look, Rags, all of the characters now.
Oh, let me
Look at 'em all.
pull up the visuals. I got the chat screen by. Oh
What,
yeah, look at that.
Rags, Metal, choose one character each that I must play as now.
Wario.
Two Warriors. All right, Fring, you get the third choice. Don't pick Wario.
Diddy Kong.
How
Alright.
about Wario?
I guess I'll choose the... Oh, look how fucking badass Bowser's car is. We'll try and win with this. Actually, wait, what am I on? 150? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the big tisms with these two. Alright. Fucking edgy car from Bowser. What fictional assault rifle would you outfit your army of toxic broodlings with? Pulse rifle.
I was thinking about saying the pulse rifle.
Good.
I'll give him the BR from Halo.
I'm definitely not gonna do burst fire or anything. Because burst firing is a meme. Let's see. Huh.
I like how you just immediately insult my choice.
No, yeah, I wouldn't give an army burst fire. I'd give them training instead.
Give them training instead. What?
No, well, yeah. So burst firing is essentially when you have a weapon that has burst fire options. Generally, what it's used for is to keep insufficiently trained ground forces from getting rid of all of their bullets too quickly. Because a burst is short enough to where you're probably going to hit them, but we want you to not just dump your ammunition down range, right? So it's a middle ground in between of we don't want you to get rid of all your ammo, but you're not quite good enough to control full auto yet. And besides, the majority of the fire you'll be doing is in semi-automatic anyway. So I'm probably not gonna, maybe a 2-round burst option, maybe, but probably not. So I'm trying to think of a fictional assault rifle.
Well, pending your the advice you've given me,
Yeah, like in video games, it can make a lot of sense for balance and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't want to.
Well, they haven't specified anything about the training, and I'm assuming you could still have trained
my
people
toxic
using
will be.
burst weapons.
Then I want them using full auto if there's
I
a
might give him
situation.
I'll give him the Halo 1 assault rifle with 60 rounds.
Yeah, that's a good, and that shit shoots 308s too. Like one of my complaints about Halo was that the description of what that gun is and its effectiveness in game are two completely different universes.
Right.
But yeah, that's a good option. The Halo one. So, well, here's my issue. One thing I don't like about the Halo assault rifle is that there's no like sights for it.
Yeah,
It's
true.
got that hump on the front, and you have to use like a heads-up display to hip fire it, which is great when that's all working and you have people who can use it and stuff. But yeah, and I want them to have zoom. They gotta have zoom. In fact, zoom is a necessary thing for me.
Like a scope, or
Yeah, it's gotta have an option for mounting optics. So like I would be more like a DMR, the DMR, the Halo DMR wouldn't be a terrible option as a DMR, but as for assault rifle, what are there any from Apex that I'd give him?
I might give them the Titanfall one then, the
yeah.
C like 103 or whatever it was called.
Yeah, maybe like an R301 is a potential that I'd give them. It's a single shot and full auto. If it's a, I might give him something a little beefier. But I don't know what light ammo means in that world. But yeah, an R301 wouldn't be too bad. If we're going by game logic, it can equip up to a 4x scope, which is pretty darn good. And past that, you'd want a DMR anyway, not really an assault rifle. But yeah, I would be keen on that. That would not be a bad option. There's probably there's a crap load of correct answers. But yeah,
I think there's a lot of correct answers, for sure.
Yeah, if they had an R301, I'd be pretty satisfied with that.
Can I do
myself.
honorary mention for Drinker's 6-cylinder revolver?
I was thinking about mentioning
Oh
it.
yeah. And plus, we have to keep in mind like eras. Like, what I could give him a fancy space Mass Effect gun that shoots like superheated plasma that'll just rip anything apart.
Right,
That's
yeah.
contemporary. So I'm working a little bit. With him.
Maybe I could give them the maybe the carbine. The Covenant carbine. Because
Yeah, if we're going with like
alien weaponry.
Yeah, if we want to go into that route, then for future weaponry,
What other alien? I feel like all my references are Halo. I need something else that I'm thinking of. What about a weapon from Doom? Like the like
assault
the
rifle
plasma
from Doom
rifle.
seems pretty good. I wouldn't
Does
give him
seem-
the plasma rifle. In terms of it takes so long for the rounds to travel,
Oh, good
it-
point. Good point.
and
Yeah.
it shows a very obvious trail of where the fire is coming from.
True.
I see. It needs to be. So here's my thing, right? It needs to have optic mounting on it. It's got to be able to have a scope. It has to be suppressible.
Oh well, then that would probably eliminate all plasma weapons then.
Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how suppressing plasma weapons works. If that's a thing,
But plasma
Can it get rid of
weapons aren't. But then
flash?
again, plasma weapons aren't very loud, ever in anything usually. What like? Would it be loud compared to a bullet being fired from a gun?
Yeah, I don't know if it would be like. It would probably be quieter, I think, but I don't think it would be quiet, but certainly quieter. But the trails that the energy leaves is a little bit more traceable back to the shooter. Then again, I don't know if plasma is necessarily better than projectile weapons.
I think that's one of those. It's almost like one of those things you learn. It's one of those science fiction kind of almost black pills. Like, oh, we interstellar travel. Like, how are we going to account for G-force? That's going to be really hard. And same with like plasma weapons. It's like, why bullets are pretty effective.
Bullets are great. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're kind of at we're kind of at a small arms plateau at the moment. But
until
when
we
it comes
find some way to do something incredible that we haven't even thought of yet.
The biggest advances that are taking place in that field right now are in the realm of optics and mounting systems and targeting things. It will probably be
And
electrified
skins.
rails,
And
of course,
skins,
super
true.
cool skins and dances as well. It will be heads-up displays. It'll be like gadgetry. Is what's gonna really be the big advancements in small arms. It's not gonna really be the guns themselves or the bullets, I feel. So let's see. It's like how can you just get better at hitting targets and shooting good in a wide variety of situations. But yeah, So yeah, it'd be projectiles, has to have a scope, needs to be suppressible. It would be nice if it had a lot of modularity to it in terms of there's carbine versions of it and more rifle versions of it. let's see. Are there any new Halo weapons that I'm just not familiar? Halo 5 weapons.
So the problem is that like, well, when I'm thinking about Halo,
because I need to see some of these to sort of. All right. Allow at. Fuck off. All right, let me open this up in incognito. Oh, I have to. Okay, give me a second. Let me. I can't pause on this site. Okay. Let's see. Hydra sniper rifle. The saw. That's a squad automatic weapon, of course. Battle rifle, DMR, Hydra, missile launcher, assault rifle. Yeah, if it wasn't for the assault rifle having this goofy top cover thing on it,
it'd be pretty perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be pretty good because it shoots like a 308. It's got a six. Well, here's the thing, you can't have a 60 round capacity. That's just not. You can't do that. You're not going to just give a. It's not like that's a light machine gun at that point, essentially. I'm fine with an assault rifle in the future, especially having a higher caliber for barrier penetration and defeating armor. But a 60 round magazine that's silly. It would have to have like a drum or something, and we're not doing drums. So I don't know. I have to keep looking to find something good. Let me look up that pulse rifle from Aliens, because it seems really big and cumbersome for what it is. It's definitely got that 80s aesthetic to it.
I don't know what sights it has as well. I think it has iron sights, but I'm not sure.
I believe that but doesn't it have a thing at the top that you could mount like a red dot sight on, I think?
Possibly?
It probably... I think it might. It's not too... It's a little... Let's see. Oh, what about the one from Starship Troopers? Starship Troopers assault rifle. The Merida 3. Let me see. Yeah, we're not doing that. Let me see. I like the underbarrel pulse rifle aspect. You could probably put a 40mm grenade launcher in there. You can put a shotgun in there if you wanted to, and you could put smokes. If you just put a 40mm tube, you could do all kinds of things with that. It could shoot buckshot. It could shoot little mini grenades, and who knows. But,
guns.
And then I guess there's different variants of it. The M41A2, M41A3, M41A. Yeah, like future like this. Here, let me copy and paste this. So that doesn't look too bad. It's got rails on the top for optics. You can probably, with a little tweak, you can probably suppress that. Just have it, just give it a proper barrel end right there, a muzzle. That looks like you can. It's got a space for underslung launchers and whatnot. 60 rounds. I don't know what it shoots. I don't know what caliber it shoots, but I highly doubt it's got. If it's got 60 bullets in there, they're probably not very beefy. Does it say ammunition? 10 by 24mm caseless. Huh. Maybe if you're gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I don't like the. I would rather have. Yeah. Also, it looks like the smart gun uses the same ammunition as well. But I want something with a bit more oomph. We got to get body armor and barrier penetration. And it's got to be good at ranges. Though that 60 round capacity, it doesn't look like it has much in the way of recoil. So I'm definitely not writing it off. But it's a contender. The M4A. Let me take the M4A2 pulse rifle. There's an M41A2, which is similar. So that's definitely a contender. So yeah, that's something to. Yeah, we talked about this enough. That'll be my placeholder, but because this is something I would really want to think about, I guess. But I hopefully we've given them enough food for thought.
There's a book called Hominids. It's about discovering a parallel universe where the Neanderthals won. It's okay.
Okay.
We're not doing the Lancer. That's silly.
Oh, is that the thing from Gears?
Gears of War.
Yeah.
That is very much a video game firearm.
As if you've never needed to chainsaw something in the middle of a fight.
By the way,
Lying to
there's
me.
probably like 80 great options from just the Call of Duty series that I'm just flat out not familiar with. So, yeah.
Russia discovers the new world with Sputnik. I was in reference to you guys' alternate histories.
That'd be weird.
I guess that's the thing though, is like, by the time that we've developed something like Sputnik, I'm pretty sure we would have figured out that Earth is of a certain size, and that, we would have been able to figure out that, there probably is land over there.
If it's a cultural or religious thing, if there's a theocracy maybe that they live in,
I guess, but again, they would have had the understanding of like space and sending things to space and some awareness of how big the planet is.
yeah,
But they just assume that it's all ocean for some reason.
like they've never gone there or really looked at it, so it really is in a sense like they know of the coastline because they can observe it, but it's like considered this forbidden continent. You're not allowed to go onto, and so
then-
Sputnik and the satellites are finally able to look at it from a safe distance.
That might be an idea.
I think y'all would like.
By the way, I'm just gonna peruse the assault rifle thing as we continue. So if I randomly interject with pictures or thoughts, then that will be what that is for.
I am more than okay with you randomly interjecting with thoughts.
Okie dokie.
I think y'all would like the Night Gallery segment. Midnight Never Ends. It's a meta story about writing from Rod Sterling, sorry. If you haven't seen it, please do. Very well, perhaps. I think you keep having serious plagues like Black Death. The Enlightenment wouldn't happen. Nobody's settling the new world when the old one's empty.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting idea. This feels like a... Well, so the interesting idea that I was gonna follow through with would be, if the Black Death killed more people than it did, is there not a possibility that it could just, like, have destroyed Europe as a place in general? Like, there'd still be people who live in Europe, but it would destroy the more complex societal structures that were there at the time.
Maybe that would be interesting. What if the Black Death was like really worse?
I was gonna say, it would be
like,
categorical depending on how many it kills.
Yeah, well, I'm talking like if it killed 90 to 95% of people, it's like, well, that would be the end of a lot of societal structures.
That would be that'd be a reset level.
It would be a reset, yeah. And imagine, dude, imagine if you had a story where it was like the Black Death did that, and so Europe didn't become the dominant sort of power of the later parts of that millennium. And then it was, elsewhere that saw more development, like, I don't know, certain African kingdoms or East Asian kingdoms, or hell, even, like, the Aztecs or the Maya. That feels like it could be an idea. And so then Europe becomes the untamed or mysterious land that is traveled to instead of, the Americas.
Yeah.
That feels like an idea.
That'd be interesting. One thing that you could do a sort of like the Black Death happens, find a way to make like a stalker situation, but in like medieval or Renaissance age tech, where cities are like safe zones because they can build or utilize something that's extremely rare and difficult to make, and it keeps cities safe. But venturing out is like super dangerous or something. There's a miasma that covers the world, or a cloud, or a pestilence.
I think my favorite part about this scenario is that already in chat there are conflicting ideas on what would happen if Europe was essentially depopulated. Certain people are saying it would be Persia that would take over. Some people are saying the Ottomans. Some people are saying the Mongols. Some people are saying the Chinese. It's like, yeah, this is why it's a really cool idea.
What if you made it so that the Black Death not only knocks out, let's say, 95% of Europe, but it also, like, it's not just that it kills you, whatever, it, like, reanimates into some kind of
yes, medieval zombies.
I wasn't actually, I was gonna say, zombies, that would totally work too, but I was also going, like, so, like, creatures that are actually, you know, they start a civilization, they have preferences, but they're disgusting, horrible things that do, like, horrible things, or whatever. Like, you know, like orcs, but way worse. And, you know, Europe is just that, and they are quicker to advance.
Oh, Europe is Mordor, basically.
Yeah, and then the Americas and other countries have to just, they can't beat them, but they have to hope they don't get invaded by them until they unite and try and take over what is essentially Mordor Europe.
Huh, that'd be, that feels like an idea that could be really cool.
I just like the idea that the orcs have, or whatever we call them, they have better tech.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, this honestly sounds like the premise of Resistance. Do you guys remember that game? Resistance on PS3?
Are they aliens, or are they...
They're alien. So the idea is that a meteorite crashes in Siberia that's carrying an infection, and that infection turns people into chimeras, which is like alien-human hybrids. And basically, over the course of, I think, like 20 or 30 decades, they amass strength and begin converting more people to their ranks, and eventually they spill over into Europe and then America. It just sounds similar in that there was a region where people got turned into monsters, basically, and then, you know, the monsters take over the world.
Mm-hmm.
That game was kind of scary to me when I played it, when I first played it. Like, that was a scary little premise there.
Aliens in Siberia. Oh no, tomorrow war. No.
Oh no, it's not like. Well, I remember. I remember because there was even in-universe justification for that, because the Chimera, they had such a fast metabolism that they needed cooling systems to die, but cooling systems to not die, and then the end
I was
game.
gonna say, what the hell?
Yeah.
I just want to die. Get the fridge. Get the fridge.
Yeah, then Mr. Meeseek's Chimera, but then the end goal was to lower the temperature of Earth to make it more akin to a place that they could actually live comfortably. Killzone had the Hellghast. Well, sure, but they were still people. I know that
There's like the name Hellghast,
right?
yeah.
It's a cool name. I remember that the interesting thing about Killzone is that, like, the Hellghast are obviously meant to be Nazis, but the actual in-universe story behind their race makes them incredibly sympathetic. And so it's like, you've kind of made this huge mistake, you know?
Oops.
Like, they're meant to be space Nazis, but the actual in-universe explanation for who they are and why they exist paints the side that you're on as not exactly noble. And of course, they have the cool factor going for them with their crazy helmets and all that stuff.
And Brian Cox making speeches.
Well, yeah, because they had all the interesting characters were on that side, like Radek. Radek, that was his name. Like, Radek was really cool, but they're meant to be the bad guys. It's like, whoops.
Yeah, seriously though, more medieval Renaissance zombie stuff.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Rags, easy way to Friday sea travel until society is more advanced. Did they not? They must have meant something else, not Friday, right? Easy way to Friday sea travel. Easy way to... It can't be Friday that they meant. I don't know what it means to Friday something.
You guys don't have to hit enter, but until you check your messages.
Well, the thing is,
guys, okay?
It's
like,
capitalized, like it's purposeful. Like the easy way to Friday sea travel until society is more
is it
advanced.
stand for something? Is that a...
No, not the whole. Like it's properly, you know, it's a proper noun. Sorry, the noun. As in, Friday is spelled with a. You're supposed to do capital letters with days, are you? Or am I making that up?
You're meant
Not
to do capitals
each
on
letter.
days.
No,
Yeah,
not. I don't mean that. I
the
just meant the first
The
letter.
names of days are proper nouns, so you're meant
think
to
so, yeah.
capitalize the first letter.
Yeah.
Yes, you absolutely are.
What's that called? Where the letters mean something? The
What do you?
FRIDAY. What's that called? An acronym?
Acronym?
Oh, well, there's a difference between an acronym and a
Abbreviation?
Abbreviation, yeah.
We
You
did
know
talk about
what
this
type
before, but
of
I've probably forgotten at this point.
Oh, it's from. Oh, it's from Marvel Comics Dark Industry. That's
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I have no clue.
Still getting blue shelled. I'm just too good at the games to keep blue shelling me. That's what keeps happening. I consider it racist. Anyway, Rags, easy way to Friday sea travel until society is more advanced. Make the Oort cloud denser without a reliable cute of the stars. I think Q maybe they meant. To track their movements, seafaring becomes much more difficult.
Oh, so the idea would be that we basically change the world that we live in to where the sky is so dense that it becomes basically impossible to use the stars as a guide to travel.
That would
I
be
think the problem is that that's a cool idea, actually.
I'd like to, yeah, you'd
do-
like to know what the knock-on effect of all that would be, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, if the night sky looks so radically different, and if stars and stuff are much closer, does that not mean that there will be changes in the composition of the Earth itself in terms of natural resources?
Potentially.
Like if there is a higher density of stars, is it more likely that we'll find more complex elements on Earth? And what would that yield in terms of Well, I mean, it seems likely, right? Isn't basically the reason why any complex elements exist is because of fusion stars and other sort of reactions going on in space. So if it's denser,
I'm not sure.
I think it is because, well, oh man, I'm starting to doubt myself in this one here, but maybe someone in chat will know. Because isn't the general gist of it that like the creation of complex elements is because, you know, hydrogen fuses to helium, and then when it starts to run out of hydrogen, you need to fuse helium into something else, and so as that process goes on, you just create more and more complex elements. Oh, only up to iron. Okay. I remember learning about this, but it's eluding me right now.
But yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to create a world that way, as it is for a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
You want a fun series for this purposefully repressed tech level versus religion topic? Try out the Safehold series by David Weber. Fair enough. In my DVD settings is a literal wall of stroms stopping travel between continents and a godlike entity that would kill two advanced civilizations. Oh, sorry, D&D, not DVD. I really got confused because it said DVD settings. I was picturing them, you know. It's fine. So yeah, in D&D they have a wall of stroms stopping travel between continents and a godlike entity that would kill any civilization that becomes too advanced, apparently.
Dicks.
Yeah.
Look, the cool thing we did. Die! I was like, no!
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Put it back.
I don't know. The idea that an alien or some a sufficiently powerful entity that can do that is afraid of you developing like steam engines. Like, I don't know. I don't think they give a shit. Like, oh, what are you gonna do?
It doesn't
like,
have to be because they're afraid, right? It could be for any reason.
It could be. It couldn't be because they're afraid. It has to be something else.
Morbid curiosity?
Morbid
The curiosity of what?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Preventing you from using technology and seeing what you'll do to try and get around it.
Like what kind of?
So see how they get around creating technology
like
without creating
Put
technology.
limitations on them. Put limitations on them to see what they'll do because of those limitations.
Yeah, you are one fledgling species out of many.
Many, yeah.
This is what your test is. We're gonna see how good you are. Okay, that's something. Like you're just a science experiment. They discovered you, and so they have been kind of setting the parameters to see what you're gonna do and how you're gonna behave. That's interesting. You could do that because I could see that being a thing that's plausible. Hyper advanced civilization that just wants to acquire knowledge and information. and so that's one of the ways they do it.
I mean, I guess that civilization would eventually have like the greatest technology possible with stones and other stuff. They would have.
Potentially, it depends on where the barrier is, but yeah, if you're not like if you're never allowed to develop siege engine or not siege engines, but steam engines or apply electricity, things of that nature, then it probably. I mean, the ingenuity that exists in you would do the best you could with what you got.
To backtrack, for whatever reason, I mistook the Oort cloud for like the Magellan cloud. So
Oort clouds where stars or asteroids come from, right?
So the Oort cloud is the basically the whole layer of like ice and stuff that surrounds our star. And for whatever reason, I
mainly know about that because of the Captain Marvel video.
Oh, well, I mean, I
everyone
didn't
in the
know
comment
about it before,
section.
but we did research.
Oh,
on that,
I knew the word. I just never knew what it was about. But loads of people arguing whether or not it should count as part of the solar system.
Oh yeah, because the Oort cloud is one of those things where it's like, should this be defined as the end point of the solar system, or because I think the Oort cloud is the furthest extent to which any objects are directly influenced by
the sun.
The sun.
Yeah.
And so that feels like a good way to define the extent of our Okay, what was it? Damn, I can't remember what the premise was before because it was something to do with Oort cloud.
Well, it was just the Oort cloud's so thick we can't see stars beyond it.
Oh, well that would be a totally different premise then. I think that would significantly change our understanding of reality and
well, yeah, and
space.
They were specifically talking about seafaring. Just you can't use stars to guide.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be basically the same end consequence, right? You just see nothing.
What if stars appear one day? That's the thing. What if that's the world you live in, and then all of a sudden some celestial event occurs, and then all of a sudden there's stars everywhere, out of like day and night, but all of a sudden they just appear, and who knows what else they like. I really like the whole Witcher. They had that conjugation of the spheres thing, where like two different, at least my out of memory, were like two different planes of reality just sort of collide, and it introduces magic and monsters and all that shit to the normal actual world.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I think the idea of just having a world and then shaking it up in a really interesting way from a really simple thing can yield some great results.
Yes. Do you think Movie Bob is always salty because he thinks he lost the coin toss and is jealous of Bob that's enjoying his perfect Mars colony in the Ark? That's only something that everyone but Fringy should actually understand.
That just sounds funny to me. Like,
yeah, I can see why it was so funny anyway. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he does feel that way. Like he said that Republicans destroyed his chance of becoming a robot on Mars. I want Trump to react to that. Like, you stole his chance to be a robot on Mars. Trump would be like, okay.
Sorry, I guess.
I'm sorry about that. We had some other focuses, you know.
Oh my god.
Busy building a space force.
Movie Bob? Probably out of McDonald's or whatever.
McDonald's Space Force.
Above he's just got a fleet of spaceships constructed out of McDonald's food items. The burger ship, the Big Mac ship.
That was a plot of an Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode.
That doesn't surprise me at all, actually. The Armada, it's called pretty small for an average sized person. I can't believe he said that.
It's a pretty small armada for you.
It's something I would genuinely like to ask him about. I'd be like, do you actually think this is normal for... And I want him to be like...
No, not normal, small. This is below average.
No, normal amount of food for a small... Oh, wait, sorry.
No,
did he say...
He said it was small for the average person. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't think he said small. I think he said it was normal.
Did you say fairly small?
By the way, we're just debating like the degrees of how stupid he is.
Oh, absolutely,
Not that he is or isn't stupid.
No, Movie Bob said That is a fairly small amount of McDonald's for the average
He
size
did?
person.
That's
He
where I got
did.
thought he
confused.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
I
so-
let Az and Gary see that because they hadn't seen it before, and I was like, he described that as fairly small. He was just like, it's like, how could you possibly? That is like,
It's 4 meals. It's 4 large meals. Like, it's not even like there's 4 drinks. Is he drinking
Yep.
all 4?
that's the thing, man. Those
You
four,
bet your ass he's drinking all 4.
those 4 sodas, I'd already feel like ill, like before I could even get to the
Yeah.
food.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is-
Tell me about how ill you feel after doing that.
Yeah, and like 4
You didn't even do it,
burgers,
Mel. You gave up.
And like about 24 McNuggets, maybe even more than 24 nuggets, and 2 large chips. Like, what are we? Man, you're gonna have no like diabetes is the like he's seriously that's actually what he thinks is a small amount of food. He's in serious jeopardy. Like, I don't know that there's the world that he lives in where he gets to go to the Mars colony, like, with these choices that he's making.
Dude, he fucking cooks his turkeys in Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew chicken.
Chicken.
I can't. No way. No way.
He's
joking.
proud of it. He shows Twitter and stuff.
Oh my god.
Because generally when you do that sort of thing, there's the added, I know it's stupid, this is just for the memes.
Yeah. It's like, look, the stupid thing I did. Let's see if this tastes as
Hey
awful
man,
as
it's
it looks.
Gamer Fuel, okay?
Yeah. Uh,
Oh.
This is gamer fuel. This is gamer protein.
Mm-hmm. Hey, long
Stay
man.
hydrated, gamers, doesn't mean drink more Mountain Dew.
liar.
Hey, Longman, do you believe Vision would feed civilians to his zombified wife? Apparently Marvel does. Okay, I have no idea what happens in... What is going on in the newest What If episode, huh? Something spooky. He's feeding people to his zombified... Okay. I mean, aren't they supposed to be of a particular age rating? Like, I can't see them doing that, or... How far are they willing to go in this What If stuff?
Probably just PG, nothing worse than that.
P and G.
Nice.
Thanks, man.
I mean, as long as you don't show blood, you're okay, I guess.
Yeah. Tim Pool has had Alex on. Alex can come on other people's shows, but not his own. There are eyes on where he goes, so TOS will be enforced. Yeah, just like I said, just be careful, guys, because you know, because they already get like 8K, so I imagine with Alex Jones that could go up to like 15, 20, because there'll be a lot of people just being like, "Holy shit, Alex Jones!" And then yeah, it'll be dependent on what they talk about. Like I said, I would just want him to talk about the sequels and what he thought of them, because it would be funny. Justice League Steppenwolf looks so dull and uninteresting. At least Snyder's Steppenwolf was kind of funny in how edgy he made him. But I thought the Justice League one was funny, because he looked like a really bad video game character. But I will agree that the Snyder Wolf was also funny.
Snyder Wolf.
When they pull the cube away from him and he goes, "No!" Like, oh, doesn't get to have his cube.
Dick.
Can we back my cube? Come on.
Mine.
You dick.
Such really long for it.
All I want to do is destroy your planet.
Who do you want the last Smashed Ultimate character to be?
I don't give a
Crash.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Danny DeVito.
Crash.
I thought you were gonna say Danny Phantom. I don't know.
Scorpion. That'd be pretty cool.
And he's just the only super violent, gory character in the whole thing.
He just
I don't know,
performs
what
a
about,
fatality. Like, what?
What about Cass? Daddy Cass. He should be in there. Big, strong stud. Stable family life. Good with instruments. Talented singer. I mean, jeez.
Think of the ways he can
He's
beat
got it
people.
all. God damn.
Ringy the Were Cassowary. Hey.
Transforms
I
into
like
a
that a lot.
cassowary under the full
That's
moon.
that's awesome. That's
There you go.
maybe that's the Halloween costume.
Fuck Mongos. All my homies hate Mongos. Real, and then word that I would get banned for saying potentially. Rep team Artards. Can I get a gang for all of our Artard brothers out there? Also, when is YouTube gonna fix this font loophole? I don't know.
Gang.
I'm surprised they haven't done it already.
Seems like something they would be able to get easily done. Like you just import it into the thing and just like remember this.
Yeah. Or just don't give people the option to do different fonts.
Yeah,
that's
that'd be a
probably
lot.
the easiest
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Is there a formal definition for tism?
No. Absolutely not.
Make Fringy's Halloween PFP a cassowary. Ah, you were slow on the draw there, so someone else
Yeah,
already
exactly.
suggested it. Yeah.
Slow on the draw,
just-
said it hours ago.
It just redirects you back to the slang.
Back you, Mauler. I'm catching up with EFAP 72, and you kept talking about Buffy, so I watched it now. I'm halfway through season 2, and I can't stop crying. Poor Buffy. Aww. Dude, if you're having feels at season 2, you better have a sit down. Release? No, raise/farm cows in forests. Problem solved. Does that solve all of the problems? I don't know.
Oh, after almost 40 runs, I finally finished another The Lost run.
Nice.
Yay!
I hate this character so much.
Weed. Is it God's herb or devil's lettuce? How?
Oh.
Why? Maybe depending on the one you get, it's a bit of both. Hey, wonder what y'all think about Sardonicast.
Never watched it.
I don't have an
Boring.
opinion on it.
I thought it was boring. I find that YMS is the one that has the most interesting things to say.
Well, I mean, YMS usually, has super interesting things to say about movies.
Yeah, I just don't give a crap about the other two, really. I'm just not interested in anything they really have to say.
That's the thing, I usually just... Like, I would unironically say you guys should totally fucking subscribe and check out YMS's Twitch highlights channel. It's way better.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really funny, what he gets up to in his day-to-day with Twitch. But yeah, I've tried to watch a couple of episodes of Sardonicast and I just get a little bit bored. But, you know, not everything for everybody. That's how it works. Would you say that bloat in a story/film is bad, even if it makes sense? Also, you're my favorite paninis and high rags.
Hi. I think by definition, bloat is something you want to avoid. It's like saying too much of something is bad. It's like, well, yeah, that's why it's too much, you know?
Right.
Like it's sort of baked into the word.
I tried to define bloat. I think I did in the Snyder video. Is like, you're not giving us any new information. This is serving no purpose in the story, which is typically how you try and construct a story. You give us the information we need for additional things to happen. You don't just put in random shit. Typically, but even then, that could serve some purpose compared to just nothingness that also doesn't help. So I would definitely recommend avoiding bloat. I'm trying to think of, would there be times where it could be purposeful and still be called bloat? It's like,
Like you're trying to specifically make a point for something?
yeah,
I don't know
maybe, but at that point, would it be called bloat?
Yeah, that's the thing. By the point that I would say that bloat's good is it's not bloat anymore.
Yeah. Damn, I keep coming fourth. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
You should look up the golden crowned flying fox. Whoa. What a name it's got. Golden crowned flying fox. Oh man, it's like a bat. Oh, it's big too. Yeah, just make it a little bit bigger and you can have yourself a horror monster right there. I'm afraid no one else is interested, and that's okay. It's okay. Being eaten by a Komodo. With my dying breath, I blame Fringy. Yeah.
And shoot yourself.
Don't risk your life, off yourself, Fringy 2021. Pretty much, that's how it goes.
Smart.
Are these survival techniques taught in Australian school? What the fuck, Fringy? Like you said, you know, if it involves killing yourself, it's probably not a survival recommendation. Flying fox are fruit bats. Interesting. Hi lads, hope you're all well. Mauler, miss your dedicated gaming streams. Cheers. Well, you got the Bioshock ones recently. I'm thinking of doing another set for a different game relatively soon, so... You'll have me in solo mode, more than likely. Avoiding all of these creatures.
You've been doing a good job avoiding me with your sleeping pattern.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a sleeping pattern. That's yeah. There's nothing I can do about it, you know.
Yeah.
Elephants don't actually think you're cute. Oh.
Oh man.
Elephants?
I mean,
Assholes.
some of them might. You don't know. Oh, I almost threw that ball at myself. That'd have been awkward. Can't watch the EFAP today. Currently in Krusty Land at Universal Studios in Florida. Hope the revolution goes well in Australia. Fringoliosis. I was just hit by so many things. Yeah, Krusty Land. They actually like in the episode, because holy shit, I hope you don't get killed by the robots there, I guess. But yeah, those will catch you around. How would you fare out in the wilderness with nothing? I wouldn't fare particularly well, but I imagine Rags would.
Probably not great, but I think I could live.
I would like run on basic random things I've heard from shows and stuff and be like, I can try and eat something and then it kills me and I'd be like, oh. I didn't realize it was a poison berry. What am I supposed to do? What's a fifth? God damn. Mauler, whenever you beat Bioshock 2 on stream, instead of playing Infinite, you play Prey 2017 because it's a much better game of the same type. Thing is...
Yeah, Prey is good. Prey 2017 is pretty great. I really like Prey.
I still want Prey 2.
Thing is, people don't want me to play Bioshock Infinite because they think it's good. They want me to play it so I can complain about it.
Mm-hmm.
What, right?
Mauler finally admits the Earth is barely habitable. True.
No.
That's such a fucking Man of Steel arc, man. You know, everywhere in the universe is habitable if you have a dome. But shut up. Build a dome on Earth, and Earth is like double habitable. If you had an IR laser strong enough to blind, which exists, couldn't you still blind large groups just by shining it in their eyes? Oh, couldn't you sit there blinding large groups? I'm very confused what this relates to.
Is this relating to when people point those hyper-powerful lasers at the sky and it potentially blinds pilots of commercial planes?
Oh, dude,
that
what
was
happening?
Yeah, so that's super illegal.
Oh, I mean, it was a problem. I
know.
remember like 5 or 10 years ago when it was just a thing that people were doing and getting arrested for it naturally, because it's an incredibly dangerous and stupid thing to do.
I mean, yeah, that is a really stupid thing to do. Damn it!
But I don't know why the question's been asked, I guess.
Yeah, I'm very lost on the context. It probably makes sense, but I just don't remember when it came from. The UNSC from Halo versus the Galactic Republic. Who's winning?
Galactic Republic.
Probably the Galactic Republic, yeah.
Well, so
More
not only are
people,
they
more manpower.
enormous, but if we're talking prequel era, they have soldiers with magic on their team, which probably helps.
Yeah. I think the UNSC pretty good, but they're small, relatively speaking. Then again, I guess that's the question: would Master Chief be able to beat a Jedi? I suppose the answer would have to be no,
Yes,
right?
he's got
Jedi
bullets.
could just... Well,
They have the
true,
Force.
yeah, that's right. But I was about
Can the force? What can the force? Can the force stop bullets?
We wouldn't need to, right? Well, we're at the problem of a lot of our animal discussions. Who's got the jump on who?
Who's
Also,
got the
Fringy, you
jump,
have to
yeah.
see what just happened. Holy fuck.
Let me see. Oh wow! Oh my god!
It's possibly the most luckiest thing that's ever happened to me on this game. Holy fuck.
I missed it. I have to rewind.
Rewind. Oh shit. Oh man, what?
Oh wow, that was lucky.
The most embarrassing death ever. Just like. Wow, DK. What the fuck? But that was pretty cool. Rags, I think the bolt gun is a contender for the AR. Sure, of all our arms would break after the first shot, but with a bolt gun, one volley is all you need.
Wait, bolt gun? As in a bolt action rifle?
I don't think so.
No, yeah, bolt action rifles are obsolete. I'm not fucking giving my troops bolt action rifles.
I'm assuming it's a reference to some game that I don't know.
Bolt gun? Me. Bolt gun.
Well, remember the what was that sniper in Modern Warfare 2 that everybody used, the bolt action one?
The intervention.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
right.
that.
The
I
Chitac,
remember that.
M200 or something like that. Do you mean the bolter from Warhammer? I don't know if I could classify that as an assault rifle because it's like a grenade launcher. It shoots these little rockets that explode when they hit. I don't know if it's an assault rifle.
Have any of you guys played all 3 Killzone games? If so, what do you think of them?
I've played none.
I've played none.
I played one of them, but man, that was so long ago. Wasn't Killzone PlayStation 2?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. I don't remember how many I played. I played the first one for sure, but I don't remember anything about it. When did it come out? 2013? No, wait, that's Shadowfall Killzone, whatever that is.
Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't,
2004. Fuck me, I'm a mold.
I'm a mold.
I'm a mold.
I'm a mold. I'm very a mold.
I'm moldy.
I'm mold,
Also,
alright.
I didn't come first. The combination of Diddy Kong and Wario clearly doesn't work. We gotta do a new combination. Everyone put your votes in.
I think I found it fun back in the day, but I don't know how much weight I would give that opinion of little me, so...
Waluigi.
Okay. Rags, who else am I playing as?
Be Piranha Plant Man.
Alright, Mel, what car?
The third one.
Just say stop.
Okay, stop.
DK's car it is.
Nice.
Look at how happy Waluigi is.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, you're playing as me? Sweet.
Sick.
They need to make a game that is just Waluigi's Adventures.
Waluigi's
For, I don't know.
mansion. He's just gotta save Wario.
Waluigi's Mansion, yeah, that's right.
And they kiss at the end. Because you know what? They got forced diversity.
I've been playing 3. That game is fun.
Guys, look at Discord chat. We've had a vegan discussion for about an hour, and now it's an existential discussion about the sentience of ants. I can see how that could have happened, yeah.
Sounds about right.
Well, who knows? Maybe ants are... no. Well, who knows?
Free going on his little arc there as well. What did you guys...
I am gonna peace out now because I have to work tomorrow and it's getting quite late.
I don't know if you want to stay for this next question. It had the word biggest disappointment in it, so I figure that relates to you.
Oh, that's probably about me. Yeah, I was saying.
What is you guys' biggest disappointment in media? Mine is the lack of Titanfall 3 and Battlefield 5 squandering of momentum from Battlefield 1. Hi, Rags.
Squandering of momentum?
Yeah, Battlefield 5 squandered the momentum of Battlefield 1, I guess.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm playing
Absolutely.
Battlefield 1 right now as we're, chatting about this, and there's a lot of really good stuff in Battlefield 1. From 4, they made some good stuff. A lot of infantry changes, mobility and movement changes. There's good stuff in here, and yeah, Battlefield 5 just shat all over the pretty well received Battlefield 1.
Do you want to go
Okay,
first
still
now
playing
so you
one.
can escape?
Sorry?
Do you want to go first so you
What's
can
yours,
escape?
Middle?
Oh, well, the first thing that comes to mind in recent times was probably Amnesia Rebirth. That was a fucking disappointment.
It's a fair choice.
Yeah.
Mine's gonna be Game of Thrones or TLJ. Probably Game of Thrones. That squandered a decade of work.
Well, I mean, I got a recent one for you. Rick and Morty Season 5.
Yeah.
That was a huge disappointment.
What would your pick be, Rags? I'm assuming it isn't the Battlefield
For
5.
squandered stuff? Oh, I don't know.
Well, it was biggest disappointment in media, so it could really be anything.
Yeah, I'm... Hmm. I mean, Game of Thrones is definitely up there. What little I know of it more than I know it. Just because of how long and the huge cultural influence that it had and just threw away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's legit kind of tough to say. I'm trying to think about game series. Halo might be up there depending on how Infinite goes.
Ooh, that's a good one too, yeah.
Mass Effect.
Oh no,
Battlefield's not there yet. Battlefield had 5, which was bad, but that's just one thing. I feel like they still got a lot of
A lot to
interest
lose.
going on.
The only came to mind for me was the destruction of the WWE 2K games. They just became worse and worse over the years and riddled with microtransactions, so basically unplayable. So because normally I just like, oh, I'm just gonna create like some silly wrestling person and then I'll do some wrestling. And the last one I bought was 2019. I was like, yeah, here you have 4 things you can choose, or 4 sets you can choose from. You can make a wrestler out of this. All the other things you have to unlock or pay for. It's like, oh, great, thanks.
Well, those are some disappointments. There you go.
Yeah, I feel bad now, so I'm gonna go to bed now and cry. Thanks.
Okay, goodbye, Mel.
Gotcha.
Sleep well.
I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye.
Oh boy. Little context to the whole movie Bob robot thing. He was just giving an example of the transhuman tech he feels the GOP has denied him. Oh yeah, we got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, Movie Bob should learn to take care of his organic body. Before he
Yeah.
bitches
I like
about
the
not being
idea-
able to
I
get
like-
robot parts.
I do very much like the idea that the reason why his lifestyle is the way that it is because he was just banking on being able to turn into a robot, and now that might not happen in time, it's like, well, this is someone else's fault.
This is
Yeah.
someone else's fault.
I do wonder about that, like if it would be like imagine dying the day before immortality becomes viable. That'd be then again, maybe
If
immortality.
only I
is
ate one more
cursed.
apple.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, honorable mention for Cyberpunk for the whole massive disappointments thing. It's just that
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't.
feel like that disappoints a whole like genre of things.
Yeah. Destiny. Oh, that was a huge disappointment.
Was Anthem, or did nobody think Anthem was going to be good anyway?
I don't know that people expected much of it. Well, could be wrong. I mean, the whole idea was, oh, see, Anthem is BioWare A-Team. It's Edmonton.
Yeah, that'll be good, guys. Then
That
it
would
was
be a
development
blessing.
hell and awfulness, and
Yeah.
it turned out to be shit.
Exactly.
BioWare
That
should
would
be
be a
lucky that the lights are still getting kept on.
So in chat with reference to immortality, that would be a blessing. Would it? If you, I feel like it'd be a bit more complicated than that.
Well, like the binary of you live forever or you don't.
Well, yeah, because think about how it would change your attitude towards life if you've now been told, hey, look, if you don't screw up, you'll live forever. It's like, well, shit, I don't want to ever screw up then and make a mistake that could kill me. And, like, imagine... You know what I mean? As opposed to, like, if you know that your life is finite, you will take some risks, but if your life goes forever, why would you ever take any risks?
That could be a mindset, but you could also have reversing the position of being, especially if you had it before that it wasn't that, therefore you're like, this is all a gift, and so I'm going to continue taking risks because it's all bonus time.
I guess you could have that mindset. I don't know that most people would. I think that the other one would be more likely.
If you, like, the most extreme sort of, like, sport people, if you told them, I can make it now so that you won't age, they'd be like, sweet, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, though.
Yeah, probably. I guess, but we're talking about people in that particular instance who are probably pretty, well aware of their mortality, right? And they've already sort of grappled with it. And have probably even thought about these things already. I guess I'm thinking about, like, the average person. It's just like, hey, you get to live forever now. And I wonder how that would affect your decision-making.
Yeah, well, it definitely would affect it.
Mm-hmm. I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that it could be said to be, like, categorically a great thing.
Well, I thought we were going to the direction of because that's why I said binary, if it meant I will live forever to engage with it, that would be something I'd be like, I don't know if I'm going to want to live forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if there's no way for me to cut it off, I'd be concerned about the ultimate place I end up in life, you know?
You could also take some more risks because you got infinite time to get over the cost. Well, I mean, that depends, right? If it's a risk that kills you, then you don't have infinite time to figure it out. And what if the mistake that you make makes living, like, pretty much unbearable, whether psychologically or in terms of physically? I'm not sure, actually. I don't know that the human...
The elves in Lord of the Rings don't seem reckless. Like, they're also not real. I don't know that we should base it on them.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how the human condition would change.
Yeah.
Because I think death is kind of like a fundamental aspect of just existence as we understand it. So I'm not sure how we translate into that world a world where that isn't the case. And of course, imagine what would happen if the only people who could be immortal were rich people, like, because it costs so much money to do it. Could you imagine the existential dread that's going to bring about? There is no equalizer anymore of, like, at the end of it all. You'll die, but the people up there will live forever. Oh, that's a scary thought.
Movie Bob doesn't want so much to become a robot as wish the tech existed to make him an immortal post-human god. Attended to by AI superintelligence, which massively overestimates IRL tech progression. Yeah, but as Fringy said, he probably hoped that it would have been done faster by now.
Before he succumbed.
Before he fucking killed himself with McDonald's. As you said, though, I just like the idea that a finite group can advance to Mars or get advancements through technology, and he's just like, I would be chosen.
He assumes that he would be one of them, even though there's no way that he'd be one of them.
We're gonna need game critics up there, Bob. You're the best.
You're the best that there. I gave that up. You know, as he's cutting wood in the forest.
That's such a trope of fucking lumberjack.
Yeah, who gave it up and has a family now.
Remember, they did that in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yeah, but unironically.
It's like, I've left it all behind. He's just like, they fake the death of his girlfriend or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then he doesn't leave.
And he can't beat Sabretooth in a fight, so he gets a fucking adamantium skeleton.
Do you remember, like, how in that movie, Deadpool, like, he's chopping up all the bullets, and he just chops them all perfectly, but then in Deadpool 2, when he tries to do it, he chops the first one, but then the rest of them just start getting through as they would.
That is such a fucking awesome meta joke.
It's a great joke.
Oh.
Because, of course, you would be able to cut them all.
X-Men Origins Wolverine is one of those films where everyone is just agreed. It's like, that was pretty bad. Let's not do that again.
Like, what? That movie, man. So stupid. What were they thinking?
It always bothered me that even though it was will.i.am, the fucking Black Eyed Peas singer, was playing the teleporty guy. I remember feeling so lame that he gets beaten because Sabretooth grabs his spine in the middle of him teleporting.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Come on.
How did you manage to do that?
And I guess he knew that it works that you take priority. You know, it doesn't just his hand.
Yeah.
Fuck that movie, it's really shit. Do you remember Gambit was in it, and they were like looking to, you know, generate a Gambit sort of, like maybe do an X-Men Origins Gambit.
I think they wanted to do an X-Men Origins Magneto as well.
Yep. Man, it's crazy to know how many times franchises have died in the cradle, you know?
Well, I mean, yeah, it seems to happen a decent amount of times.
Everyone...
You know.
Was the MCU going by then?
MCU was, yeah. Iron Man came out the year before.
Oh, there you go. It was probably like... Oh man, imagine it worked too. Imagine X-Men Origins Wolverine was like hyper popular and well written, and then get 3 more like Origins movies and then a team-up movie or something, and it's just this... The Snyderverse gets fucked straight away, but so all we knew is it was the... Is that... Who owns X-Men? Fox, was it?
Fox owned them, yeah.
It's the Fox-verse versus the Marvel Universe, and...
Right, yeah.
And then Sony end up selling Spider-Man to Fox or something like that.
Oh, could you imagine? Jeez.
Thoughts on a Halo movie that's about a squad of Marines desperately trying to escape Reach, or maybe a squad of Marines trying to survive a flood outbreak?
I like the first one as an idea a lot.
Yeah, I like them both.
Yeah.
It's just they're not going to pour that kind of money into Halo, I guess.
Well,
to make it,
they're making
you know.
a TV show for Showtime. Steven Spielberg is producing.
Is that the one they announced 17 years ago?
Yeah, but it is happening now. Apparently, it's coming out
happening
like
now.
next year or the year after. I think it's like actually heading into production very soon on Paramount Plus or something.
Woo.
So many streaming services.
And so little time.
Yeah.
Rags, what's your opinion on the video Ducks Annihilate a Bowl of Peas?
I'm not familiar with this video. I imagine ducks would fuck up peas, though.
Let me
Yeah.
see. Let me see this.
I'm putting the money on the Ducks. I don't know if the Peas gonna win this one.
Yeah, I don't know if the peas are going to be able to get that kill shot, you know? Choking, maybe?
If the Peas have knives, we can think about it.
Maybe if the peas have knives and there's enough of them. I don't know how... They have to be tiny knives.
And those ducks do annihilate that bowl of peas. Jeez.
That's just
Nothing
nature,
left.
man. Nature's metal. If you're worried a berry is poisonous, you should crush it up and rub it on your skin and see if it gives you a rash. If it does, then don't eat it.
It's true. That's one of the things you can do.
Neat. I didn't know that.
You do stages. You crush it up and you rub it on your skin. Then you wait a little bit, like an hour or 2 hours. If there's no irritation, you try it on your lips, and then see if that works as well. If there's no irritation, that's a good sign. And then I think you put it on like your or was it your tongue? You like rub it on your tongue, and that's one way to see if you can eat something or not. It certainly will. It'll certainly let you know if something's bad for you. You just sort of test it on more and more sensitive parts of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how accurate it is overall, but it is something that I've heard and been told.
Rags, as a gun guy, how do you define assault rifle?
Select fire. So it'll be at least full auto or burst. It will have stock. Or well, nah, because you could take it will be at least in a probably intermediate caliber, automatic, barrel of at least 16 inches. I think that's really, I think that's it. I think that's what it qualified as. But the first one is the big one. It's the automatic fire.
All right.
I mean, if I was gonna have to give classification to the general broad turn of it.
Ragu. The assault rifle in Halo 5 has a bunch of options for different scopes and attachments, as well as a 36 round mag.
Not in Halo 1. In Halo 1, it's magic.
Which...
It's like, here's a 60 round magazine of 308s. Also, it doesn't have any sights on it. And also, it's not really that good. You're like, oh, what are you?
What are you? The UNSC is relatively smaller than the Republic. Ah yes, 500 worlds is relatively smaller than millions of star systems. Masters is an underestimation there. And the Republic would absolutely crush.
Yeah, I think the Republic is just, in terms of technology, it's just not. I mean, if they had, like, the UNSC has trouble fighting the Covenant, a lot of trouble, especially if you read the books. Like, it is a very dire situation for humanity. There's no way they could fight against the army of the Republic. There's no way.
A lot of it has to do with the ship.
The better matchup would be the Covenant in the Republic.
Yeah, because the Covenant have really good ships. That's the main reason why they beat humanity in Halo.
Yep.
Well, and they outnumber them significantly too, but the ships are just
better
not
technology
a match.
in general, but primarily, interstellar travel and ship combat. Because humanity has Mac guns, and that's kind of it.
Whereas the Covenant have these ones that are guarded with shields and massive, like, cannons and,
I think that was the trade-off in Halo Wars, was like, the Covenant gets shields on almost everything, but that the armor is better for the humans.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta find the balance,
Yeah.
Like, the entirety of naval, and when I say naval in the future, it refers to ship combat. Like spaceships. But the entirety of naval combat, essentially, in Halo, for the UNSC comes down to, we have one thing that works. Everything that we have is devoted to defending these Mac cannons, and that's kind of it. Like, everything's about the Mac cannon, because it's all we've got that can penetrate, like, the big shields of these cruisers. And if we don't have those, we're fucked. So it's like how in Star Wars, if the hyperspace kamikaze was like a thing you could just do willy-nilly, like it's presented in The Last Jedi, it would be the single military strategy around which all of space battles would be revolving around.
That's the damage they've done to Star Wars. That should be how everything works now. That everyone's waiting to get that shot off.
Yeah, there would be. You'd have no super ships. You'd have no big ships. You'd have no you'd have no big carriers. You would have no Corvette class ships. It would be like all tiny fighters. Because you can't give up. You can't. Like, if one little thing can destroy a bit, if everything dies in one hit, then there's no fucking way you're gonna build a ship that's bigger than a fighter. Like, it would change everything about, like, space warfare in general.
Remember just the obvious conclusions, like, wait, so what if I just had an asteroid with a hyperdrive on it?
That's what they do. That's literally what they do. You don't need explosive payloads, you just need mass.
Yeah.
You'd strap hyperspace engines to asteroids, and you'd just chuck them into things, and that would be it. And not only that, you could chuck them into things across the galaxy if you wanted.
Oh, it would be so satisfying to watch, like, the people who work their ass off to design, like, the space battles in the old Star Wars movies know about what they did in TLJ, and just be like, don't you think we would have done this?
You gotta be careful when you talk, especially about sci-fi stuff. Space battles, man, and the implications of space battles, and how those would play out. It's like, man, it ain't gonna happen like it does in Revenge of the Sith. That ain't how it's gonna be.
Or everyone's, like, really close by.
Yeah, where everyone's just shooting, like, flak cannons at each other from 10 feet away is like, no, come on, guys. you would be shooting at each other from like different planets. You'd be shooting at each other from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It would be an invisible war of two different armies of hackers trying to hack into people's shit.
Yeah, you're not having these battles where they're right next to each other. You cannot see the ships with your eyes.
Oh no. What you could do though is it would give you an excuse to make everything hardwired. Like, why would you have, for instance, why would you have a clone trooper sitting and manually firing some piece of artillery that's poking out of a starship? It's like, well, because if it's all closed and it's all hardwired and you need a physical person to do that shit, it means it can't get hacked.
Yep.
So it's like that seemed like it might be a legit reason to kind of go back to basics in a way.
I suppose you could try and that would be the job, is contriving reasons to end up in battles like that. Because you're gonna trigger the prequel fans into saying that that fight happened for very specific reasons. My bad, the IR laser thing was in relation to the use of plasma/laser weapons versus bullets, so I was thinking of useful applications. So, like, hitting pilots with lasers to blind them during fights, or I'm not sure.
Huh.
Was unique battle rags? No. It isn't. It isn't a unique battle.
Well, I mean, if you only go by the movie, they don't really tell us much of anything, right? It's just like they try to. Have they kidnapped? Did they kidnap the Chancellor, like, pretty much during that war? Is that what they're trying to argue?
I think it happened at an earlier stage.
Yeah.
Right?
Because he's captured when it starts. The whole point of their mission is to save him.
I thought maybe that was the point, is they all arrive and then they grab him and then there's an ensuing fight.
I think the Clone Wars animated show, the original one, tells us what happened.
I think so, yeah.
Like how we ended up there.
Yeah, Grievous, like, bursts open his, like, office, I think, and jumps in and grabs him.
Yeah, the idea that ships would be just like within a stone's throw. I mean, technically in space everything's a stone's throw away, but like really, really close to each other and just like shooting at each other at point blank. Like the only way that would ever probably happen is if, for one reason, one army just decided to hyperspace right onto another army, which is dumb because you could tell if someone's about to exit hyperspace close to you. And if your whole point is to the space blitzkrieg. And I don't care if they know we're coming. We have such incredible firepower on our side that we just that we can just do that. Like, we need to do this quickly and efficiently, so we just hyperspace our fleet right next to their fleet and blow them up and make quick work of it. Then, I mean, maybe that's the case, but yeah, I don't know. You come up with, you have to come up with something. Why are they not shooting missiles at each other from essentially just hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other and things like that? Like, oh, are we like, has anti-missile technology gotten so good that it's pointless to shoot missiles at each other at distances? Like, you have to physically, like, how do you get around the just make a world where the countermeasures to a lot of this stuff is so damn good that it renders some of these, tactics just completely ineffective. So you have to give Space Marines rifles and say, yeah, you got to go do it yourself. Our automated stuff can't do it because their hacker countermeasure firewalls are preventing us from doing it, and the defenses in that aspect are just better than the offenses. So, yeah, we have to do this the old-fashioned way, in a sense.
Yeah, unless there's, for example, maybe a big station that doesn't typically move, and you send a force to attack it, and then a force turns up to defend it, and then you can get some space battles going, I guess. Because you gotta get inside it.
Like, why can't we hack the enemy ships? It's like, well, there's nothing to hack. Everything's on a closed system. They're not using wireless. Everything's wired and closed and in a physical sense. There are human beings pressing buttons, not electrical signals that are using AI to do anything like it. There's nothing to hack. So that's how you can justify this old school idea of a big battleship with hundreds of crewmates that are all at gun turrets and at panels and things of that nature. Which is cool. Which is really cool. I like that idea. This, you know, how do we take this naval concept and put it in space? How do we make that work?
What if clip in Discord Vision feeds people to Wanda? So, unless you guys are lying to me, that's just like a full assassination of Vision.
In this universe, I guess.
What does that mean? Like, because some weird decision about zombies were made, Vision decided he's cool with feeding people to Wanda?
Yeah, no, yeah. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure how anything in these what-if shows is meant to make any sense. Nobody acts the same way as they do.
Well, it's what we've said before, where one decision is made, but then suddenly a whole bunch of things are different for some reason, and it's like non-connected. It's like, also this is now the thing. You're like, what?
Yeah, you just made the decision to essentially do whatever you want.
Yeah. He literally feeds her Black Panther's leg? What the fuck?
What?
What?
That doesn't sound, like, seriously, like, that sounds a bit
Like
much.
she's a cannibal?
Well, she's a zombie. I guess. And I guess Vision wants to keep her alive, so he's feeding her people, which, what the fuck?
Mad.
Doesn't sound very vision-y.
Doesn't sound like something Vision would do at all.
Yeah.
He loves her that much. They do it in the comic? Okay, why did you tell me that? I feel like I should qualify that. There are arguments that UNSC ships are more pound for pound powerful than Disney Republic, but the sheer absurd scale of the Republic's industry literally drowned the UNSC in sheer material. Yeah, probably.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it really is scale. Like I think it would be kind of pointless to get into who has the best ship 1-to-1 when it probably wouldn't be that much of a difference, and it's just too different. It's like saying, oh yeah, well, would they beat the Warhammer? Like, nothing beats Warhammer because it's absurd. So it's like just comparing two different universes sometimes can be pointless.
Apparently the zombies are caused by the quantum virus. What is...
The quantum
virus.
Think of virus, but quantum.
Christ.
If it's bad in the comic, it should be bad in the adaptation, right? That means it's good. Oh, I don't pretend to understand that formula. I never will.
So I'll be right back and use the quantum.
Another question. Covenant versus Empire minus the Sith/Force users.
Oh,
I feel like the Covenant are more powerful than the Empire. Whoa, they got the Death Stars.
They do have the Death Star. Covenant got really good ships, though.
Oh, I guess... Would they have the Death Stars, or just... How does this work?
I guess we assume that it is the military capabilities of the Empire at peak against the Covenant at peak.
In that case, they do get like one Death Star, then.
I feel like the Empire would probably just have more people. Yeah, more people, more manpower. I feel like it would probably still be the Empire.
I feel like before I thought about the Death Star, I was like, I could see the Covenant doing some real damage, but then I was like, oof, those Death Stars, if they have multiple by the time this war continues.
Yeah.
Fun fact, in the new What If, it's a quantum zombie virus. Wow, what are the odds of that? Like, that's the super chat at the same time as I haven't read it. Yeah, it sounds great. Oh, and UNSC FTL is impassively slower than hyperspace. It takes them literal centuries to get from one end of the Republic to the other. Okay. Old X-Men, new X-Men, then Wolverine trilogies when? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Oh, that's a lot of movies.
I mean, you only have to do them once, right?
True.
Letting you know that The Matrix 4 released a teaser.
Yep.
Is that the newer one?
I think the full trailer is actually tomorrow.
Right. Early Clone Wars Republic might lose space battles. I mean, though the CIS and the Republic do tear each other apart in those space battles, but can't comment on the competence of how they are run. The Covenant has a similar logistics issue to the UNSC, slower FTL, less so than the UNSC, but it would still take them decades to cross Republic space. Meanwhile, the Republics are blitzing through their territory. So we're saying that the Star Wars universe hyperdrive like outclasses the FTL.
Flip space.
Yeah. Which is quite a serious use
That
of,
is a big one.
like that can obviously with information and logistics and everything.
Yep.
I don't think we're gonna count TLJ as canon for this. Because if we did,
You can't. TLG changes.
It just fucks everything up,
about
yeah.
space battles. It changes everything.
Hope you're
about
proud
space
of that,
battles.
fuckers.
Good job, guys.
Fringy Plus should be filled with his goo. Hi, Rex.
Hello.
Nah, none of that. That's
Yeah, 'cause
my
you'd have to donate his goo to the factories that make the blushes.
Exactly. I'm not doing that.
Apparently they tried to get Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg to polish the script dialogue for the Doom movie, but they declined.
But they declined.
Dude, I don't fucking know what it looks like to polish. I'm assuming they're talking about the 2003 one.
I would imagine so.
Polishing that. Ugh.
Polish. Can I just... By polish, can I just rewrite this whole thing?
Yeah. Watch the clip off screen, less than 30 seconds. I'm willing to believe you. You've gotten our reaction in full to what the information you've provided us. I am disappointed that they would have fucking Vision feed Wanda people. Are they dead people at least?
Well, wait. Let me pull up this and see if I can find it.
They said it was in the Discord. I don't know if...
Oh, I mean, I can just pull up the episode. Let me take a look. Continue.
Very well, very well. Damn it, I combined impossibly with massively into a Frankenstein monster word, and Mauler just read it completely deadpan. Did I say impossibly or massively? I don't remember. I will try and see, where is that one? I don't see where you did that. Maybe it was earlier. I don't know. But interesting nonetheless. Hey Mauler, I sent you and Rags a DM on Discord regarding editing for you guys. Would love to prove myself. Please give me a chance. It's not quite how I engage with editors. I figure that if I was to be like, oh, all you have to do is send a super chat and a DM, and then I'd start getting lots of things and I wouldn't know how to be fair about that sort of thing. I have a system. I just don't tell people what it is. For instance, by the way, the reason I gave Meme Repository a chance at editing like EFAP movies and stuff is because I just thought that he ticked all the boxes for what an editor would need to edit EFAP movies after seeing his Boba Fett video. Because you're gonna need a lot of knowledge and access to clips, you know. That's one of the things, but again, probably not going to do it that way. It just probably wouldn't work out. Thoughts on both Blade Runner movies?
I like the first one.
Love the first one.
Yeah.
Second one, I don't know.
I don't know about the second one either. I watched it in the theater and I liked it, but that was a long time ago. Like when
I
it
remember
came
I
out, and-
really liked it at first, but I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't being super critical.
Adore
Yeah.
the first one. I think it's quintessential movie of all time sort of thing. Everyone should check it out.
Oh,
Second
yeah.
one, I was already annoyed by it, and then Smiler explained to me how bad it is in terms of Blade Runner's universe, and I kind of hate it. But I wouldn't be able to tell you why, because I'm not a hugely passionate Blade Runner person. I just remember...
the big ones, which I'm sure he mentioned, is replicants live for a certain amount of time, and there is a long time between Blade Runner and 2049, and so it's like, oh, Deckard's a human then. Yeah, you've just confirmed that, which I don't think you should have ever confirmed that.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was neat to keep ambiguous.
Exactly.
Yeah, people argue over that to this day.
Or his wife? Wasn't that one of the things where we didn't know if Rachel was or not?
Oh no, she absolutely was.
Okay, that's what I'm. Yeah, that's probably what I'm thinking of in my head, because I just haven't seen it.
That
in
was
so
the whole
long.
idea, right? Is that she was like a more advanced replicant who had been implanted with memories. From real people, but yeah, she's definitely one. But she's not in it. Well, yeah. Blade Runner is basically just a vessel for Vangelis's music. It's more than that, but goddamn is the music amazing.
It is great music.
Yeah.
Also, someone said, what if time code is 20 minutes to 22 minutes, somewhere around there?
Okay. Oh no. Alright.
Someone's already said at me, T'Challa is very much alive when this happens, which I'm starting to wonder how they showed this, because I thought that there would be limits to what they can show. Hello Massives, here's to another week of fapping. Have you heard of the Theorizer? Interesting channel, recommend a look. Also, hiya Ragu.
Hey there.
Not heard of him, no.
No, I don't think so.
Perhaps I shall in the future. Remember saying I like stories of street-level characters being thrown against cosmic-level threats, using Spidey and Batman as examples, but upon further thought, Spidey does it far better. Peter feels like he's in over his head. Batman, on the other hand, feels like he goes from struggling with Bane to Alfred fetch my god-killing Bat Gundam. Darkseid teabagged me in Fortnite. I mean, that's just a matter of their characters, though, right? Like, Bruce is going to be like, you know, let's figure this problem out and solve it, while Peter's going to be like, holy fuck, I'm in space. I like both characters having to deal with it.
What? Oh, dude. So, like, in this, they go to, I don't know, Vision's, like, little home, and Bucky finds T'Challa there with one leg missing, and then when he pulls him out, he's like, Vision, come pick me up in San Francisco. I thought he was helping me, but he was just picking up takeout. Are you kidding me? Like, Vision just abducts people and feeds them to Wanda. Are you kidding me? He's been keeping him alive to feed his zombie bride. What?
Okay.
Man.
They really understand the characters, huh?
God. Though my actions unsavory were nevertheless born of logic.
What? Oh, fuck off.
So that's not true, and I don't believe you.
Her power. Oh, this is great. So apparently he managed to cure Ant-Man, but he couldn't cure Wanda because her powers are too strong. They've resisted the treatment. What does that mean?
I hate this idea that, like, there's, like, things that run on, like, robotic logic, they can become evil easily. We don't have to explain he's evil now, he feeds people to... It's fine.
That's not how Vision works.
It's not. Vision's way more human than he is, like, a robot.
Vision is a person, basically, yeah.
He gets emotional and shit.
I cannot entirely fathom what I've done.
Yes.
Wow. I hate this so much.
Lame. Speaking of evil Justice Leagues, Meme, I'm afraid he's not here. What are your thoughts on Owlman and his characterization in the animated film Crisis on Two Earths? Any chance you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Sorry, don't know about that one. Rags, when are you gonna marry Pillow?
Am I gonna marry Pillow?
Yeah, that's what they're wondering.
Nah, it's the bachelor's life for me, man.
Not even a pillow can tame Rags.
Yeah, I can't really make a case for marrying a Pillow.
Have you guys seen the new Wheel of Time teasers? If so, thoughts? If it's bad, I'll be the big sad. Well,
I have not
if you
seen them.
go back 4 hours or so, something like that, you'll hear Shad gave a little bit of a review about it. And he's someone who's read the books, so... But I have not seen it, no. Oh. Rags, are you a Sheba or a Heba?
A Sheba or a Heba? Oh, like I guess I am a Sheba, but I am a he. So, I don't know, whatever portmanteau of those things you want to construct for yourself. I'm pretty easygoing on it.
And this has gotten naught Australia. I don't know what to make of that.
Not Australia or no Australia.
No, so KNAGHT.
Not Australia. KNAUGHT.
No you.
Oh. I don't know what that. Yeah.
I don't know what it means either.
Indecipherable.
Boop-a-boop. Believably big can still be hot. Preferable, some might say. That must be about asses. I don't know what else it could be. It's out of context super chats, you know? They're the best.
Yep.
Hashtag restore the Schumacher verse. Warner Brothers and cast Travolta as Lex Luthor, you cowards. I can agree with that, yeah. Let's do it. How did you guys like the Snyder's Watchmen movie?
I haven't seen it.
I've seen it, and I remember liking it, but now I worry about it. I'm like, if I go back and watch it, it's gonna be filled with Snyderisms, and I'll be like, ugh. I'm still kind of hoping it's the best one he's done. Mola, go on YouTube and search Charles Dance Reads 50 Shades of Grey. It's great. Imagine reading anything would be great, but I'm not sure I want to listen to him read 50 Shades of Grey, if I'm being completely honest with you. Then again, maybe it's like a meme, and he does some other fun stuff. I don't know. It was the chat about the UNSC FTL, the one before I talked about a similar issue with Covenant FTL. You said impassably. Ah. It must have sounded like a word. According to RLM, Marvel films action scenes separate from the other scenes with a different director and crew, meaning why action scenes feel so out of place. Not sure if it's true, though only RLM said it. I don't think that's how they've always done it.
I know that they do pre-visualization on all of their films before, like, sometimes before they have a script, even.
Yeah, like, I can believe the portal sequence and the big fight was probably one of the first things they decided on with Endgame.
Yeah, they planned it in 2016. They already had that.
Does not surprise me.
Oh, by the way, you might find this interesting, Mola. Apparently, in this episode of What If, Uncle Ben is just flat out referenced by name, vocally.
I mean, that's fine. He does exist in that world.
It's just interesting, isn't it? That it's like, that's where you hear it in What If.
Yeah, I don't know how long they've been doing it for, but I think now they have like settled into a formula where the action scenes are all done separately. It's gonna make the movies way more formulaic.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame, because that's the interesting thing about industry. Like, Iron Man was almost cobbled together, and it's still one of the favorite MCU movies of all time. And it's like, all of it was kind of new and experimental, and lots of things went wrong. And now you've got everything locked down, secure and understood and scheduled, and now it's just like soulless. Which honestly seems like the life cycle for a lot of artistic stuff.
Yeah.
Even YouTube, like, it applies to everything. Like, YouTubers will get better and better and better, and then they'll stop. They've lost, like, the whole fucking reason they did anything in the first place, and they don't remember, and then they get really burnt out. I thought 2049 confirmed he was a replicant because they want his DNA to impreg the other replicants. If he was human, they wouldn't need Deckard. I don't know.
Oh, well, in that case, that's the other problem, then. You've still confirmed one way or the other. I'm not even sure that that is consistent, because, again, I'm pretty sure replicants don't age. They live for, like, 4 years, and that's it. Unless he's one of the new ones. Yeah. I need to rewatch it. Need to rewatch both of them, really.
The Prestige inciting incident has a problem. The knot was intact, and Hugh Jackman should at least regret destroying it, as it'd answer which knot was used. So the thing with that is, Cutter leaves pretty quickly, presumably to get like a coroner, doctor, whatever. And Hugh Jackman is just completely focused on the fact that she may or may not be alive. I doubt he's thinking about which knot was tied at that point. And so all it takes is for someone to untie that knot, and then he can't know what the knot was. To say that, like, when someone's dying in front of you, that your beloved sort of thing, and you're like, you should be thinking about the knot, it's like, I don't know about that. It's something that could easily have come up once everything would calm back down, because he can think about why she would have died, and it's because she couldn't undo the knot, and then what knot was it? I think there's a 1 of 3, so I'll wait until the other 2 come through, and then we can read it all together. Somehow I missed the fact that you guys weren't fans of Endgame. With how much, at least Mauler liked Infinity War briefly, what were the big flaws? Oh my god.
Man, time travel, the time heist.
We're gonna
that is
need time
all-
travel to explain all the problems.
Yeah, there's not enough
Well,
time, so we're split. So yeah.
So the weird thing is there's a whole EFAP episode on this when they came out, because that's how long we've been going now. We can finally do that. We can just refer back to when the film was released.
Yeah.
The thing is, that, I think we concluded it was like a 3 or 4. I think 3. And nowadays, it is not going to be getting
I'm
a
at a
3.
2. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, it could go as far down
Could
as
be
1. Yeah.
Does break time and space.
And the
That's true.
characters get kind of annihilated.
Yep. Pretty much all of them do, except for Black Widow, and even then. Thanks,
They
Black Widow.
save that for
movie.
later.
I was
Yeah,
going to say, doesn't-
exactly.
Black Widow still counts, because
Oh
she
yeah,
would
because
have
she
signed
goes
off.
along with. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Dude, that is such a great example of the plot. It just fucks every one of them over.
Yep.
But yeah, so that stream will answer most of your questions in depth. There's a few bonus ones of they shouldn't be engaging with this plan without coordinating with governments and taking a long time to prepare. Should they even bother? Shouldn't they just be reacting to go back? And if you're like, whoa, what about all the people that'll die that have arrived? It's like, I mean, we're dealing with crazy magic stones. How about we just have them too?
Yeah. Rewind time and bring them back with us.
You know what? I don't know how far we can go with this, but hey, rewind time, bring them back, also refresh all of Earth's resources and maybe give us a whole bunch more. I don't know.
Yeah.
What, like, why not, right? I don't know.
Well, you might as well. You've got them.
The Australian Army versus emus.
Well, we have one example where the Australian army lost, but, you know, one isn't a trend.
True. And we got better technology now, right?
Exactly. Then
What
again,
if the
Lewis
emus got
gun,
better technology?
I'm not sure that we can say what they have, honestly. It's cause for concern, but, you know.
Who would win? A crazy dude with a Superman complex dosed up on morphine, or a grizzly bear dressed up as a clown? Both are surrounded by bananas. So a crazy guy on morphine who believes himself to be Superman versus a grizzly bear dressed as a clown. I don't know why the bear being dressed as a clown changes anything. I guess does it make the guy feel more like in control? It's like, look at you, stupid clown bear.
He's bolder. Yeah, he's bolder.
And both being surrounded by bananas, I'm not sure if that helps either of them. I don't know.
Banana.
I'm guessing you guys have
I
already
don't know
settled
what
that
the
the bear would
bananas
win.
help. Probably, yeah.
I feel like the
but
bear's
hey,
won.
he'll put up a valiant fight.
Yeah, I'm sure the morphine guy's gonna go nuts. He's gonna be like, blah, 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 but it's not gonna help him. Rick and Morty is crap now. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. My issue with Batman vs. Cosmic stories is that they often make him seem retroactively stupid in his normal stories. Like, how is organized crime still a thing in Gotham when he can make stuff like the Hellbat suit, essentially the Iron Man suit, but made to fight Kryptonians? Meanwhile, Peter always feels like he solves these cosmic issues by the absolute skin of his teeth, so him going back to Kingpin feels like him returning to his element. That is so the thing about the way they try and balance this stuff, at least the way I find it in with Batman or Spider-Man is when you have the bonus big metal suits, they'll try and argue it's like they're better defenses but not better for agility. And so like there's a reason that they wouldn't want to use them against street level people. And you don't want to like annihilate street level criminals. Meanwhile, you might need to annihilate, I don't know, an alien ship or something. I get what you mean. Like these bigger events force Bruce to make something that can deal with these bigger events. And it's like, fucking hell, mate. What did you have down your sleeve this whole time? So I can kind of understand that. Sure, that could have happened, but he should have beat himself up as a minor plot point. Either Danton or Cutter or both, leaving out annoying at best. I can understand why you'd want like a throwaway line or whatever. But of course, I think his anger for the potential of not having noticed the knot himself is going to be overflown by he's almost certain that the wrong knot was tied because he won't tell him what knot it was. That last one was part 3, by the way. I got it. I got it. Alright. What a really angry cupboard door versus 17 playing cards that have mastered algebra. And they require your opinion, Fringy.
Wait, what's that?
A really angry cupboard door versus 17 playing cards that have mastered algebra.
So the playing cards are alive then.
I guess so?
I mean, I feel like it will be tough for the cupboard to destroy the playing cards because they can go flat, whereas all they need to do is get some petrol and throw it on the, you know, the cupboard and then set it on fire.
If it's an angry cupboard door, that means it's alive too, right?
Yeah, no, it is, but I guess I'm saying the means that it has to kill the playing cards feels lower than those of the cards themselves. And if it's alive, can it grab things? How would it grab things? Whereas I can see the cards kind of like bending to pick things up, you know?
Yeah, and like ants, they can work together to...
Exactly. 17 of them. That ain't a small number.
What do you reckon, Rags?
So here's the thing. Someone sent me this picture of a shirt, and I've kind of been smiling at it, and it stole my attention away.
Oh, don't worry. I can repeat it. It's a really, really good one.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'll do, I'll take it nice and slow. So a really angry cupboard door versus 17 playing cards that have mastered algebra.
I think this is a draw because neither of them have the ability to really do anything to the other. So if you're a playing card and you've mastered algebra, there's not really much. That's not very going to be very applicable here, especially considering that you're playing cards. You can't really manifest that knowledge into anything, useful against the cupboard. And the cupboard is just a cupboard. It just sits there because it's a fucking cupboard. So I think we're at a draw.
So Rags is concluding, unlike Fringy, that nothing's going to happen here because they just can't do fuck all anyway. Like, they're just going to be sitting there. Fringy's concluding that the cards would win because if both things were alive, he sees more viability in the cards to be able to move and manipulate the world. Because they can bend. What do you think about that, Rags?
I mean, can these things move?
Well, so that's the thing. When I confirmed they were alive because they feel emotions, I don't know if that's a stretch.
Are we gonna have a horrific "I have no mouth and I must scream" situation where they're like sentient but they can't do anything?
Fringy opened this door up because by saying like they can go grab petrol and pour it on the cupboard door and light it on fire, it's like I don't know if they're gonna be dealing with that versus like holy fuck, I'm a playing card. Yes, I know algebra, but that's a very specific piece of information that I know, but like, what else do I know?
Oh, that reminds me of a joke I used to tell when I was in Boy Scouts. A baker put a tray of muffins into an oven.
Okay.
And closed the door.
Mm-hmm.
One of the muffins says, "Oh my god, dude, we're gonna die in here." And then one of the other muffins says, "Oh my god, a talking muffin!"
I like it.
Thank you. I like it too. You want to hear another joke?
Do it.
Okay.
Go for it.
What's the only exercise a lazy person can do?
Rolling over. I don't know what is it?
Diddly squats.
Oh.
Ew.
Do you know it's the Diddly Squat Farm is what Jeremy Clarkson's farm is called, and you know there's The Wolf of Wall Street is obviously the film name, and I think that's what the guy was known as, right, or something like that, like a moniker.
What, the guy who? Oh yeah. That was what he was known by.
So apparently Jeremy like drove his tractor through an area at some point relatively recently, and he destroyed someone's thing by accident, and he said like all of it sort of progressed when he wasn't awake, so he couldn't like solve it on the spot. And apparently he's gained the reputation of, I don't know what the local area is called, but now he's got like the wolf of that area is what they call him now.
Ah. That's kind of funny.
The thing is, I could see a lot of reasons for hating him as a result of what he's doing, because like got like all the Amazon team are there. He's like such a big attraction. It's probably taking business away from other local people, but at the same time attracting people to the area, I guess, maybe. Definitely disturbing the natural order. Because I don't know if you guys knew, but he did he put like an announcement on Twitter or something to go and enter his little shop, and like he didn't really have much to sell, because not only for legal reasons, but because the farm wasn't like doing amazing at that point. It was just like potatoes, just loads of potatoes. He was not short on potatoes, is the point. And so he announced to come to his like farm, and it's like a huge queue that ends up, because obviously people will be like, fucking Jeremy Clarkson's farm, I'll go there.
Yeah.
And I think they were pissed at him for that as well. Jeremy Clarkson's farm, the semi-regular, must have sponsored EFAP, because I mentioned it a whole bunch. Joe Rogan versus 30 12-year-olds.
Volcano?
Sorry?
Joe Rogan versus the volcano?
I feel like Joe Rogan wins that, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think securely he does.
Mm-hmm. But what about the 30 12-year-olds?
Oh, he'd fuck up 30 12-year-olds.
Yeah, so the thing about that one is, like, if they don't have the mind to cooperate, and they definitely don't have weapons, I feel like Joe Rogan is really gonna fuck them up.
Even if they did cooperate, he's Joe Rogan. I feel like he'd just fuck up 12-year-olds. And plus, once he rips the spine out of the first two, the rest are like,
The
holy
morale,
fuck,
yeah.
I ain't doing this.
Yeah, the morale goes fucking plummets.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right, and especially because they're kids, and they're just, they're not ready to... They can't handle that.
And once he stomps one of them into dust, like just with one stomp, just like,
Yeah.
alright, that's enough, we're done.
After he scars the first two, the others will be scarred mentally.
Man, when you win as the Toadette, she says I'm the best. It's like the vanity is getting to this little girl a lot faster than
I mean, it's a
appreciate it.
team. This is a team.
Exactly.
They
Toad did the whip
Yeah,
too.
we're the best. Come on.
Exactly.
Kind of fucked up. Toadette. Guess which breed of dog's DNA are closest to wolves?
It's gonna be. I bet you it's gonna be a surprise.
Well, the problem is they don't have the answer in the super chat, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right.
Corgis.
Oh, husky.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that one. I want to say as an adult, I would be mentally scarred watching Joe Rogan rip apart 12-year-olds. Rip apart their spines, specifically. I heard it's Shih Tzus? Maybe.
Huh.
Yeah, 2 people have said Shih Tzu. I find the idea of thinking bug to be offensive. Oh shit, that's a reference to good old Starship Troopers. My brain may be slowing down, but it's still got it. The scope of conversations this podcast has covered is astounding. I agree. what do you think the odds are of the Batman being better than the Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises, and a BVS respectively? High. Pretty high. Yeah. Taking away all elements of risk and danger, would you rather explore the solar system or the deep sea of planet Earth? Probably the solar
Say
system.
that one more.
Solar
Say that.
system.
Yeah, say that one more time.
Taking away all risks and dangers, would you rather explore the solar system or the deep sea of planet Earth?
Solar system. I think that would do far more good for mankind if
Absolutely.
you could explore the solar system.
What about erasing that element? I was actually going to say that the ore for me is probably going to be further satisfied by the solar system than the deep sea.
I think so. I think so too. I want to see Saturn. I want to be flying past Saturn and looking at it.
Yeah,
I want to go to Jupiter and look at it.
Yeah, orbiting these planets.
Yeah, and the moons too. Don't forget, there's a lot to see out there in the solar system alone.
When you're opening all that.
Hey Mola, any chance of playing the campaign of the Halo games with Rags and Fringy for EFAP Gaming? We do kind of plan to do that at some point.
Yeah.
It will happen. Also, Rags and Fringy, what are your opinions on the brutes in Halo 3 in regards to their gameplay and weapons?
Not as good as the elites, but pretty good in Halo 3.
The brutes.
Yeah.
I don't know which I like fighting more. I'm fine fighting either in terms of like the gameplay element.
Right.
But I guess I don't really have
the
a
Covenant.
preference.
Not the Covenant, the elites.
Because you have because the brutes, so the brutes have the advantage of being in the later games as enemies, where you can, where they kind of start to expand on the gameplay elements in terms of the different kinds.
Well, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about Halo 3 brutes. That's where they had jetpacks and there were different types.
Yeah, versus like just fighting elites in general, or...
Well, I would have to assume that we're talking about, like, the best of the elites, probably. You know, like in Halo Reach, the elites are really cool.
Yeah.
Lots of variety.
I still think I'd rather fight brutes. I don't know, there's something about them that I just think, I don't know, it just appeals to me more in terms of what they do and how they behave, and yeah, I think I...
Yes, Kyle, I did.
I just prefer elites. But I'm not sure that I could super qualify it.
Fair enough. Also, Rags and Fringy, what are you... Oh, wait, sorry, I read that. Don't worry, the 12-year-olds were orphans. They were too weak and unloved to be of value to society, so Joe Rogan's simply doing his civic duty. Oh, okay. Do the playing cards know they've mastered algebra? I kind of took that for granted that yes, they were aware of... If they're alive and they know algebra, I feel like they'd be aware of that.
I like just that qualifier. Hey, look, they're good at algebra, okay?
It could be helpful at some
Maybe,
point. I don't know. Against the cupboard, the angry cupboard door. Which, by the way, the cupboard door, if it can move enough, it might be able to really hurt the cards by slamming and trying to dig into them, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the cards would bleed out if it can pierce them.
17.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, that's true. And if enough of them get that petrol can, it might be over for that cupboard. Hey gang, thoughts on Night of the Museum films? I love the first one, think the second one's fine, and the third one was a letdown. I think I've only seen the first one, and I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I like the first one. I think I saw the... I can't really remember the other ones.
Ringy, you seen Night of the Museum? Nightmare. Oh wait, he's muted, hang on.
Night of the Museum?
Yeah, he said Nightmare. That sounds like the horror version.
Didn't that have Robin Williams' last speaking lines in a film?
Really? Because I think he did like some weird animated film as his last credit. I don't know if timing-wise, maybe it turned out to be Nightmare. Fucking hell, Night of the Museum.
So, let's see. filming. So it was weird. So he was filming Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb, and filming was wrapped up 3 months before he died. Let me see. His last movie was the CBS sitcom The Crazy Ones, and Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb. So I don't know what his last one was. I could probably take a look. But apparently he really wasn't quite all there when he was filming these and making these. It was forgetting lines and fumbling words and just not quite all there.
Yeah.
Someone I wish was still around.
Yeah, absolutely.
What an insanely talented person.
Joe Rogan, after gaining power from devouring those orphan souls versus Shrek, the apex orphan. Who wins, EFAP? Joe Rogan versus Shrek, and they're both powered up.
Shrek. I think Shrek. If you power... So Shrek at his normal power level, already a force to be reckoned with, but a powered up Shrek?
Oh, you know what?
Man.
I think I might have just invented that. I think they specified it. It's just normal Shrek, but powered up Joe Rogan.
Powered up Joe Rogan probably stands a good chance then.
What are we thinking, Ranks?
I don't know if I could vote against Shrek. So that, you know...
So is that a
easily,
bias then? You're not being very scientific.
I mean, I'm biased to the truth.
It's just a universal truth that no one could defeat Shrek in battle.
Yeah, Shrek and Shaggy. They're
Yeah,
pretty.
top tier.
Oh,
Man.
Lucky no one super chatted the fight against them, because it's not something we have to answer. But yeah, I guess Shrek wins. Joe puts up a good fight, I will say that.
Yeah, he does.
I think this happened because Shrek came on the podcast, and I think Joe was saying, like, swamps shouldn't just become something that you can keep people out of. It should be like a public fun event and stuff, so Shrek got very upset. Would you rather fight 50 ducks or one horse-sized penis?
50 ducks or a horse? Well, penis would just, like, lay there and flop around, maybe, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't feel guilty killing the penis, I guess.
But I
I'd
guess
feel
that's the
guilty killing
question.
the
How does one kill
You wouldn't
the
feel
penis,
guilty
you know?
killing the ducks?
No, I would. That's the
I'd
thing.
feel very guilty about the
Yeah,
ducks.
that's why
Yeah,
I'm
I would-
aiming.
yeah.
I'm aiming for the penis. You know.
Yeah, I'm going for
guess
the
my-
penis. I think it would
But
just...
how exactly does one incapacitate? How do you kill one? You know?
How do you kill a penis?
Yeah.
Horrible graphic ways that I won't describe.
Yeah. I figure there's gonna be ways. Make it bleed.
I guess my question is like, where is its brain and what? Like, you know what I mean?
It's
Start
in
at one
there.
end and
It's in
work
there
its way
somewhere.
down. I don't know what to say. I assume it's in the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Joe Rogan-sized chimp versus 10 chimp-sized Joe Rogans. The 10 chimp-sized Joe Rogans are probably going to outsmart the one chimp, right? But then again, is the outsmarting going to be enough in an environment where there's just no weaponry?
I feel like the 10v1 thing there, it's just, I don't think, yeah, I think that chimps are already, yeah, I think the 10 chimp-sized Joe Rogans would beat the Joe Rogan-sized chimp.
They just keep punching it until it just succumbs to the damage.
There's 10 of them.
A tough one, yeah.
They got too much strength between them all.
I'm not. Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Who would win in a fight between Shrek and Shaggy? There it is.
I think they would do the anime thing where they each punch each other and then an explosion happens.
The earth
And it's
cracks
like
in
this
two.
bright blue sphere and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
And like all devices that are capable of recording or viewing this event are destroyed, and thus we don't know the answer.
Forever a secret.
Yeah, that's all I can imagine that would happen. I'll have to ask people who are better equipped to answer these sorts of things. This is why if we ever do like a tournament of, you know, different characters fighting, you can't have Shaggy or Shrek, it kind of ruins it. Again, in the lore, Shrek equals Rose equals Apex Orphan. I mean, being an Apex anything doesn't make you a good person, you know?
Yeah, it just makes you the... Yeah, like, what do you mean by Apex person? Now, I would argue that in order to be an Apex person, you need to be a good person. That's the height.
Well, I feel like
of,
excellent
you
at
know,
killing other persons. And that's why you're an Apex
but
person.
that just means you're an Apex killer.
Oh, I meant you were just Apex, and then person relates to just, I don't know, what you are.
Like I think a person is not so much what you are, it's who you are.
I don't think you lose personhood by being a bad person, though.
Well, no, in the sense of what to be an Apex, like the height of what a person could be, and I think that is best exemplified by the goodness that people are capable of. So an Apex person would be a very good person as one of their traits.
But what if you're just referring to an Apex of that group, and then person is what you are? An Apex, in this case, referring to humans.
What?
It's complicated. It's very scientific. There's algebra involved. I don't know if you've got your playing cards.
No, they're working on their algebra.
Oh. The monkeys are trying to... What?
The only podcast that does callbacks like that. It's brilliant. They work great.
We have set up some payoffs.
Yeah, that's why people stick around.
The monkeys are trying to steal Joe's brownies. I guess this is the justification for why the fight happens.
Like weed brownies? Does he inject drugulars into the brownies, and so he's very upset? Maybe.
I think that's the most reasonable thing to infer from that. Yeah.
Huh.
Have you seen the animated Mortal Kombat movies? They're bad. No.
No, I have not seen the animated ones. No. I can believe they're bad. Because the 2 live-action ones are bad.
Yeah, but they're wonderful
yeah,
as
that
well.
one too. Yeah, they were entertaining to different degrees and in different ways. They definitely sort of fell on both sides of the spectrum.
Who wins, Rags versus Scooby-Doo? That's Rags.
Oh, me, definitely
Fight starts and Scoob goes like, you know, woof or whatever, and then many bullets begin to perforate Scooby-Doo.
Now, Scooby-Doo, pretty great. I mean, he's not an Apex Dane, but he is a great Dane.
Getting there.
Yeah. I figure that was worth throwing out there and just seeing where that lies. So, yeah. We'll just carry that along.
Rags, say Xi Jinping is glorious leader, hail to the CCP, or Taiwan will be invaded tomorrow.
Xi Jinping is glorious leader. Hail.
They didn't ask
what
you
was
to
it?
do it in a voice.
Yeah, wow, Rags, what's that about?
Everything I do is in a voice. I don't know what you're talking about.
On a serious note, I just realized the becoming huge meme factories had exact opposite effects on both Shrek and the prequels. Becoming huge meme factories had the exact opposite effects on them. Do you mean because people think the prequels are good as a result of the memeage, while people think Shrek is probably bad because of the results of the meme?
It should be the opposite way around.
Yeah, because the Shrek movie, as everyone regularly talks about, is like, it's actually kind of good.
It's great.
The memes convinced many that the prequels were actually masterpieces, whereas Shrek memes got people thinking that Shrek was actually bad all along. Both untrue statements. Yeah, yeah. Terrible. What a fate. Can you imagine it?
No, I can't.
I feel like Hassan could lose a game of Connect 4 even if you let him have the first 4 moves. Yes. Nuking Cali means losing me. Is it really worth it? Also, I'd like to live, please. Oh, this is when we're talking about which place we're gonna nuke.
Yeah, I remember that.
But that means, by that logic, I lose Fringy if I nuke
fun.
Australia, and I lose... Well, I wouldn't lose Rags if I nuke California, but I mean, the fallout might fuck him up in some way if he gets over there. I guess I gotta go for China. They hold him down and yell ding 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 until he starts talking about BVS again. That's the Jesse Eisenberg thing we said he'd be in a convention. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Mola, be careful not to fall asleep when watching Shang-Chi. I'll do my best. When I think of Australians, I think of internet historian Steve Irwin and Fringy. If you could wipe my memory and replace one of those persons for someone living or dead, who would it be?
For just a random person?
I don't know why. Why would I be invested in doing that? I'm fine with you remembering those three. Like, that's fine. In fact, they're a good 3 Australians to remember. You know, that's fine with me. I wouldn't change it. That's my answer. Sassy Justice is Matt and Trey messing around with deepfakes. I think you guys would get a kick out of it. Have you heard of that, Fringy? Since it's Matt and Trey. So Matt Stone and Trey Parker apparently did something called Sassy Justice where they did deepfakes.
I have not heard of that, no. In fact, I think I remember you asking this question last time around.
Oh yeah, this is a follow-up to when they asked, and they're giving us a bit more context, but I still don't know what that is.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of it.
Legion arc? So, Legion's a newish TV show, right? Or at least it's a TV show with, like, a season or 2?
Yeah. I think it's got a couple of seasons.
Well, I wouldn't say it's an impossibility. Who knows? Also, we've caught up with EFAP 10151's super chats.
Hey!
There you go, that's finished off. That's progress. A critique of The Force Awakens, Mauler cut 180 hours. It wouldn't be that quick. It was a true Mauler cut. You know, if that's a question, what if you could have access to any cutting room, like the entirety of the shots from any one film, to make your own cut of? What would it be?
I'm not sure.
What about Solo?
Maybe.
That would be one, yeah.
Because they made like 2 fucking movies, so that's up there. I don't know what other ones though. Probably something where I just need a lot of different material. I need options to order up. Yeah. I'll go with Solo.
I feel like Solo's a fine choice.
Because I can't think of the one.
Jay's suggesting Rogue One, which, yeah, you could probably make a interesting movie potentially out of that. Justice League, I think we should just let that die if I have a choice.
That's had enough chances.
The Hobbit movies, possibly, yeah. Especially if you have the chance to be able to re-edit the trilogy down to whatever you want. And then there's the opportunity, of course, to tweak like great movies into ones that you think you could just nudge them into perfection land. I don't know. Not so great debate remake. I think that's referring to old Mr. Colin Sanders who came on. But no.
But it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't at all.
Hi, Moran Rags. Hello.
Hello.
Happy 150. Read Berserk yet? With great art and characters, even though you don't cover manga, this series is still worth reading. I've not read it, but I've just only heard great things about it. Obviously it sucks that that series won't be finished by the original creator now. But, I imagine it's still a pretty good journey as it currently is. Hello Mauler, this is my first super chat. I've currently watched all of EFAP 3 times. Damn. The first 2 sets of... So episodes 1 through 100 took me 3 months at 2 times speed, 150 took 5 months at 3 times speed. Yeah, the episodes have gotten longer. And there's been more catch-ups. Raise the Dawn and get Rags and ER to talk Atla. Oh no. ER's not around. Someone's got to summon him with like demon blood or whatever, because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Everyone wants more videos from him, as do I.
Yeah.
Rags versus one rag-sized Rags, but Rags is wearing only Rags.
I think Rags might have it.
Yeah, I would put my money on Rags.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking so.
Gosh, such an easy one.
That was kind of an easy one, yeah.
Rank the Shrek films, EFAP. So, I don't
Wait,
think
you said rank?
Yeah, I haven't seen Shrek 4, so I can't... That's...
I haven't seen that either.
So 2, 1, 3?
Probably. Without rewatching them.
Yeah, I'd have to rewatch them, but I think I'm gonna go with 2, 1, 3. Casually off the top of my head and based completely from memory, I don't even think I've seen the 4th.
I think I'd go with 2 and 3. Yeah. Very close between 2 and 1 though.
This one just says Angry Super Chat 4. Very well.
Oh boy.
Happy 150th. Here's my first ever Super Chat just for y'all. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Vote Republican. Jim is such an insufferable dumbass. There isn't a Republican in history that's more smooth-brained that doesn't use the Jim Sterling. What is...
It's kind of incomprehensible.
Very well. Zuma here. What the fuck is a pog? Also, hi Rags.
Hello. Pog is a state of mind.
Yes.
That's a fun sort of statement. What is a pog? I'm a zoomer.
What is a pog? Oh, I wonder what happens in Google if I type that. What is a pog?
What'd you get?
Yeah, because it shows up a cardboard or plastic disc printed with a design or picture, collected or swapped by children, are used in games.
Oh, there you
So
go.
like little discs, I suppose. But I remember some of these, like the Pokemon ones.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, pogs haven't been taken over yet by poggers.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry, I have no idea where this is coming
I
from.
feel the same way, Rags.
Which is
Yeah.
strange, because I'm not, like, actually sleepy. It's just bizarre that I did that, you know? But, yeah, of course, Pog comes from Pog, Urban Dictionary, play of the game. Someone who does the play of the game is a Pogger. Or Pogga. There's an article here on military.com, the fascinating beginning of the term Pog. So, who knows? But yeah, I guess you could find out fairly easily if you were a Zoomer and you had access to Google what a Pog kind of was. But Pog is good. You want Pog, and you want to be a Pogger, I assume.
Yeah, or a
One who
pog champ.
pogs.
Yeah, something like that. If not a pog champ, at least a poggers.
An Apex Pogger.
Rags versus 6 beers. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
I mean, that's a close one. I don't know if the 6 beers would beat you, but if this is something of a... like, who would last over a week or something, it's like you win, I guess.
Oh, I think we'd all last a week. As long as you had water, we'd all last weeks.
I mean, I don't know if water's gonna help the beer last. I don't know if that'll...
Beer?
I'm assuming you have no idea what I said.
I must have brain farted there. What was that?
It was Rags versus 6 beers.
Oh fuck. That's
And I
a
said,
lot of beers.
you know, so if you can do this fight over a week, I think you beat them.
Yeah, I don't know why my brain just took off of something.
Another
think I could
Biden moment for
probably-
Rags.
I think I could drink 6 beers. I drank a lot of beers one time, and I was pretty happy with myself. I was happy with a lot of things after that, but I think I could probably do it. I think I could drink 6 beers if I really had to. Someone slammed those things in front of me and said, 6, go. I'll give you $100 or whatever, you can do it. I think I could manage 6 beers, but man, it would be, what an adventure that would be.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's adventure.
Have you ever been blackout drunk, Rags?
No,
Have you, Fringy?
no, I've been drunk
Yeah.
twice, and you both witnessed one of those times.
Wow. We've lived different lives. I've been blackout drunk like 3 times.
Wow, fuck me.
For me, it's only once.
It's so
I've
weird
never
because you
drank
just
that much.
wake up and you have no memory of like a half the night, and you're just like, I hope I didn't do anything stupid.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's not fun.
Yeah, like I'd be interested to know how that works. I don't know if it's like part of your brain is shutting down because of whatever reason, or if the alcohol is like killing the newly created memory cells. I have no fucking clue. I'm just speculating.
I'm sure that there is an explanation that is known.
Oh,
Blackout
that
is
could've been
when you
cool.
don't remember anything. Yeah.
That's the thing. If Rags gets super drunk on 5 beers, I feel like 10 might even do the blackout drunk for him.
Probably.
Blackout is when you don't remember the shit you did. That's how I've always associated it. I thought it
Well, I
was.
just answered. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
basically.
the actual one or not. That's what I've always known it to
Pretty
be.
sure it is. Let's see.
It-
What does Google say?
It depends what kind of like if it's just 6 beers. Like I've like I know when I went to Kima actually with Top Hats when on his last meetup here before COVID stuff. I drank a lot. I must have had. They might have been pint glasses. Let me see. How big is it? Images. Alright, image will help me. Yeah, I probably had at least 4 pints of just the Blue Moon. I had a bunch. It's been the most I've ever drunk at one period of time. I didn't drink that much on our stream, but it was like whiskey. It was liquor. So that's tough. That took me to places.
So
And in this one, when I drank the beer, it was much more of a drawn out sort of thing. And I felt a lot more, I guess, present. So, like, I remember buying shish kebabs when I was walking back to the hotel with some of the other guys. And I was, and we got some, like, tacos from a street vendor, and they were really good. And I brought them back to the hotel room. And, you know, but I was definitely, I did throw up later, but I was definitely more present than I was on the stream. I was just in a different world. Like I said, I wandered around. I didn't know where I was. I laid down in the bed naked and cried for Boromir. Like, I was just, it was magical.
So, according to the American Addiction Centers, basically, it is gaps in a person's memory for events that occurred while they were intoxicated. And apparently the reason why it happens is because when you drink a lot of alcohol, it leads to an impairment in the way that your brain transfers memories from short to long-term memory. That's the explanation. But there are different types. Apparently there's fragmentary blackouts known as a grayout or a brownout, where you have gaps in your memory combined with some recollection of events. But a total blackout means no recollection, because the memories of what happened never form, and if they do, you can't access them. So a person can progress from blacking out to passing out, losing consciousness. And apparently over 50% of people will experience a blackout due to alcohol in their lifetime.
I mean, it's super easy, right? You're drinking and then you drink more and then
Pretty
suddenly,
much, yeah. Exactly.
Oh no, not a brownout. Yeah, I know, right?
But
Well, it's also called a grey out, don't worry.
Actual rags versus mimetic rags.
Mimetic rags.
I feel like actual rags, he's gonna have all the guns. Muller, I discovered this weekend.
I have a lot of guns.
Yes, you do. Muller, I discovered this week I am 7% Welsh. Is that enough to get a claim for the perfection that is the Welsh flag? Also, hi, Rags. Well, whichever the dominant part of you is, that's probably the flag for you, but, you know, there's a little bit of Welsh flag in everybody, that's what I think.
Have you guys ever thought about doing one of those tests to find that out, that information?
Well, like, how much of everything I am?
Yeah.
I don't care that
No.
much, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I just don't really. I'm not really concerned at all. I don't really. guess I'm not all that interested.
I find the idea interesting, but not so interesting that I've ever actually paid to get it done. So clearly I'm not that invested. But I think it would be interesting. I think it's just the idea of I'm pretty sure I know, like, where it traces back to, but I'd be curious to see.
Our family's kept track of it fairly well, generation to generation stuff. Like we got PDFs and things, of names and stuff. And I mean, it's good enough for me, you know. Like I'm not like, oh, I really need to know if this is sure 100%. I was like, nah, I'm pretty confident it's true, and it all seems to line up. And I guess I just don't have that much interest in knowing for certain. And like, what would it change? You know, like how much value would I give to, you know, the revelation that all that wasn't really true in a sense? But yeah.
1 rag-sized tangerine or 10 tangerine-sized rags?
Well, I think 10 of us. I mean, because I like tangerines.
Yeah, you'll chew it apart.
Yeah, we'd fuck up a tangerine. What we didn't consume, we would just. I mean, by then it would be dead. It would wish it was dead.
The only concern is if it rolls and crushes you guys.
I don't think it's that heavy. It's not heavy enough to.
True.
Plus, it's round, so if it hits us, it'll just roll. It'll just go to the side.
True. Yeah, it wouldn't crush you. It would have to be pushed to do that.
Even if you pushed it, like on me, I think it would just sort of like go to the side. It wouldn't go over me.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You'd have to really try and balance it to where it would roll over. And then I'd be like, and I would have to be shockingly like cooperative with that the entire time.
Cooperative with it crushing you.
Really, no, this is fine.
Rags versus Mr. Biggles. I mean,
who's Mr. Biggles?
Is
he like Mr. Jangles?
I think if it's a cat, you win.
Oh, I think, yeah, if it's all kinds of like a tangerine. If Mr. Biggles was a tangerine, if you looked up. So appealing as that thought is,
nice. Appealing.
Mr. Biggles. Mr. Biggles is it's a cat. It's Dr. Evil's hairless pet cat in the Austin Powers franchise. Oh yeah, I fucked that
I thought his name was Mr. Bigglesworth, not Mr. Biggles.
I don't know, maybe it's Mr. Biggles. Maybe it's Mr. Biggles to his friends.
Maybe. Tell Jay to calm down. Jay, calm the fuck down. Jesus. Okay, so we talked about regular infantry, sorry. What about Spec Ops or Elites? Gadgets, powers, etc. This is mostly for rags, but anyone can go, also high rags.
Hello. Well, they're not going to be wearing ridiculous black jumpsuits that have no actual purpose and stand around in the open brandishing large weaponry when they're supposed to be the world's deadliest spies and assassins. We're not going to be doing that.
Wow.
That's dumb. Anyone who would write that as a thing is an idiot.
Wow.
So let me think. I mean, I don't know. That would be a really big question to get into. What would I arm my special forces soldiers with? Yeah. That's a big long question. Maybe yeah, a little suppressed weaponry if I needed them. I'd try to stay non-lethal. They wouldn't have a uniform because they'd be in plain clothes all the time. They'd be an assortment of genders and races, something that would be most appropriate for the area that they would be in. They would have all kinds of listening devices and little cameras that they could set up for surveillance. Stuff like that. Probably nothing surprising. They would just not be stupid. That's the thing. I would stress in the training, don't be an idiot. Because life isn't a movie where you're just allowed to get away with things inexplicably.
I was curious what this is in reference to. Just like, are you designing your own sort of team, is it? And
I guess if I...
Because it says what gadgets and powers they have. It's like, I guess at that point, you just want them to have the best
powers.
Stuff. Yeah, that's what it says.
Invisibility, shape-shifting. Those would be like those seem to be the mind reading. Those would be the best powers to give to a special agent.
I mean, if we're doing that, wouldn't you just like you just want to cap him out. You'd be like, give him Superman powers, give him everything.
Yeah, I mean, if I could only choose one between like invisibility, shape-shifting, and mind reading. Oh man.
I'd take shapeshifting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think shapeshifting will outclass invisibility probably.
I think it absolutely does. You've got invisibility with perks.
I don't think it absolutely does.
sense.
There are gonna be scenarios
think
where
it absolutely
invisibility
does
will
either.
be better.
Okay, but more often than not, I think that will be the more useful option.
I don't agree. I think it would be that in certain circumstances, appearing to be somebody else would be more useful than no one even seeing you at all.
That's what
That's what he said.
That's what I
Oh,
said.
okay,
I'm
yeah.
saying that
Okay.
shapeshifting is better than invisibility.
Yeah, so what I'm bringing up is a normally like, say, a place that no one's allowed to go.
No one's allowed in, yeah. But
Invisibility.
how
Yeah.
often is that a situation I'm going to be in, you know?
Well, there's probably other ones we could come up with. Maybe like you need to be a particular person to get to a place. Unfortunately, that person is like there's other elements to them beyond just looking like them,
like knowledge and things.
and
maybe,
particular
like,
tools and
pheromones.
access as well. If you're invisible, you can
Yeah.
sort of yeah.
Well,
I
but if I'm
feel in-
invisible, I would still need those tools and stuff, right?
Well,
Like,
theoretically, it would be easier to steal them if you were invisible.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about all the other instances where I feel like I would prefer not to. Where I'd prefer to have a different. To be able to shapeshift just feels like that's way more utility, more often. You know, I think that.
I think
come
so.
in handy
Yeah.
Than,
I just want to make sure we go to bat for invisibility a little bit.
yeah,
I
invisibility is
think-
pretty cool, but.
I'm sticking with invisibility. I think it will be more generally useful to be unseen entirely than to be seen as somebody else. Because remember, if you are acting, remember, it's not just looking like somebody else. You have to act like them and know what to say, and often have the right training and things. You'd still have to have the passwords you need, and the know-how, and the technical knowledge. Appearing
Do we
as
have a
somebody is only-
specific task that we're trying to
Also,
accomplish here?
you need all of that with invisibility too.
Yeah, you need that with invisibility. That's
True, but
first thing.
but if you need both of those things, I suppose I would, all things being equal, rather be unseen completely.
Well, but what does it matter if you've seen if you can change your identity? They'd never be able to track you down ever. Like
Well,
I
not
think
nec-
that's why
not
I find it
necessarily,
so
like, if-
useful.
You would have to, like, if you could change your shape, you would have to be in a situation like they could never break eye contact with you. You
Sure,
couldn't just
But
could-
wouldn't that be the same with invisibility? Like if I go invisible,
you
invisible.
never have eye contact with them.
No, but if I need to switch from visible to invisible.
Well, if you were to break it for just a moment, then you're now invisible. However, even if someone like rounds a corner, like they could still see, and even if you shapeshift into something else, they would still see somebody running.
What is the
from it.
extent? What is the extent of this? Is it just into other people, or can I physically change my shape? Because if I can physically change my shape, as far as I'm concerned, this is no contest.
Oh, like inanimate objects?
Well, like
a chair.
if I can do the full on, I can turn into like chairs and stuff like that. Then and go really thin to get underneath cracks and stuff. Then I think it's no contest. And even if it was like Mystique, just people, I still think that's incredibly useful.
I still think
More
that
so than being
yeah, I think that
invisible.
outclasses invisibility still. I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure we made clear invisibility still has its benefits.
I would go with.
And here's
I'd
another
go
question:
with
does invisibility apply to the objects that you hold and the clothing that you wear, or is it just your skin? Because if it's just your skin, I think that's fairly worthless.
If it's only your skin, yeah, then that's a big limitation.
But if I
That
can
isn't-
touch an
yeah.
object and turn it invisible like Wonder Woman, then that's more useful, but still, shapeshifting.
Because if you
oh
can
boy.
shapeshift, and I assume that when you shapeshift into a person's clothing as well.
I think it's fair to assume that that's an element.
Right, so if we do the clothing thing, like if when you shapeshift, the stuff that you have on you that is of a reasonable size, I think that's like the D&D rules or something, is as long as it's of a
Yeah.
fairly small size on your person, it turns invisible with you, but if it's a large object...
Like you wouldn't, walking in a room doesn't then make the room invisible.
But that's
I like how
true,
we've
Jack,
all
but it
written
doesn't
off
matter for me
mind.
because dogs don't wear clothes.
I do like how we've all kind of written off.
I didn't write off for mind control. I was just thinking about those two.
Wait, was it mind control or was it mind
reading.
reading?
Oh, reading.
I think mind reading is appreciably less valuable to me.
I think it's going to be tougher for that to be as useful as the other two, as reliably useful.
And what does it mean to read people's thoughts, you know? Are they full sentences or are they a weird
or is it like you're accessing a computer, like you have access to all of their thoughts and stuff?
Or
Wow,
I imagine it would be like your sift, like how you stop and think for yourself and you sift through your memories and your knowledge. It would be that, just with another person.
I feel like mind control. If it was mind control, it's like, ooh, that's actually, that can be something.
I don't think I could take that on principle in a weird way. Like, I don't know.
I'm inclined to agree on the principle thing, but if we're talking pure pragmatic, achieving goals, mind control is...
Yeah, if it was pure pragmatic, then you can just mind control people and just...
I mean, I would also say it's unethical to take somebody's identity, right? By turning into them. I think that's unethical too, but, you know.
In the
to a lesser extent.
To a lesser extent, absolutely. But I'd say in terms of ethics, being invisible is the most moral because it's just no one can see you. If you're reading someone's mind, that's still an invasion of privacy.
Absolutely, I agree.
Obviously, this would be a bit.
I never knew that.
Like in the context of, I don't even know what we're doing in here, but if we're stopping a world domination plot or something.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think shapeshifting is peak of these. I think it is a downright underrated ability, all things considered.
Oh, we talked about this with Doppelganger, remember?
Yeah. Doppelganger, dude, the amount of things he should be like pretending to be the person next to the president.
The most valuable soup they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is extremely underutilized for how insanely powerful he was.
Yeah.
And then he just gets killed in some kind of weird sex project. Fuck the boys, it's shit.
But when it comes to, mind reading would be, in terms of which is most useful, like in average day-to-day, normal, like just you live your normal life just with one of these powers?
I mean, mind reading is out, because that's not something I'd even want necessarily in the day-to-day. Invisibility is probably the one I'd end up using the most, but I'm still trying to think of, like, where would I be using that and for what reason?
Because I'm wondering if I would just fuck with people. Like, not even in, like,
so we're talking about morality and ethics, but
no, like, I'm not gonna, like hurt
harmless
them.
stuff.
Isn't that what the Stasi did to the people that they were spying on? They'd go into their house and move their furniture around to make them think they were insane?
I mean...
Well, I'm assuming Rags isn't planning on making anyone go insane.
Not planning on making anybody think they're insane, yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be a little thing like if you did go into someone's house just for the sake of I'm gonna like rearrange just a couple things and then leave, like that's the level
exactly what they did. But
yeah, I think that is funny to me.
I mean. Okay, yeah, I mean, it could be if you had comedic music playing, but if you had ominous music playing, then it might
Is there blood on your shield,
Rags?
Rags?
That's the Marvel secret, alright?
Is there blood on your shield? Basically, that would determine whether it's evil or not.
Dude, that needs to be a TV trope, like blood on the shield, and it's just, it relates to like how things are framed. There's probably stuff for that already, but still.
I'm fine with calling it blood on the shield. I think that's an excellent
name. Blood on the shield is
Is a cummerbund a clothing accessory or a piece of clothing?
What is a cummerbund? Let me.
Is that the thing you put around your neck? The little.
It hides the seal between the trousers and the shirt, and it also keeps your belly in better in like weddings and stuff.
Oh, is that thing you wear underneath? Like, yeah.
I would classify that as an.
You wear it.
Well, here's the thing. So. Hats and glasses are accessories.
Yes.
I would call a cummerbund in its normal usage an accessory.
Do you think that socks are an accessory?
I think socks are clothes.
Well, you don't need to wear socks, right?
You don't need to wear shirts.
That's true.
So I would say that in terms of their function, right? It's designed to, like, it's just like, it's more decorative than functional.
Is that
Wait.
would you say that suits are an accessory?
You said
I'm
glasses.
thinking through this.
Glasses
I'm
are
thinking through
peak
this.
functional, not
Yeah,
decorative, typically.
I think
Well,
this is where
I
we
gotta
start
think.
to realize the line is very blurry between what
Yeah,
makes something.
Maybe it's that it's not like a primary piece of, you know, wear. You have your big ones, right? Your shirt and your pants. Those are the big two. And
Except
then you
in
have the
certain
undergarments,
contexts.
the socks and the undies and the undershirts. But I
So
feel like
what
a
do we-
cummerbund is an accessory. It does.
Well-
It seems like with its application, and it's supposed to be used, I guess, in tandem with clothes.
So is a jacket though. That's meant to be used in tandem with like shirts and stuff like that.
But I feel you
don't think-
you could just wear. I think a jacket's large enough and covers enough of your person and body parts that
yeah,
would
but
kind of.
I could
bump it
also
up a
say
bit.
that about. I could say that about underwear. Well,
Well, the
if I'm wearing
cummerbund, you
pants,
could
that
say
covers
that.
it up.
I
And
think. Well,
yeah,
that's
and I
why.
could say that about
That's what I'm
shoes as
saying.
well.
You could use a cummerbund probably in a function that it could be a clothing item. Like you could fashion it into an awkward undergarment. But I think in its normal usage,
Are shoes
I would call it an accessory.
Well, see,
'Cause
that's the thing. I don't think
would
anybody
probably
would
say
shoes are-
yes. I would say shoes are clothes. They
right.
they are like they cover the entirety of the feet, and they are, I guess, they're both in terms of their design and practicality and the importance that they are in terms of the outfit. Like I could, for instance, if you had like, I would say that if you like, you know how dogs have those little dog shoes that you put on them sometimes if they're gonna be outdoors or, you know, in hot places. I would say those are accessories for a dog, but for a person they would be clothes.
So what would we?
You,
Because
you
you were talking
said,
about
you said
utility
covering the
and
whole of the
necessity.
foot. Do flip-flops not count as clothes then?
I would
was
say
about to
that
say
in
what?
the sense that they
What is the distinction between and what about like? Because you talked about practical. Like what about if you're wearing shoes that are high heel? That is less practical than being barefoot. In terms of just being able to move around and stuff like
in
that.
a
So I don't
sense,
know
yeah.
that,
Sometimes
I don't know that I
yeah.
want utility to be something that because there are a lot of clothes that have really poor utility that I
Fashion,
wouldn't
yeah.
consider to not
I
be
think
clothes.
an aspect of their coverage, like in terms of like, even though, for instance, if you have a sandal, right? So a sandal doesn't cover as much as a shoe, but
Sure.
the important part is that it covers the bottom and it secures it to the foot.
So what if I like have a shirt and I cut a bunch of holes in the middle that expose like pretty much the entirety of my torso, but it's still connected and covers my neck and right at the bottom? Does that still count as clothing?
I don't know. That might be its own category of like damaged clothes. Like if clothes.
What,
are
what if
sufficiently
that was on
damaged.
purpose? What if I did that on purpose? That's the design of the clothing.
Yeah, think of jeans where they destroy all of the jeans
Yeah.
on purpose. I don't know what they're called, but I hate them.
Ripped
Yeah, where
jeans.
you buy them and they're super expensive a lot of the time.
Yeah,
so
they're
Yeah,
more
they're
expensive than the
being
fucking
broken.
normal jeans.
Hey, look, I like wearing broken clothes. Okay.
It makes me have a
I like having
personality
my
because I
knees
can't
broken.
forge one myself.
Oh, jeez. Tear it into him. Man. What happened? Did jeans that were torn hurt you?
Yes, I was attacked by jeans.
I just don't like.
Some things-
I understand and I can appreciate the want to buy jeans that already look like they are worn, but to the point where they're just ratty and torn up. Like, I want jeans that look like they're worn, not like I need to replace them.
You know, I'm starting to worry about hats now because, you know, like a beanie, you'd call that an accessory, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Because
I would
I feel like it's
probably
gonna.
call it an accessory.
I feel like it would fulfill a lot of the clothing requirements that have kind of been alluded to. Like it covers the whole of that portion of the head, like it, and it's designed to keep it warm and.
And I think part of this has to do with the socially accepted standards for wearing clothes in public. like you could go out without a hat and nobody would mind, but if you go out without a shirt, people obviously would look at you.
So that's just like
I think
social preferences over
social
time.
though, because
Yeah,
you could,
like
well,
we're discussing the words, so
sure, but I
feel like
guess
I think it's sort of
is that-
fair to be
does-
like, you know.
did the definitions of clothing change over time? Is that what we want to?
A lot of I mean, I would say that's not unrealistic. A lot of definitions change over time. I guess it's just a category because we're talking categories really.
True.
And categories are very loose. It's like talking about film genres in a way.
Ew.
But then I guess almost what are we doing here? You know, like if we're saying that it is
Well,
so
yeah, because
malleable.
we got here because you often feel the need to correct people if they ever refer to hats as clothing.
Right.
And now it seems
I
as
do
though
care.
it's based on rocky ground.
I care a little bit.
I
Wow.
think you care a lot more than
You
a
care
little
enough
bit.
to correct people. That's a lot.
That's not that much effort to correct someone.
Well,
I don't
maybe
think how
once,
much you
but-
kid is determined by how much effort it takes to do a thing.
I don't know. I think it can be indicative if you really, really work
Well,
hard.
okay, so
and you
I
focus
care
a lot on something.
a heckin' lot about I don't know, Star Wars. It doesn't take much effort for me to counter an argument that's bad in relation to it. Because the correlation there isn't.
But-
There
well,
isn't one.
Is that
I mean,
is that your concern
well-
for the argument and not the Star Wars thing?
Here's a thing to think about, though. I'm not particularly invested in defending the notion that the Earth is round. But, like, if somebody says it's flat, I'll say, no, it's not. So it's like, how much do I care? It's like, well, you are wrong, and I care that you're wrong, but I'm not that invested in like, defending the honor of the Earth being round. I don't know that correcting something proves anything about how much you care, actually, the more that I think about it.
I mean, it's not just the desire to correct it. I think it's the links that you might go to.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
help. That's
like-
that's the thing. Like to say, like if someone like go with flat Earth thing, right? If someone said the Earth is flat, I'd be like, no, it isn't. And if they wanted to have like a big discussion about it, I'd be like, no, I don't care what you think.
No.
It's not that
yeah.
I don't care about the shape of the Earth. I don't care about that they think it's flat.
I don't care enough to convince you out of the position that you hold.
Yeah, that's the distinction. Is
Yeah, I think that's a
here,
good
yeah.
I think that's a good way to draw the line. Yeah, how much do you care to convince other people to your point of view? So how much do you, Rags, care to convince anybody to the point of view that a hat is not a piece of clothing?
Yeah, like if someone was really gonna go big on the like it's clothing thing, I don't like that's fine. I don't really care to convince you that much. I
How,
just don't
how
really...
would time zones work if the Earth is on a flat
Hey-
Earth? Yeah, that's an
hey guys,
interesting
well-
question to ask them.
Hey guys, what time is it on the flat Earth?
6 o'clock.
Daytime.
I think my favorite flat Earth, because I know that there's the theory that it's basically just a disc.
Well, yeah, don't,
you know,
well,
like-
one of
I thought they
one
have
of the
their own
recurring-
systems for why we would have day and night as well. Still, like they have.
Well,
they've
it depends
got
on
it
who
all
you
thought out.
ask. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. So the issue about flat Earth is that one, it's horseshit, and so you don't actually have. Yeah.
Oh,
I know,
really?
Sorry, spoilers. So one of the issues, because I watched flat Earth debates, and by the way, MC Toon is among my favorite. I would highly recommend y'all check him out, MCTOON, and he does a lot of debates with all kinds of people. One of the recurring issues that come up with the flat Earth community, demographic, whatever you want to call them, is a lack of a model, and that they can't produce one. Or they very rarely even attempt to produce a model of how it works that has any explanatory or predictive power. Some people say that that's the joke. What time is it on flat Earth? It's daytime, because it's always daytime on a flat Earth because the sun would never set, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, unless the sun
Some-
revolves around Earth, according to them.
I was gonna say I don't think does any flat earther believe that? I don't think they do, right?
Because how can they? Well, that's the meme, right?
yeah,
But they can't
they
believe
do.
It.
That the
Well,
Earth
how can they believe it's
circles-
all day? It isn't.
Well, no, they-
Sometimes it's not.
Was it like a conspiracy thing, like Mr. Burns' giant solar shield?
really believe that the sun is either obscured by something or some atmospheric effect is preventing the sunlight from reaching the ground,
Okay.
or that the sun acts as a lampshade and it only highlights a segment. Like it's not a sphere that shines in all directions. It's like it's in a lamp, and it only illuminates a certain area underneath it as it moves around.
Right.
It depends on who you. It depends on who you ask.
But they all
there are
agree with
many
the
different-
Antarctic thing, right? They all
No.
agree that Antarctica is a wall of ice? But no,
No.
okay.
No. There's many who will say that we don't know what's out there. We haven't gone. It's too dangerous. It's
I
unable.
mean-
It's unexplored, and we're not sure what's out there.
But
There are
how do
some
they
who
explain... How do they explain just fucking objects that we send into space? Like,
Okay, so
They don't believe
to
in
answer
space.
that, and to answer Jay just said, they have systems, but to call them thought out is going far, Wumbo. No, seriously, if you debate these people, you better be prepared. They will have,
yeah,
like...
because they... Yeah.
So you have the two categories of the flat earthers, which is generally going to be religious zealotry or conspiracy theories. Or like
Is there
legit
anything
conspiracy
particularly
theories.
important about Earth being flat in the Bible, though? Or is that, like, does that
Yes.
really matter?
So,
Does it?
here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the line of reasoning. This is the whole Kinham AIG sort of line of reasoning, which is that if the Bible is shown to be wrong about something, then it pulls into question the entirety of it.
Oh,
Right.
well, I
And
mean,
it makes-
understandably.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder if this is divinely inspired word of God, then why the fuck would he say that bats are birds? That's retarded. That's obviously not true. Why would he say that? You know, it's things like that, you know, which in isolation don't seem like a big deal, but they think that it undermines the credibility of the entire thing.
Well,
So
I mean, of course
if
it
you
does
believe-
undermine the credibility. Why would he say that they're bad? The bats are birds. They're not.
Yeah. So if you read the Bible and your
it as a
interpretation
meme.
of it is that the Earth is flat, something that like a god shouldn't get that wrong. The shape of the
Well,
Earth.
he made it. He knows what
Yeah.
it looks like, right?
Maybe when he made it, it was flat. It just got fat.
And then he just changed his mind. It's like, fucking, this
Most
ain't working out.
people, obviously most Christians don't take they don't get the shape of the Earth from the Bible. You know, they think the Earth is an oval spheroid in space and all that good stuff. But there are some fundamentalist types, and that's why I said the flat Earth categories are generally religious zealots and conspiracy theorists. Those are the big
Right.
two that pop up. Like the whole space thing. Space isn't real. Space isn't. It doesn't exist. We haven't sent anything there. We certainly haven't gone to the moon. We don't have the ability to go to the moon. It's all made up. It's all a Cold War thing we did to fool the Russians. There's many different variations of the
Stanley
conspiracy
Kubrick
theory stuff.
directed moon landing.
Yeah. And there's plenty who do the religious thing in terms of there's a firmament, like a big dome above us, and that this dome is the air that we live in, and past that there is water. In the shimmering of stars, the ocular phenomenon that is the shimmer of stars is because the stars are in water, and that light is going through water to get to the air where we are underneath the firmament. So you get all kinds. You get all kinds.
It does seem like there are all kinds of theories and that nobody
Yes.
can really agree on which one is right.
It's
I
very
see.
telling, yeah. So normal people who have any degree of knowledge about this. Most people probably don't, just because it doesn't really impact their daily lives. They have better things to do. But generally, the scientific community and most people are in a consensus that the Earth is here and the sun is there and we orbit around it and the moon orbit around us. Like there's a general kind of agreed upon model that we can produce and things. But with flat earthers, because it's not real, they don't have anything.
They can't
concrete
unite.
to draw on.
They can't
yeah,
be on
they,
the
Well,
same
like,
team.
actually, yeah,
I
they
guess
can't.
the big issue.
unite.
I guess the big issue that they run into as well is that they're very invested in the conclusion that they're trying to prove, whereas like the scientific process is more just about gradually adding what you learn to the models that you have, and then it just steadily builds towards your whatever. It just steadily builds towards something. What end? Not sure, but I mean, as opposed to the process you'd be using where, and there's a lot more confirmation bias, obviously, too.
Hi, Shad.
Hey, look. Hey, Shad.
guys,
Yeah.
I'm
By the way.
back.
Oh, we can hear you now.
How was your? How was your?
can hear
how
you
was your-
now.
How was the place?
How was your dragon fire place? Where'd you go? The Red Dragon?
Yeah, it's like the Red Dragon. They pronounce
How
it
dragons
something.
taste?
It was pretty good. So they had like duck and pork cheek, which was really really nice, and like an old medieval type of pie thing, which was a duck, which was actually a pork and duck pie, something like that. And yeah, whole the other things. They had like a minstrel playing like and singing constantly and stuff, and it was thematic. wasn't completely accurate. There's a lot of inaccuracies,
Wow.
but it was a very immersive kind of experience.
That sounds cool.
Critique it,
Duck
Rex.
is great.
Chat
Do
at
you
me.
like duck?
Yeah, the duck was really good, really good.
Have
I
you,
do
have
like
you two had
duck.
ducks? Smaller? How
I
are you
like
on the
duck.
duck?
I have not had
DQ?
duck.
I like duck. My mother does not like duck. I love duck. I've never
Yeah,
had an animal I haven't liked, honestly. But duck is great.
It's time
duck
to
tastes
try
great.
human rags.
Hey,
Or
but
kangaroo.
I came in during a flat Earth discussion. That was a fun one. I thought they
Yeah,
did
it
have
is.
a more agreed upon model. Like there's this guy.
Some
that,
Maybe
do.
certain groups,
Some do.
but
yeah, well, there's a guy that actually makes
There's certain
flat
spheres
Earth
that agree.
models. Like,
Oh my god.
flat Earth models. All right.
and actually, he sells them online and stuff. It's
my
a more
God.
agreed upon kind of structure of and there's a sun that kind of rotates in a circle above the flat Earth.
There
So
always
yeah,
seems
so
to-
depending on who, so generally, there is the sun is generally going to be an object that is a few thousand miles, generally 3,000 to 5,000 miles above the Earth.
Man.
Is the sun. The sun is they call it small and local. It is a small object that is fairly close, like I said, 3,000 to 5,000 miles up in the air. It is of an unknown material. We don't know what it is. We can't go to it. We're prevented from going up there for whatever reason. And it makes a circle around the Earth, and its effect is such that the side that it's on is the day, and the side that it's not on is night. Obvious question being, what time is it on the flat Earth? It's always day. However, everything from the misuse of the word perspective, or it acts as a lampshade, or it is obscured by the horizon or the atmosphere.
How can anything be obscured by the horizon, though? Like, how do
That's
they
a-
account
that's
for
a
the curvature
good-
of the Earth?
They come up with all kinds of different things to try and justify how it works. A lot of them that I've seen have flat out said, we just don't know.
Flat out.
Have just said that.
Man,
they just
that's
don't know how it works.
interesting.
They just
That's
say
so
they just say
interesting.
they don't know how it works. They say they legitimately don't know. They just have a problem with people who assert to know what the case is, and they don't accept the presented
But yet they're
evidence.
part of something called the Flat Earth Society, probably,
Well,
which is
I
just an
not
organization.
necessarily.
Well,
This is
yeah,
why
sure.
I didn't know whether to call them a community or a demographic. I'm leaning towards
The
demographic.
Flat Earth
They're-
community. What a weird
there's-
little thing to be.
there are
Flat
communities
I was
Earth.
gonna say there's gonna
like
be
groups.
one out there probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I mean, there's the Flat Earth Society. What is that if not a community of sorts? I guess I
Well,
just find the concept amusing. That's all.
Yeah, it depends on how official you are, I suppose. I'm sure there's memberships in legitimate
Well,
societies.
I mean,
but
yeah, the Flat Earth
communities form
Society.
on YouTubers and
It
stuff.
was founded in 1956.
Is rank
but-
1 like plate, and then rank 2 is disc, and then rank 3 is coin? I don't know. What? They gotta have different ranks. It'd be fun.
What
There-
different
there-
rankings
there are
of
generally agreed
viability?
upon things like how gravity doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's one version of it.
My understanding was that they believe the sun can only shed light at a certain distance before it gets diluted and fades out and stuff.
Yeah, that's what they think the reality is. Also, a lot of them think that the moon creates light.
The moon reflects light.
Yeah, that's what it does in the real world where we live.
In reality,
However,
yes.
I just want
In
to point
their
out how funny
minds-
that was. Where Rag said, "Yes, that's what they think reality is."
Yeah. But yeah, there's the moon produces not only its own lesser light, but the light that it produces is a cold light. The light that the moon puts out cools things down.
How
It
do
doesn't-
how do they account for other planets? What are they? What's their
other
argument for the other
planets? So generally, it will be that they are one fake, that they don't
Okay.
actually exist, they're not real, things of that
But what
nature.
are they then instead?
Well,
Because I can see them. Like if I get a
That's
telescope
true,
and I
you
line it
can.
up on Saturn, I can see it and I can see the rings.
some of them believe that, like I said about the firmament thing, how the firmament is a dome of an unknown yet glass-like structure that goes over the
Okay.
flat Earth, and it holds back water, and in that
Okay.
water, those are the planets and the stars. They are lights. They're not
So what-
physical things, depending on which flat earther you ask, but they are
So then,
lights that shimmer.
okay. So what makes Earth special? Why is Earth this special place that is like
Because
this?
we're God's creation. We're God's special creation. It's
Okay.
generally-
Well, I guess, but now one of the things I'm thinking about is like gravity tends to work in a certain way. Like, there's a reason why
They don't-
pretty much everything
most
in
of them don't
space is a
believe in
ball.
gravity.
But then how are we stuck to the floor? Like,
Well, generally,
Dinosaur
so
blood.
Their explanation for gravity is density. I don't
Okay,
know
but
how that-
that's-
but as if they,
wait,
but
what?
there's-
Density?
Yeah, things that are
That-
more dense fall down. Density is a property that will make you sink downwards. They think that's a now. Obviously, this is there are different interpretations
Oh my
of this, but generally,
Okay.
density is a property that will cause things to go down the more dense an object is, which is why heavier things will go down below in solutions and whatnot, and lighter things will be
Well,
up
sure, but
top
that has
and-
to do with because I mean, it doesn't like if I have a very dense like speck of dust, that's not gonna fall down faster than a heavier but less dense human being.
So the idea here is, well, it's often asked why downwards? How come everything goes down?
Yeah.
Why how come dense things go down and not in a different direction? How come it's always being pulled to the ground essentially? For which I've heard I've heard things such as, well, down is down and up is up, just asserting that, well, it just goes down because that's what down is, which is tautological
That's-
sort of stuff.
Well, that is very tautological, right? But also, how do they? Because I can watch live feeds of like launches of things that go into space, and they could be like, well, that's fake. And it's like, well, I could go to that location and get a telescope and watch the thing go up with my own eyes. So is it all fake, or which aspect of it is fake?
Well, yeah, they would just keep whittling it down. They'd be like, that part's real,
Yeah,
but the
so
part where they look at it is
rocket,
fake.
Yeah, the rocket and everything that you see, like they believe in rockets, but they don't
Sure.
believe in general that some do believe in space. They just think it's super high up,
Well, I mean, it is
Um,
kind of high up, but I mean,
yeah,
but
it
I
is.
guess my
but it
question
doesn't
is how to
surround a sphere. But they'll
how do
say
they-
that
Okay.
they'll say that the rockets, because generally when a rocket takes off, it'll arch and appear
Yeah, of
arc
course.
away as it tries to break out of the atmosphere. They'll say that it just stops eventually and it exits eyesight, and that the atmosphere blocks our vision of it. And once it's gone far enough, it just goes somewhere else, or it has a landing zone that it goes
But
to.
how
to,
do they account for like satellites and just the technology that is reliant on satellites?
They generally don't. A lot of them will not believe in satellites. They'll either go
we
the
have the
conspiracy-
technology that can. But how can there be a conspiracy for that? Satellite technology works a certain way, and if there's no
Well, to them, it's been told to them and us that it works because of satellites,
Well,
but it
I
actually
guess-
works through some different methodology that we're not aware of.
But
or
I
that
don't-
they don't want to give to us.
Okay, but I mean, how? It's funny, right? Because I'm saying like how it's like, well, they'll figure out a way to
Well, there's a lot of
justify
not
it.
hows. A lot of them
Yeah.
work just based off of basic observation and what they call intuition. And while
Yeah,
intuition
but intuition's
is great,
bullshit.
Yeah, intuition's great for certain things, but in a lot of things, like your place in the cosmos, intuition's really shit. Your
Well, I
ape
mean-
brain is not prepared to use intuition to find out the cosmological.
Wrong. Neil deGrasse Tyson approved a movie where you could travel through the space with love alone. So imagine what you can do with
that's
intuition.
right, I forgot. Of course,
Wow.
I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, I always find that interesting. Just that feels like arrogant to me almost. It's like, man, we are like human beings that grew up on this little planet here, and that was all we understood. It feels very weird to then intuit things that we never had any means of understanding. For,
Well, that's how special love is. Do you not think love is special?
Well, oh yeah, I mean, you got a good point there. I guess I don't know why anybody would be particularly invested in flat Earth as a notion. Like, what does it
That's
matter?
been the
to you,
wonder
really?
for me. I don't understand the motivation of people to hide the fact that the Earth is not a flat, or to hide that it is
Well,
flat.
the general there are multiple explanations for it. There is the more religious focus, like I said, are two primary categories. Is that an atheistic worldview that says that we're a tiny speck in the universe, devalues the concept of who we are, and devalues the idea that there's a creator who finds us special, and they will use.
I don't even know that it would devalue that if you wanted to believe that. Like,
if you believed that you are a unique plane, should we say, trapped under a firmament, and there was nothing in the universe like you, it would make you special. Which is the route that a lot of them go down.
It would make you special by our logic of special, right? Yeah.
Like we're the only one that exists. We're God's special creation.
Well, I guess that's the interesting thing, right? Is there any reason to necessarily assume that there is no, like if you wanted to take a religious worldview, that you would necessarily, there is no intrinsic value in your existence because there are other things that are like you? Wouldn't it just be that you're all valuable? Is that so bad? Like, you know,
specialness comes in degrees, I guess, and
I guess,
especially because someone could be like, everything outside of Earth is dead in space or something like that. They're like, so we're still special.
There isn't a space. There aren't other planets. There aren't other stars. We're the only thing in existence. We are all of God's creation.
That's lame. I don't like that. I like the idea that there's tons of stuff out there that's really cool that we've never seen before.
Yeah. So there's that aspect. The idea of they're trying to hide the truth from us to keep us. It's like like an actual plot by the devil, or it's a society of satanic.
According to
I think there's more to it than that on the religious side, because I know for my own religion, we actually have the view that Fringy was just expressing. We believe that there's heaps of life in the whole entire universe, and they're all special.
I guess that would always be
true.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Is like I don't necessarily see how, unless the religion that you were following was very hyper specific on it, that it would necessarily be a contradictory to have a galaxy and a universe full of stuff.
A lot of these people seem to be a religion of one. They're non-denominational. They have their own particular interpretation of whatever scripture they're using. They're not generally going to be a part of a larger mainstream. Like, they're not going to be Catholics or Protestants or Mormons or anything like that, right?
More like the amorphous religion, like amorphous sort of Christian identity that is not particularly clear on the distinct.
Generally pretty fundamentalist. They're gonna go. It's weird. You get them in all flavors. You have the ones that are super fundamentalist, who have an interpretation of the Bible that lends itself to flat Earth, they believe. Or you have the religious ones who are more spiritual, that kind of woo, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, I suppose that would. I guess because I'm reading here on Wikipedia again. I love this website. That the claim is that NASA and government agencies conspire to hide the truth. And I'm trying to, and the most widely accepted version is the Antarctic ice wall. The argument is that NASA photoshops its satellite images based on observations that the color of the oceans change from image to image, as if color grading is a thing, and that the continents seem to be different places, as if perspective isn't a thing. The publicly perpetuated image is kept up through a large-scale practice of compartmentalization, according to which only a select number of individuals have knowledge about the truth. But why? I'm still looking for the reason.
But why?
I want to know why.
Now, so what you get is you get nuggets of the truth that get blown off into religious proportions. So not religious proportions. Ridiculous.
I don't need to look up the Great Filter. I know what that is. That's a different conversation, though.
It's like almost all the pictures we have of our planet are composite images that are altered in some way to either make it easier to see or to highlight certain characteristics in particular.
Well, I mean, a lot of the old satellites were black and white. They took images in black and white.
We don't have really any reason to send a lot of stuff out so far away that it can take a single picture of the entire Earth. You have to get really far away from the Earth to take a singular image of it, and there's not really a reason to go out that far.
Also, you don't have many opportunities once you do that. Like, your window is limited. That thing is going. You're not going to be able to swing that one around to get another shot. And yeah, most of the stuff that we launch into space is low Earth orbit. You know, it's satellites.
Yeah, it'll
that
be in
have
low
practical
geosynchronous
utility.
orbit. Yes.
Yeah, it's not often. I'm pretty sure like 90% of stuff that we send up is in there, and might even be more than that. And a very, very small amount
Probably.
of stuff gets sent out.
Yeah, there's just no reason to send something out that far
except for
away,
scientific.
generally.
Scientific
Scientific and observation and stuff, but
That,
generally NASA and scientists aren't too concerned about proving to flat earthers what the shape of the Earth
Well,
is.
I mean,
So they have more
not worth-
important things they're trying to do.
Well, it's quite expensive to launch stuff into space. You want to be using that, like sending little miners over to Mars. Not miners, like little robots over to
kids.
Mars to take pictures. And Pluto, to get that picture of Pluto was kind of mind blowing. You guys remember that one? The one that was super recent, only in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That was incredible. That was one of those, oh boy, space. Ain't it a beautiful thing?
I think it's pretty neat. Give it a
Those are-
thumbs up.
Flat earthers are quite. I like to watch the debates. It's interesting the different kinds of characters you get as they bring their own bizarre observations of reality and how they format that into some strange, weird conception of how the universe and the world is, and the reasons they have behind all of it. I think it's very interesting.
It's interesting for sure.
Yeah, do you want to hear a cool, interesting factoid about flat Earth stuff?
Do it.
Sure.
Yeah, so I've actually recently made a video not too long ago on the fact that it was common knowledge in the medieval period that the Earth was actually round. Very few people were actually flat Earthers in the medieval period, and there's a lot of resources and quotes and everything of people actually reasoning out. They didn't go to space, they couldn't, actually for themselves, but there's a lot of people who were just looking at the horizon, seeing how it curves away, and that there are different times when you go to a different part of the world and stuff that they figured out, oh, it's round. And I mean, there's also actually quotes in the Bible that refer to the Earth being round as well. And so a lot of, there's quotes from religious leaders and everything like that, that all believe the Earth was round. And it was common knowledge in the Roman Empire, amongst the Greeks and Egyptians and stuff, that the Earth was round. It's interesting how it's actually more of a modern kind of a weird belief that's actually evolved widespread in the flat Earth specifically. It's just really interesting.
Well, they figured it out with just observations of like the stars and things like that, and then they just kind of worked backwards, which is super cool to think about in terms of being able to figure that out. I had a thought that I knew was interesting and on topic, and it is gone, and I am struggling desperately to try and claw it back.
Aristophanes, he used shadows and wells in order to hypothesize that the Earth was round.
Dude, talking about shadows and wells, you pissed off Fringy now, Rags. Nice. Jeremy.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, does he not like
It'll
shadows
come
and
back.
wells?
No.
It'll come back to me
man,
eventually.
When he was a young plague doctor, he was thrown inside a shadowy
The
well.
Egyptians, right? So what's
It's
interesting
gone.
about flat Earth, right, is that the ancient Egyptians, they had a different North Star than we do. Ours is Polaris currently, and I think it's slowly getting more accurate, and then after that it will get less and less accurate until we get a new North Star. However, for them, the North Star was Thuban, and that's the one that they used to align a lot of their structures and navigate and things of that nature.
That sounds like the name Reuben.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm sorry, Fringy.
It was something to do with Greeks and something like that. Oh, yes, it's come back to me. So, I'm sure Shad knows about this, but are you guys familiar with Terra Australis as a concept?
I've definitely heard that before.
So, Terra Australis, that's land of the south.
In Latin, yeah. So, the story goes that before Australia was discovered, there was just a prevailing consensus that, there probably is a land in the south to balance out the land in the north. My favorite part about it is that it was entirely, from what I understand, entirely unscientific. It was just, it feels like there should be more land in the south than there is. That was the logic behind it. And then they eventually found Australia, and then they also found Antarctica, which they had no idea about. And that was just an entirely hypothetical based on nothing really at all. But I just find it interesting that a lot of people just agreed, oh yeah, it feels like there should be more land down there.
Yeah, there's this
too
big
much ocean.
space of just ocean. There's like, there has to be a land
Exactly.
somewhere.
Yeah. And not only one piece of land, but two. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that, like, no human being had ever seen Antarctica in all of the time that humans have been around until, what, like 200 years ago? Less than that?
Let me look it up. When was?
I mean, it's pretty
I think it
cold,
was-
Fringy.
It
I mean,
was
it is pretty-
1820.
Yeah, so,
So
oh, wow!
201 years ago. Yeah.
Wow, the
Yeah, so-
200th anniversary.
So you were off by an entire year, idiot.
Yeah. That's
Hey.
365 days.
That is 365 days.
I don't even want to tell you what it is in minutes.
Oh.
Tell
Yeah,
me.
don't make me
Do
don't
it.
make me bust
I
out my
don't-
calculator.
Dude, you'll never stream again. You'll be so embarrassed.
Well, let's see. 365 days times hours, so that's 24 times 60. It's a lot of minutes.
Yeah. Don't tell him. It'll upset him.
It's a
Yeah.
lot of men.
It's a lot of minutes. Man. And half of them are spent here on EFAP, where we
I was gonna
answer
say,
super
do you guys
chats.
want to do the next
Rarely.
super chat?
Yeah, we can do the
Cool.
next super chat.
Who is Mr. Jangles? Is Rags the only one who knows?
No, I'm not the only one who knows about Mr. Jangles. Mr. Jangles is one of Sean Locke's characters that he plays. He's quite frightening, but I'll leave you to Google that and YouTube it at your leisure.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, rip Sean Locke.
Yeah. Mr. Biggles was referring to the Snyder cultist. I know, but when you said Rags versus Mr. Biggles, the way that I was kind of constructing the fight was by figuring out what Mr. Biggles is, and I believe, judging from the name, he's probably a cat. And Rags being a dog, is going to tear the cat apart with his guns.
Yeah, there is an aspect of I need to know what Mr. Biggles is before I know if I can defeat him or not. Because if Mr. Biggles is your name for like a mountain, then I don't know what I'm gonna really do.
Yeah, and you know, will you beat the mountain? It's like, I guess you theoretically could. You could turn it into like dust with the right weaponry, but would you want to at that point, you know? Okay, if you had a 5-man Spec Ops squad, each had an ability / power, but for only one person in the group. Only one for each person in the group. Also, hi, Fringy and Longman. Hello.
So if we had to have one power for the
Each
group
of
of
the.
us?
So you have 5 people in a Spec Ops squad, but they all get 1 power and 1 power each, I guess. But they're different.
Well, we could go to the.
I'm gonna want one of
Let's
them to have
see.
super strength, right? That's gonna come in handy.
Yeah, super strength is very useful in general. Super strength
Is immortality up
invisibility,
for grabs?
I don't know if you do you want immortality in the Spec Ops.
I'll,
like indestructibility.
I'd say that'd be pretty useful.
Oh, I was thinking more of the traditional. The way I understand immortality most of the time is different from like indestructibility. Like immortality to me often means you don't age, but you can be killed.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a
And,
different one. Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I don't know if I'd give them indestructibility. I think the idea would be that they wouldn't get into
yeah, like we're trying.
things.
That's like in Hearthstone when you have a win more card. It's like we shouldn't get to the point where that is something that's making us powerful. We should probably plan ahead. Like in a way, invisibility would be more valuable in that it's going to put us in positions all the time where we're dominating. Indestructibility would be useful if we get found out and shot at. You know, we're hoping
Yeah,
to
like
avoid
if
that.
I-
I assume.
Yeah, if I had a commando squad of people, then making them indestructible would be super high tier on the list of powers I'd give them. But for a Spec Ops group that's supposed to be like slinky, like spy, sleuth, secret agent kind of stuff,
Do you reckon?
it would be useful. But I wonder, it certainly goes down in the list.
Do you reckon we should have a Magneto on the team?
Who can control metal?
Because that's going to be pretty useful if things get hairy as well.
Should we just go telekinesis or?
Good point. If it's as good as Magneto's with metal, but for everything, fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, like a telekinesis mage hand would be, yeah, that would be super useful. So invisibility, shape shifting, telekinesis, mind reading. I would go there to especially if you're about acquiring information. That would be super useful. Yeah, because that's like a stepping stone. Like, oh, where's the general? He has the key. It's like, okay, this guard. Does he know where the general's? Okay, so he thinks that the general's up here. Okay, so now I could go up there. All right, does the general know the information? Oh, he doesn't actually, but he knows where the files are for the information. Okay.
Nicolas Cage's power in Nex, where you can rewind time by about 2 minutes at a time.
That would be amazing.
Maintain the knowledge.
Insane. That would be super OP.
I think there's so many fun aspects to that power, especially restricting it down to just 2 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, like a blink reload time, like a quick reset where it's just, even if it was like 10 seconds, that's an insane amount of power that you have.
Yeah. Also, Jay, I said win more because it's the same principle. It's like you have a card that you've already achieved its purpose, or rather, the purpose it's achieving shouldn't be something we're actually after. So that's kind of what I meant.
I had a stage for a number of months where I would it was earlier this year where I would just randomly watch videos on Yu-Gi-Oh, a card game I hadn't played or had any real thoughts about in any way for many years. But for whatever reason, I got into watching modern Yu-Gi-Oh videos where people talk about cards and combos and top 10s and packs and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm from like old school Metal Raiders kind of Yu-Gi-Oh, like when it first started out. So I think Legend of Darkness was the last set that I'd used. Just the game looks totally different than it does now. Like the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh is insane. Because I remember a lot of the old cards. I still have them, and I remember a lot of the old cards and a lot of the powerful ones, or what was considered powerful. And now, holy fuck, it's like a new game with all these people. Cards have walls of text, and you could win in your first turn, and it's all about making these insane fucking combos. And I'm like, fuck, this isn't the game I remember. I hate this new game. This sucks.
Sounds like Magic the Gathering when you're playing Classic or Legacy.
That's another. I played Magic the longest out of all the card games that I did play. I played Magic the longest, but I did get out of it because it just frustrated me. But I kept all my cards though, so
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? I like
Hearthstone
Duel Masters.
Was the same.
I like
just,
the rules
yeah.
of Duel Masters. Let me see. What was other ones? I never played Pokemon, but I collected the cards. But that was like all of the friends that I had. We didn't actually play the game. We just collected them.
I played it every once in a while, but yeah, the collecting of them seemed to be more what everyone was invested in. Gotta catch a man. Hey, Rags.
Hey.
What about the LAZ or Laz gun from 40k? Can be suppressed, has optics, laser, can be invisible, no recoil, and the ammo can be recharged by placing next to a fire.
Next to a fire?
Apparently.
How can you suppress
I wonder if
because
that kind of spoils it if you get to the point where your gun is magic, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I understand magic's real in Warhammer 40k, but I don't know. I didn't know that it was I didn't know that you could suppress it. Maybe you can because it's Warhammer and it's all fucking nonsense, but I don't know. I just don't know. Because I guess if we're just accepting things, that sounds great, but there's a like a barrier of practical things that I'll accept, I guess,
like,
in fiction.
If I said to you, like, Rags, why aren't you choosing the Gloom rifle that has infinite ammo, it has the best recoil, it has the best this, best that, and you're just like, yeah, I guess so, I guess I would pick that then.
Rex quit MTG because Eldrazi and Slivers. No, I remember Slivers. Eldrazi, I don't recall. I think the last set of Magic the Gathering I played was the one after Innistrad. I really like the Innistrad sets. I love that classic vampire, werewolf, zombie vibe that the Innistrad sets had. I love that sort of stuff. It's one of the reasons why Resident Evil Village fucking pissed me off, because they totally squandered that shit, but they wanted to steal the aesthetics of it. But yeah,
that sums up the game.
Yeah. So
I hate slivers so damn much. Every time someone played a sliver deck, I'd just get blood in my eyes. I can't. They were so uncreative.
Oh, dude, Slivers didn't have shit on infection decks. With the tokens? Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I had fun with Magic, but then I stopped having fun with Magic, is essentially what happened. I was just like, oh, look, another game where I just didn't pull what I need to play the game. I'm just gonna go play video games.
My favorite theory is Atlas Earth. That being, Earth is actually a planet-sized Atlas mech, and the stars are all just enemy mechs that Atlas Earth is fighting in a cosmic void. The sun is just the Gauss rifle, discharging at regular intervals. The pilots are the world leaders who have a vested interest in making sure we never learn of the eternal battle. Okay. You know, that's a theory.
Sounds
What was
cool.
that, sorry?
It's about Earth being a giant mech.
A giant mech. Ah.
It's an option. I'll take that over Flat Earth. That's way cooler.
I mean, isn't that the premise of Xenoblade? The idea is that they're basically living on, like, the skull of a dead god or something, or the body of a dead god.
Aren't we
that
just
fought some other
brains
god.
in a mech suit that's flesh?
Mate, I mean, you could say that. Biological robots in a certain sense.
Cool. If you could live in a world where we got a sequel trilogy as good as or better than the OT, but it means the Lord of the Rings trilogy never existed, would you take the trade?
No.
No.
Wait, what's
No.
that, sorry? The trade is Lord of the Rings...
You lose Lord of the
or-
Rings, you
sequel-
gain a sequel trilogy as good as or better than the OT.
No.
We're
nah,
not getting rid of Lord of the
it's not-
Rings. I'm not getting rid of Lord of the Rings.
That is like, we lucked
I mean,
out. We live in the universe where we lucked out.
I don't know if we've told people this before, but I'm pretty sure you guys are on the same team. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is kind of way better than the OT.
It's way better. I love Star Wars, but it's Lord of the Rings is better.
Yeah, the OT is great. Don't get me wrong. Well, the OT is mostly great. It's two-thirds
Mostly
great.
Yeah.
But, oh man, like here's the thing: all three of the Lord of the Rings movies are fucking bangers.
Yep.
All three of them. They're all good. They're all damn
Well,
good.
good. Good is putting it lightly. We're talking
Yeah,
about
they're
some of
all-
the best films ever made.
I think Rags
They're
is saying
all
it in like a
insanely
binary,
good.
right? Like they are
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
they're on the positive side. Meanwhile, Return of the Jedi,
Yeah,
it's hard to call that good. It's like, eh.
Oh, really? Because for me, Return of the Jedi has the best emotional payoff.
It does. Well,
I
out of,
agree.
I agree,
and,
but
and
Yeah, that's like
And-
the good part of that movie.
There are some other things I like in
remember
it.
just
there are some other things that are
See-
good, but the Return of the Jedi it's flumpy. It's very flumpy.
yes.
Oh
It
yeah,
is-
don't get it. There is some silly stuff in it, but still, that payoff and final confrontation with Vader at the end is such a high for me, especially when I was a kid and stuff.
I agree.
It would be
I do
hard
love
for me
that
to weigh
movie.
that against Lord of the Rings. Like, I love Lord of the Rings. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think I reached as great a high in Lord of the Rings as I did with that final payoff in Star Wars.
Lord of the Rings.
I
is
think I
higher
can
for me.
appreciate. I think I can appreciate that. And I'm not sure what I would say gave me. I guess the thing is, it's like, man, when I think about Boromir, it's like, dude, I love everything to do with that character. It's all fantastic, and I guess as a matter of, man, I respect the hell out of the Lord of the Rings for what it accomplished as a set of films. It's super impressive, and Star Wars is super impressive too in its own way.
See,
yeah,
I would
like-
say Star Wars was more groundbreaking for its time than Lord of the Rings was in terms of...
Probably. You're probably not wrong about that.
Yeah, probably.
I guess I just think about how impressive it was that they achieved everything they did in Lord of the Rings, not just technically, but also in terms of storytelling. It's,
Oh yeah, super
yeah.
impressive.
quite-
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think if Return of the Jedi was more consistently good, if Return of the Jedi throughout was on the same level of quality as the third act, then that would make for a really great overall trilogy. But
Well,
I recently
think Endor's in
rewatched
that
Return
third
of the
act.
Jedi. Well, Endor, yeah, that's true because all the stuff with Endor, man, that like when you rewatch that movie, it's like, dude, the first act is just nonsense, and then second act we're spending all this time with these Ewoks who eventually beat the Empire. It's like the really good stuff is the battle above Endor and the battle, in the throne room.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's a
I do
trap.
love all the space battle stuff as well. From what I remember,
Oh,
it
the space
mostly
battle,
follows. Like,
It's
and
awesome.
it's really invigorating in terms of watching. Like, they're all in a you know, kill box, basically, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. As soon as the space is open, they all just rush in to destroy it. It's like, man, it's hype as fuck.
It's not only that. There are 3 battles going on simultaneously that are all directly intertwined with each other and related to, and like, you know, the space battle is reliant on what's happening on Endor, and they can't do anything in Endor.
Well, sure.
And then,
but Lord of the Rings has that going too. Remember, the end of Lord of the Rings being the Frodo with the ring while everybody's fighting to give him time, you know?
And even Pelennor, there's like, it's so vast that you have like different aspects to it. You have the Aragorn stuff that they're doing over there. You have the Rohirrim charge. You have inside of the keep. You have Faramir on the funeral pyre. Like Lord of the Rings just juggles. Lord of the Rings juggles so much so well.
Oh, just the peaks and the dips as well, like the triumph of the charge, and then as soon as the elephants come in, it just completely undercut.
I wouldn't want to undermine Theoden as well. Fantastic arc for him too.
Oh yeah, he's awesome, dude. That might be one of the best undercuts in like any movie. Just them riding triumphantly towards the elephants, and then as soon as the battle starts, the music.
Well, dude, even
cuts out.
Theoden's like celebratory face sort of dropping as he hears the horns.
Amazing.
God, I need to watch Lord of the Rings again.
immediately, you know, reform the line. It's like, yep, this badass is immediately reforming the line. Don't let people panic. Let's just go head on. We have to.
If we did like a favorite leaders in anything, it's like Theoden's up there. He's fucking legend.
He absolutely is up there.
When people talk about Theoden, generally the scene that comes to mind first is him mourning at the grave of his son, where he talks about like, man, like, isn't it shit that I'm the king and these are just shit times to be in, and like it shouldn't be like this. It really shouldn't be like this. And this is just a dark time, and I've got like a son's dead, like we got all this shit going on. Like, man, that sucks. And the acting is insanely good, just kind of across the board.
Yeah.
And just there's so much to appreciate about really kind of every character. I know when we were rewatching them with Wolf, there's just the things we were picking out, like how Merry and Pippin got more training than Rey, and all kinds of other stuff like that.
Merry and Pippin are awesome. They're great.
Lord of the Rings is really fucking good. Just saying.
It's really good.
You think about like those two. You see it consistently throughout the thing. Throughout the films, they are incredibly brave, and then it feel like it sort of climaxes when Aragorn just like charges at the Black Gate, and they're the first two. Oh, I love the imagery of these two little hobbits are like the first two to immediately charge into battle.
Yeah,
I love it. It's wonderful in terms of theme. God, that and Final Charge, it's like, you think about Endgame, it's like, dude, how the hell did we get here? Why are we here? None of this makes sense why we're here. These tactics are really stupid considering the context of this battle. Whereas this battle, it's all making sense. This is the last stand. This is it. They need to buy as much time as they can for Frodo to destroy the ring. And it's all, And then when he's up there and he's going to put the ring in Mount Doom, but he can't. He just can't do it. He resisted for so long, but...
Yeah.
By the way, we are absolutely gushing all over Lord of the Rings. Jay's in chat, just like... I'll watch it eventually, guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably get back to Super Chats, the reason we're here, because we're just going to keep gushing about Lord of the Rings for ages.
Mm-hmm.
I mean... We'll probably end up doing EFAP movies Lord of the Rings again.
I would like to do it, because I'd like to be there to do it again.
Yeah, we could invite a whole bunch of people this time. Why not? Just have a whole set of Lord of the Rings fans. The bonus question to that was, would you trade Lord of the Rings for 9 amazing Star Wars films? So like all 9 get bumped up.
No. Well,
I understand your automatic reaction, Rags, but can you picture yourself having seen these 9 amazing Star Wars films and how much you'd be attached to them?
I could. That's trading one attachment for another, in a sense, and hypothetically.
But it is a higher quantity of great content. I think that's why, for me, it's like, well, if we've got 9 films that are on par with Lord of the Rings quality, hell yeah, I'll take those 9.
I was about to say, I might just take that deal.
Because I've also got the books, too, and...
Right.
I'm still gonna go ahead and hold on to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I might be with Rags on this one. I think I'd stay with Lord of the Rings, because even in the current timeline, we do have a pretty good trilogy of Star Wars already, and I would want both, experiences of awesomeness, the Star Wars and the Lord of the Rings.
I see.
And I think it's too much of a loss to lose Lord of the Rings just to get more good Star Wars. Like, I love Star Wars, but I wouldn't want to lose Lord of the Rings.
I get you. If the choice is that we lose Star Wars,
two different
if we
properties.
lose Lord. Oh well, shit. Yeah, I don't think I want that actually. I think I'd rather I'd rather just keep it as it is if I get Lord of the Rings and Star Wars as opposed to just one really good Star Wars.
Well,
I don't think I'd want to lose that.
But if we had 9 Star Wars movies that were all on par with the greatest Star Wars film, like.
That is a lot of great.
I'm just so the reason I hesitate
yeah.
is that if that world existed and I was in it, and then they were like, "You want to sacrifice 6 of these, or 7 of these, let's say, to get a trilogy that's an adaptation of these series of books by J.R.R. Tolkien that are fucking amazing," I'd probably be like, I mean, I don't know, like.
Yeah, someone said like 9 is more than 3. Yeah, sure, but I think there's an aspect of the fact that it's 2 different properties to draw from. It's not.
I think that's
Star
literally
Wars.
the main thing that's going to be in contention. Quantity versus the difference in like a different quality. But the thing is, if all 3 prequel films were incredible, like top tier, I feel like that is a very different kind of content to the OT. I know it's not as different as Lord of the Rings is, but
Could we live without those memes? Like, truly?
we don't want to sacrifice the shitty prequels because we'd lose all the memes.
There's something special about them,
Like if we had if there was 100 excellent Star Wars movies, or would I have like 80 individual different properties that had amazing stuff? I'd want to spread it out.
I can agree with that. I just don't know about
Also,
this one. This particular one.
Just because it's on my mind and I just saw it pop up. Deathloop comes out in 5 days.
What is it that soon?
Wait, help me
September
out. What is that?
13th. It's the Arcane
Arcane.
Studios game.
I want that game.
Yeah, I just put it on my wish list. It apparently
coming out.
It
Holy
just popped
shit.
out on Steam for me.
You're
It's
right.
in 5 days.
I feel like
Wow,
I'm
that
out of the loop on this. Should I know about
It is
this?
a game. The gist of the game is that you are a guy on an island that is in a loop, and every 24 hours it resets. You need to kill 8 people to break the loop, and the only way to do that is to die and get knowledge on their movements and make changes in the next cycle to try and line it up in a way that you can do it.
Okay.
That's basically the idea. To me, that is very cool. I like that idea a lot. The game has a really cool 60s inspired style as well. It looks really great. In fact, it's probably one of like the few games this year that I'm quite excited for. I didn't realize it was coming out that soon. Well, you're going on the wish list for sure.
Yeah, it's oh, fingers crossed. I hope it does well. I don't want Arcane to go away.
Well,
They've made so many
'cause that's-
bangers. I don't want them to leave.
Well, I
Don't betray
I
us.
would hasten to guess that if Deathloop doesn't do well, that may be the end for them because they Dishonored 2 didn't do very well, and Prey didn't do very well. That's two games that didn't do as well as they needed to.
God, it's such a shame. They're both great.
But Microsoft ownership, so, who knows? Maybe they want to keep them around just for the sake of having Game Pass be a better
more
deal.
variety.
As
in
Jay
Game
said,
Pass.
what if it's garbage?
I mean, it might be
I would be.
garbage, but
It
that
might
would
be.
that
I'd be
would
surprised.
surprising. That
Yeah,
would
because
surprise me
Arcane
based on what I've
is.
seen.
They're good. Arcane is definitely one of those really good ones.
I mean, the game looks really cool in terms of and in terms of design. That just feels like an incredibly interesting, rich idea that there isn't much of.
Yeah.
That is worth exploring. I will play Prey eventually. I do have it. I need to finish Dishonored 2 as well. I really liked the first one, but I don't know.
I played the first one a bit and I liked it. I never finished it though. I think I was on the Xbox at the time, and I did pick up Dishonored 2 on PC, and I played through it twice as each character, and I really enjoyed Prey, or I really enjoyed Dishonored 2.
You know, something I've noticed is a lot of the trailers on the PlayStation page, just because Deathloop is PS5 and PC, they're getting dislikes. It's like, are you guys disliking the trailer because Bethesda is now owned by Microsoft? Like, please don't tell me that you're doing
Wait, you
that.
mean Xbox and PC?
No, it was originally... So this was before the acquisition.
Oh, this is before...
deal.
Okay, this gets
yeah.
grandfathered in. Okay, alright.
So it's
this
PS5 and... It'll come out on Xbox, I think, next year, but yeah. The trailers keep getting dislikes, and it's like, man, if you guys are disliking it just because it's like... because the people who are making it are now going to be making games for Xbox, like, that's, man, console war. So lame.
Which do you believe more, Flat Earth or Hollow Earth?
What is Hollow Earth?
I
would go for Hollow. If I had to pick Hollow Earth.
I guess Hollow Earth has to be the one, right? Because there's just no fucking way it's flat. But Hollow, I guess there is a...
Yeah.
There's a chance...
And how hollow?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
like degrees of hollow.
Exactly.
How many miles
Is it
of
a
crust
pocket?
between us and the hollowness? Or... Yeah, because the Flat Earth just can't be true. It cannot be true.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I can, in my mind, imagine a Hollow Earth could be true in a weird kind of way. Probably not, but more so. My brain can accept a Hollow Earth far easier than a Flat Earth. Yeah.
I just find
Also,
the
let me get a
concept
drink,
also
I'll be right
really cool. It sounds so mysterious,
Hollow
an
Earth.
entire world on
Oh,
the
imagine,
inside
yeah.
and stuff.
Imagine that. There's a secret society of, like, weird hobgoblins living on the inside of Earth. You go,
Wow, Freddy, they could just be normal hobgoblins. Why'd it have to be weird?
Hey, look, alright? They don't have to be weird. I'm just saying in this scenario, they're weird hobgoblins. They're not typical hobgoblins, alright? They're kind of different.
A guy I work with thinks the weight of New York City is throwing off the gravitational torque of the Earth, causing global warming.
Hang on, the weight?
The weight of New York City is pushing the gravitational torque of the Earth.
too
Okay.
heavy.
It doesn't weigh more than a mountain or something. Like I have a feeling
Yeah,
that,
I know.
the Himalayas would weigh a little
I
bit more.
agree with that, man. He
That
is
feels
right.
like some... I feel like that's one of those instances of, man, you are overestimating humans' capacity to influence the Earth here. Like, we are not going to be able to do that.
That guy's right, and you guys are laughing at him.
You're laughing at him for his observation
Just
that
think
New York
about-
is so
Think about a mountain which is vastly bigger than many skyscrapers. That's just solid granite. And imagine how much that weighs. It's just...
Yeah. Well, imagine if like, Mars was empty, Olympus Mons, it's like, oh, that's pretty heavy. If that was flat, God, that's just going to be throwing the whole planet off whack. Well, the whole disk, I guess. The flat disk theory for flat Mars theory, that would be the case.
Or someone come at me with a zinger. Don't know, Shad. Lots of fat people in New York City. I didn't consider that.
They all
Are there
jump at
lots
the
of
same
fat people?
time.
You
But
know
all gets
what?
worse.
I would guess that there are actually less fat people in New York than there would be in the average American city because of just a need to walk. Fat people in New York. Let's go.
Let's get
see
some
how many people-
statistics.
Are there many overweight? No, that's a forum. That's not. Okay. So
forum.
in New York. Okay, so I was totally wrong. I was completely wrong. Apparently, in New York, obesity is an epidemic. More than half of adult New Yorkers have overweight or obesity. Overweight 34%, obesity 20. Well, no, I need the American statistics.
Well, I was
then.
gonna say we need some kind of control, right? Or what's normal?
Obesity in America. So apparently, oh god, no! I just need. Okay, CDC, give it to me. Obesity, adult obesity facts, U.S. statistics on adult obesity. So, U.S. obesity prevalence was 42.4%, and in 2017 through 2018. Wait, but I need the breakdown because if that includes overweight, I don't want that.
Yeah, you need like amount of overweight per 100 people or something like that on general statistics, and then what it's like in New York specifically.
Yeah, Fringy, what do I fucking hire you for if not getting statistics in immediate? Do you want time? I can give you time.
someone in chat asking obesity in Australia. Don't worry, we're right up there with you guys. Like,
Yeah,
we are punching
on the
well above our
coattails.
weight. We are punching well above our well equal
Well
to our
above your
weight,
weight?
really. No, we're not over our weight because we are overweight, so it's well above. It's well to the rate.
Well to
we're
the
similar
weight.
you.
Well,
In terms of-
We're punching accurately to our waistline. That's
Oh, okay.
yeah, so like for reference, in Australia in 2017 to 2018. Oh, you're not having it.
It,
Oh,
it
that is-
shouldn't kill me. It should let me fall onto the ramp.
Let's fall. So in Australia, 67% of adults are overweight or obese.
damn, bro.
Yay,
So
we did it.
36% are overweight, but not obese, and 31% are obese. So that's 12.5 million. Man, okay. Like, oh, that's oh boy.
Well, I'm happy to contribute to the statistics of the overweight part. I don't think I'm obese, but I'm definitely in the overweight category. How
I'm,
about you,
I'm in
Fringy?
the-
Honest, Fringy.
No, I am. I'm in the overweight. See, I'm a big boy. I'm a tallin. So fortunately, that helps me out in terms of the statistics because obviously, the taller you are, the more you need to weigh. Well, not the more you need to weigh, but the more you will. So I am.
Yeah.
But I am now nudging myself back down into normal. Hopefully,
Wow.
permanently.
That's
That's the
fatphobic.
plan, anyway. What normal?
Yeah, describing
There is
anybody
normal-
in relation to
Well,
a fat person as normal
I
is
mean-
fucked up.
I guess that's the interesting part, right? Overweight is probably normal, in terms of just like the number of people who fit into that. Fat Friggy fan art. I implore you, please. I would love to see some Fat Friggy fan art. So Friggy's goo is not gluten free. I have not made any comments on or off the record pertaining to the nature of the edibility of my goo.
That's true, I can confirm that.
And as for buying clothes in big and tall section, confirmed. I mean, yeah, I'm tall. I've mentioned a lot of times, but I'm a tall one.
You're 6'5", right?
Yes. So I am longer than the longman.
I am 6'4", you got me beat.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means I feel like if you and I met with Rags in real life, it would... he'd be a little guy who's just chilling in the middle of us. Tower
Well,
over.
my owner's 5'10", but I'm of course I'm shorter. I'm good size for a sheep, but
Mhm.
I'm
Well,
shorter.
5'10" is slightly above average height, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's basically average.
I think.
That's
I
similar
think.
to me. I'm like only an inch or two under 6 foot. But
Yeah. So,
because
so
I'm not one of
5'10",
these weird.
like me.
Is that because I don't know how many inches are in feet?
Because I'm an inch or two under 6 feet.
I believe that there is 12 inches, which is about 30 centimeters, is equivalent to a foot.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm
12 inches
I'm
and-
5'10" or 5'11".
5 toes in a foot
Yeah.
too.
I think one of the things that surprised me was realizing that the average height of men in the world is like 5'7", 5'8". That blew me away. 'Cause that's
Yeah.
just, I can't believe that. I guess I can, but I don't know. It just feels I'm used to seeing the world from
High
up
above.
high. Yeah.
Well, you know,
always-
I got to experience that, Fringy, when I went to Japan. It's like, oh,
Oh.
this is what tall people feel like.
This is what it feels to be tall, and I can see everybody's
Yeah.
head. For me, the weird one is if ever I meet somebody who is roughly my height or taller, that's weird to me. I'm not used to having to like look up to meet somebody in the eyes. That's really weird as an experience of like, wait, I have to like tilt my neck up here to look at you. So yeah, that can be weird on occasion, but that's not common. Whenever you see a really tall woman, though, that's like one of those, man, you are like if I meet a woman who is about as tall as me, that's like meeting a unicorn. It's just like there's not a lot of women who are that tall.
That's short phobic.
Well,
You sick
I
fuck.
mean,
Yeah,
if that's what you think, then, you know,
That's what we all think.
yeah, of you.
stop it. To me.
Almost every seafaring culture knew the Earth was round because you always see the highest point first, like there's a curve or something.
Yeah, how come
mean,
things
that's-
disappear bottom up? That's something flat earthers love to try and explain.
I can explain that. Buy my book.
That's perspective. Yeah. You don't know what that word means.
I feel like the one that should be that I would be interested in how they account for is if you go to the Burj Khalifa, like if you go to Dubai and you go up the Burj Khalifa. Oh damn! Am I mixing up for up or down? Either way, if you start on one level, you can watch the sunset, and then you take the elevator and you can watch the sunset again. Should that not be possible if the Earth is flat?
You know what?
And the
It
sun...
shouldn't be. You know, it shouldn't be, Fringy.
Yeah,
it really shouldn't.
man has
be.
gone too far.
Yeah, but you see, guys, the gravity just kind of warps the perspective, and so
gravity warps perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
That's
so the
technically
horizon
true,
line
but-
is warped unnaturally, and so that's kind of how I've heard some people try and explain it.
I like the idea that they would have unwittingly admitted that the gravity on Earth is so strong that it affects light in a direct, obvious way, akin to a black hole.
Fringy, have you ever climbed the Mia Khalifa?
The Mir Khalifa, is that a tower that's shaped like a meerkat?
It's the biggest tower on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Meerkat Khalifa.
It's a pretty
The
cool
Mir
place,
Khalifa.
yeah.
And it's so much like a meerkat that it occasionally just bobs up and down. You know, sometimes it kneels back down.
That's how
and
you can see the
runs around
sunrise
and
twice. Not sunset,
because
though.
it's moving. NASA with its crazy, the lengths that NASA goes to.
More like
Sometimes
lies.
More like Lysa, Fibsa.
Not the truth, sir.
Not the truth, sir.
Most creative
You know, like-
fans. What?
I was just gonna say that you guys are aware, like, the Burj Khalifa, the top 250 meters is it's like not a building. It's just stuff that's been added on top. There's no rooms.
Is it just to break
It
records?
Yes, it is. It exists only to break records. It is not usable space, even though it looks like usable space.
Most creative fantasy weapon you can make up. Go.
Giraffe head with unicorn spikes coming out of it that you whack on the end of a chain.
Is that creative or is that just random?
I don't know. It's pretty. I feel it was creative.
I want a gun that when I shoot people with it, it makes them see everything from my perspective. Not just physically, but mentally.
Now, you might hate this one, Shad. A physical sword that, detracts. So it, shoots down and then it shoots up with, little components. Kind of like a lightsaber, but a physical
I was
sword.
about to say, what are you... That's not new. Loads of things do that.
Not too creative there, Friggy. Why would I hate that? Like a sword that
Boo.
Is that not just, incredibly bad for just making the thing strong? To have
Not if it's
components?
sci-fi and it, hardens or whatever.
Pretty weak.
Oh,
when you
okay.
say it can do something, I'm
We're all
assuming.
very disappointed in you, Frankie.
I'll do better. Alright, just give me
You're
a
gonna
second.
do better.
I will do better, Captain Falcon. Okay, it is a weapon. It's a little ball, and you throw it on the ground, and it turns into Captain Falcon, and he punches people for you.
Ooh, the roach push.
What do you think, Chad? Review it.
Okay.
I like mine.
I was actually thinking of my own weapon, and I didn't even hear what Fringy said.
That's okay.
It's a little ball he throws, and it spawns Captain Falcon, and he punches people. Like a Pokemon, but with Captain Falcon.
No, he's made
So-
out. The ball is made out of the material that he's made out of. It's a big flesh ball, and it turns into him,
Oh.
and he beats people up.
I have a couple of pre-made, creative weapons that I have for characters that I'd like to use for maybe comic books down the track or something like that. For
Sure.
one of my characters, he has a sword, right, that weighs a ton. Yeah, for everyone except him. When he holds it, it weighs super light.
Mjolnir.
But with its interaction, well, you kinda right, but with its interaction with everything outside of himself, it weighs super amounts, and so he.
What if someone
the cutting capacity
shapeshifted
is
to
crazy.
be like him? Would the sword know the difference? Or does the sword decide? Is it semi-sentient?
The sword
like Mjolnir?
decides. Yeah,
Mjolnir.
it's magic. Yeah, it's semi-sentient. But the sword blade can extend to 100 meters length, and same with the sword handle, and so it could
Is this your
actually warp
anime
into a
OC?
pole arm.
Feel it.
Oh, well, actually, I've even drawn him. Let me get a picture up of this guy.
I do want to see this picture actually.
The best counter to somebody saying that you have an anime OC. Oh, I haven't even drawn him.
No, the true chat says they have drawn him. Like, here you fucking go. Check him out. No shame, Shad. Full power, full throttle.
I'm not ashamed of these characters. These characters are, I potentially want to create my own kind of superhero universe, and so.
Neat. Is that
these are some.
When are you planning on doing that?
The
like, do you think you want to finish with the projects you're working on now, right?
Yeah, exactly. So after the graphic novel launches of Shadow of the Conqueror, I'm interested in actually producing more graphic novels that are original works, not based off of novels and stuff.
Sure.
And so there's a comic book universe that I'm wanting to make, and so that's the guy that uses the sword. His name is Tristan. I could just post. That's the link. I can just copy the image. That'll be easier.
That is a Chungus sword.
Yeah. Well, like if you actually, I've got a more detailed image of the sword as well.
Sword. Wow, look, he's got guns and a big old sword. He's got a cape. He's got Dragon Ball Z hair.
That's right. He's a modern paladin. This guy. His name is Tristan.
Oh, so set in the modern day, but with fantasy, kind of like as if you tracked right into the modern day. I see.
I'm sorry,
Man,
I can't show it. I haven't set my mini thing properly. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh dear.
It's all fucked. It shows OBS. It's like I think I've set up the wrong screen.
And so this one shows some of the swords where it can morph into different swords and stuff. But yeah, it's if people are interested, they're more than free to look at the stuff. It's on my DeviantArt page. I can post in the chat if people are interested.
I see. So is it? At first, I thought it was the hilt, but it's also the sword itself. It looks like so.
Yeah, the blade and hilt can alter its sizes, and so.
Is that altered by
fun.
Is it like almost telepathically, or is it triggered?
Yes, exactly. It's triggered by his thoughts. Yeah, and so
right.
He stores it in its smallest form.
Yeah, so he can keep it small, and then whenever he wants it to be big. Yeah, I mean, I figured that there'd be like a lot of practical utility if you eventually reached the point where you could, with your mind, determine how long or short your sword would be. Like, if you wanted...
absolutely. Like, in combat, it would actually be crazy, because I get so annoyed with Star Wars that people don't actually use the fact that they could turn off their lightsaber mid-combat and turn it on really quickly, because they lock their swords all the time, and if someone just turned it off and on, and just be able to kill them so easily. And my headcanon explanation was that you couldn't do it because there was a cooldown on the lightsabers, and that worked fine, of course, until friggin', Last Jedi, they show the lightsaber go flash on and off really quickly when Kylo throws it to Rey. It's like, great, it's ruined my headcanon, you piece of crap.
Well, I guess the interesting thing that's, I'm sure people talked about this with Star Wars, is that it kind of becomes, you can't really use any known sort of sword techniques with a lightsaber because they were developed for a physical object that you need to like slash and need force to slash and stab, whereas a lightsaber can basically just go through anything, and it's, like you can turn it on and off, and so a lot of
the speed in which you swing the lightsaber isn't necessarily relevant.
Exactly. So why would any
interestingly enough, fellas, I've done a whole video on.
I'm pretty sure you have. That's why I thought about it. I'm pretty sure that's why I've thought about this idea. Yeah.
But there is actually a style you would have much greater advantages employing with a lightsaber than other styles. Using the fact that you don't have to strike hard, you just need to really tap someone, and essentially you can cut through anything without any power behind it. And so that would emphasize certain movesets that you would more naturally adopt. And yeah, so it's on my video.
All right, I guess I'm lost. A grenade that you throw and it scans the area and releases everyone's nightmares as like fucking as creatures of some kind.
Oh boy.
I would just be interested to throw it and see what comes out, like, There's like all these horrible creatures that are screaming and there's blood everywhere, but there's just this like cuddly bear that's going.
I was about to say teddy bear.
Yeah, like I was molested by a man in an animal suit when I was young, and so now my greatest fear is, yeah, bears.
You see the dude with the
Alright,
teddy bear
alright,
immediately rips
so-
out the gun.
What about this one? What about this one? So this was based off of the kind of concept that there is a spirit world or astral world, kind of drawing off of Asian, religious mythology and stuff, and that you had a sword that has a spirit version of itself in the spirit world, and what happened is that the physical form and the spirit form of the sword switches places, and so now the physical form of the sword exists in the spirit world, and you are holding the spirit form of the sword, but everywhere you move the spirit form, the physical form moves with it because they're linked, because they're the same thing, and what that means is when you cut someone, the physical form of the sword is cutting the person's spirit or soul, and so what that means, it creates cuts that will never heal as a result, and so...
I guess you would need
Like-
to
like
build
mental
a
cuts?
mythology.
Yeah.
I guess you would need to make sure that whatever world this, like if this was in a story, that there's a very clearly defined rule set for, I guess. That kind of reminds me of, someone mentioned Legacy of Kain. Isn't one of the gameplay elements of one of those games that there's basically, there's two worlds that you're in. There's like the ghost world or the sort of dark world, and then you switch into the, like, living world, and so your interactions in one area affect the other. I mean, it's pretty common gameplay hook. It's super interesting. Like the Titanfall jump back and forth between time to make changes in the past that affect the future.
Singularity did that to a degree. Did you ever play that?
Right. I haven't played Singularity.
It's like you can age everything in a room or like an object, and so if you can de-age things that are broken to bring them back, and then you can fuck with the thing and then age it up to get what there's plenty of mechanics they try to use for it. Moving on from Flat Earth, cool. Don't those people understand we are merely constructs in Azazoth's dream? God damn.
Oh boy, that's scary.
Oh my god. I didn't even know that. Oh my god. The Patriot being good is not a hot take, Morley. You keep using that word.
Yes,
I don't think you know what it means. Dude, you don't know what it means if you think the Patriot being good isn't a hot take. All I've ever heard is it's shit. Like,
it's Roland Emmerich. Roland Emmerich.
yeah.
Like, when I went in to watch the film, I'm like, dude, this is Roland Emmerich.
You're pretty sure like, it won't be good. Like, it can't be.
Yeah. And then I was surprised by that one being good. That
Like
really
I
was a
said,
surprise.
plenty of people hate it because of the historical inaccuracies, and by the way, that's fine to hate it for that reason.
Totally fine, yeah. But I think internally, the story is working pretty well in terms of the characters and the journey they're going on.
I think so too.
It's funny, this sounds very much like Braveheart, right, to me, because I actually think Braveheart is an awesome film with really dramatic, huge spectacle and stuff like that. It's the historical inaccuracies almost give me an aneurysm, and so I can be like hypercritical on it for that side. But then I really like a lot of the other elements into it. Like I love the cinematography in the film as well, and so it's just this interesting kind of contrast I get when I think of Braveheart.
Yeah.
Braveheart is a good one to default to, just because, yeah, historically inaccurate, absolutely great movie.
A really fun conversation with Theo about it for a while, because he was very frustrated by the inaccuracies.
Yeah, I remember that.
Missed the super chat for 150. Loving the quality content. The critical lens helps me temper my logic for my own pursuits. Keep up the good stuff. Thank you very much. And don't worry, not all of the 150 ones have been read yet. We'll get there eventually. Is the Super Star Destroyer destruction sound Morley? I don't know what that means. Don't know.
Molly. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's a shame that all movies and TV shows seem to suck right now. At least video games are still good. Morley, you should make more game critiques. There are still, good things here and there. Blind Manor is not even a year old yet. Right? Or am I fucking that up?
I think it might be over a year old, just over a year old.
Didn't it come out in October? Or did it not?
Did it? Let me see. The Haunting of Blind Manor. It might have come out in October.
I think because I remember having to schedule everything, and I even had to schedule us being able to see the shows with so much stuff to do.
October 9th. October 9th. So it's about 11 months. 11 months exactly.
That's still relatively new.
Dude, 2 days from now. That's the 20th anniversary of September 11th.
20 years.
Damn.
Dude, 20 years.
20 years.
20 years.
Man.
Letting you massives know, you never convinced me the Snyder Cut is worse than the Whedon Cut, but you caused me to realize they were both worse than I thought. Snyder Cut is a guilty pleasure, though. I just, honestly, I just don't see what the Whedon Cut did worse.
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, Molly's video was very thorough. Yeah.
I don't even know that you can make a strong argument for that, because it's so vibrant, the Whedon Cut, right? You could say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sick of the. I just want color. I want some joy in my life.
It's a fun comparison, though, because you could call one either vibrant or sickly, and you can call the other one, you know, very methodical, deliberate, and grounded, or you could call it miserable. It's up to you. Play the game. How about this? If you could choose to fix the Hobbit trilogy but lose the sequel trilogy and vice versa, which would you choose? Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
I'd probably fix the sequels.
I think we'd fix it, yeah, because that undoes all the damage
sequels,
and gives us 3 good movies. Meanwhile, the Hobbits, I'm like, it's fine if we don't get a Hobbit movie. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's like, it's fine.
We don't need a Hobbit movie. It's chill. We got the book.
It's interesting. I don't necessarily find the Hobbit movies offensively bad. They're bad.
Yeah, I don't
but-
mind them.
I think I agree, yeah. Killing the Hobbit movies is like, oh, okay. Off they go.
It doesn't bring me any joy or anything.
But killing the sequel trilogy, we'd all have a big party. We'd have drinks and
Yeah.
we'd dance. It'd be amazing.
I feel like we've saved lives, you know?
Did you guys know Arcane almost finished a Half-Life game before Valve canned it without telling them why? There are some stories
Wow.
that they
I did
even
not know that.
they even show the build to new hires. Oh.
Wow.
Damn.
If that's true, that's crazy. I had no clue. They're like the perfect studio to make that.
You hear these stories about games that were getting close to done that just get canned, like Star Wars 1313. From what I understand, that game was pretty close to done when they cancelled it. And the only reason it got cancelled was, yeah, we want to reset LucasArts and stuff.
There's Battlefront 3. I don't think that was close to done, but there was lots of footage of it.
It was being worked on, yeah. 1313 is the one that really upsets me. It's like, dude, another bounty hunter game that was robbed from us again.
Well, at least you got your bounty hunter show, Mandalorian. Woohoo.
Oh yeah, Mandalorian, awesome bounty hunter.
He does so much
show.
bounty hunting.
Yeah, like those 3 episodes where he does bounty hunting, and then the rest
Hey.
he doesn't.
Chad, you looking forward to Book of Boba Fett?
I've put that out of my memory at the moment. It's like, oh, there's Star Wars shows being made. Oh, okay, I forgot about them. But when they actually go live, I'll be watching them to review. It's weird because game nights, we're wanting to keep track of pop culture and stuff. It's forcing me to watch so much more crap that I never would have bothered in the first place. Oh, it's painful at times. That's why I watch Shang-Chi, because like people are gonna want me to review it.
Yeah.
I had no interest in it.
Who would you give Catwoman more pleasure? Sorry, who would give Catwoman more pleasure in the sack, Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark?
Probably Bruce Wayne.
Probably Tony Stark.
Yeah.
I thought Tony Stark.
Tony
would.
Stark's the ladies' man. He's all over the place with women,
Yeah,
so
he's more of a player. And
he's gonna have more experience.
Obviously,
I think you underestimate Bruce.
he enjoys it. No, but Bruce is always faking it. He doesn't like pretending to be a playboy. It's
Catwoman's
so
always
contrary to him.
yeah, I'd go with Tony. I had a really tall English teacher in year 5, and he kept getting poked in the eye by Umbrella when he went on holiday to China a lot. What the f?
What? He kept getting poked in the eye with an umbrella.
Like, are they?
That's
Are they saying like Chinese people when they put up their umbrellas would be hitting him in the eye?
Oh, because he's tall. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. They have poop trucks in Dubai. It's a stupid city. Oh.
Yeah, there's a video from I think some channel called like Adam something that was talking about Dubai, that it's just a city that is like on its face it seems awesome. Well, I mean, I don't like. I'm not particularly interested in what Dubai presents anyway. But like on its surface, it looks awesome, but it's completely propped up by a lot of issues, like slavery, like literal actual slavery.
I watched a documentary, and there is a pretty strong poor class that are living in really bad circumstances.
A lot of Indian and Sri Lankan workers who went over there to get work, and then when they get there, they get their passports taken away from them, so they're like stuck there, and then they have to keep working, and they work at very low cost and don't have union support or anything like that. Yeah, really bad. I don't even like personally. I don't really get the appeal of Dubai as a city. I don't know. I don't see much appeal in basically just kind of reminds me of the Gold Coast. Like I don't really like the Gold Coast that much. It feels like a very touristy. Yeah.
For me, Dubai, like it feels so artificial because everything around it is just wasteland. Like I had a stopover in Qatar on my way here to Canada, right? And flying over towards the airport, it's just desert everywhere. And I'm thinking, how do these people survive? What are they living off of? It's wasteland for as long as you can see. It's really
I guess it's interesting to think that they managed to build all this in the middle of the desert, but
that is impressive.
When I went to,
but it's propped up on toothpicks almost. As soon as the oil money goes away, what are they going to be?
Well, I think that's the idea, right? That's the strategy of a lot of the Gulf states is they know that time is running out in terms of oil, so it's like we got to transition out of oil into tourism, and I mean it's been successful to a certain extent because those places have a lot of tourism. It's just not a place that I'm particularly interested in. The only reason I ever went there was because I had to get a plane that went there to then go to the UK. It is just in the perfect place for a lot of flights to have to stop and connect. I'm personally more interested in going to places that have a lot of history, or alternatively have a sort of seeping with culture, like a culture that's different from the one that I'm familiar with.
You should go to Vietnam. I've heard they're like aliens.
What?
That was you don't know about that one.
I don't know.
We're covering a video essay as to wanted to compare the Vietnam War and the Tomorrow War and said in many ways the Vietnamese would have.
I saw that actually. I remember you reacting to it. It's like what?
Vietnam probably would be an interesting place to visit. I mean, a lot of countries are interesting places to visit, really.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something you can pull from a lot of them.
There's an anime called Hunter x Hunter where a character has the ability to shoot others and make them see her memories rags. Her name is Pakunoda? Pakunoda? There you go.
Interesting.
I don't know anything about XCOM. Your criticisms may be correct and fair, but far too many times in Fire Emblem I have seen people blame the game for dying to a 1% chance. The game told them they had 1% chance of dying. Like I said, it's that plus the complete like dissonance of your numbers versus what you're having your characters do on screen, which I've been told is not as much of a problem in other XCOMs. They accepted the risk instead of choosing a safer strategy, and that's another problem. I would like prep for the safest strategy possible, and I'm still getting like 99% hit rates on things that miss, and shotgun shots to the face that can go as low as like 40%. When safer options still exist, their death was completely on them, not the game. Don't get me wrong, FE isn't perfect, sometimes it is unfair. But don't blame the game when it's being fair. All I'm saying is not to be the boy that cries wolf on bad game design.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, that doesn't apply to me, so I'm alright. What's scarier, having Pennywise be real or Slender Man? So Pennywise's thing is he'll make your worst nightmares come true to the point where you get terrified and then he eats you. Slenderman's thing... what does Slenderman do? Does he like teleport you to a different dimension or does he eat you?
And, I don't know, he gets close to you and makes your screen flash.
That's a fear flash.
I can't remember if someone in chat. Does Slendy Boy eat you? Or does he send you somewhere? I can't remember. Slenderman's powers are way more terrifying and far-reaching. All right, I'm willing to trust chat. I don't 100% remember. Worst pizza: pineapple or structure gel stuffed crust?
Don't know what that one is.
You would, but I will go with pineapple in terms of eating it rather than the second one. I think everyone here would agree. Don't worry about it.
Probably, yeah.
Homosexuals and unbridled rage when?
Homosexuals and unbridled rage.
I mean, you know, it's on the list. It's on the list.
It's on the list. So someone has to say something. I'm tired of keeping silent. It ain't right.
Lightsabers need to press on whole time to work. Oh, is that going to be like a workaround for the whole? Wait.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Is that even? I was about to say that's not true, right? Or is that something that we can't necessarily confirm from the OT alone? No, because Vader throws his at Luke in Return of the Jedi. So
maybe he presses the button with the Force?
At that point, I guess we'll never know. Because the only people that use lightsabers are people who are Force users outside of, like, Finn and Han, but neither of them throw it, I don't think. Hello from Ketchikan, Alaska. I recall you gentlemen mentioning that y'all did an EFAP movies for 300. When's that happening? They are locked away in the...
I have no idea.
They will
the
eventually...
EFAP vault.
We're gonna have a completed...
Was that the first one?
That is, yeah.
Yeah, is that the first one in the historical arc?
We need to get going on that again. I got busy from a bunch of other things, but I will get us going again. Because the next one is in Heart of Darkness. No, fuck. Army of Darkness. That's what we're doing next.
Was it? Oh, so it wasn't one of the Robin Hoods.
No, that'll happen though. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll have the Robin Hood arc in it as well. Man, I can't wait until you release those because they were so much fun watching it with everyone.
They were fun to watch.
I have seen the completed Troy one. It is fabulous. It's gonna be fun when that comes out.
I can't wait to see that.
Can't wait.
3 hours condensed into probably 2. I can't remember, but yeah, there's lots of EFAP movies that are being created at all times by many people at this point. So you never know what's gonna happen, everybody.
Wonderful, but I'm actually gonna have to head off, guys. It's been a lot of fun, but now it's starting to get late here in Canada, and I'm gonna have to sign off and start
always
to
nice to
wind
chat,
down.
Shad.
Absolutely.
We'll probably
It's
have you
been a
on
pleasure, guys.
for a viewing of 1 or 2 Boba Fett episodes if you wanna.
Oh, hey, I'll need to get a refresher. I'll have to tell me which. Oh, is this the new show? When is that coming out?
I've heard December, right?
December?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, wow.
I imagine they wouldn't want
So
to release
you're not
it.
gonna.
Go ahead, what?
Oh, you're not gonna bother with Shang-Chi? That's a lost cause already for you.
I just don't care.
I've seen...
I might.
Not much to say.
I might.
Like,
get...
so many people are saying it's great, and
No, it's not.
It's not. I know it's not. It's not good. It's awful, actually.
Why do you hate Asian
they're
people?
saying it. Oh man, there's so many issues here. I think my review goes for nearly an hour on Game Notes. On it.
Boy.
Just,
Nitpicking, you mean?
And the thing is, this is one that people are also getting butthurt over it already. There's a much higher dislike ratio on this video than...
I saw the Gary and Drinker's videos both have an unusual amount of dislikes. I think people like this one.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think a lot of people will enjoy Shang-Chi in the same way people enjoy Transformers. There's a lot of flashy action that, you know, people will just be able to turn their brains off and have fun with it. But it's such a dumb movie, and there are real big problems with Shang-Chi, and especially, for me, the main villain, which is the dad, who's supposed to be the Mandarin but not Mandarin, is the weakest link of the whole film. He just falls so flat. And then there's a lot of narrative problems as well.
Yeah, I might in some way get information on it so that I can talk with Fringy about it next week and have Rags ask clarifying questions. That can be the dynamic, because we're not doing a full breakdown for this one.
I love to ask clarifying questions. That's fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Because we'll probably say
sorry?
something, and you'll be like, "What do you mean?" Repeats thing we said, and we'll be like, "Rags, I don't know what else to tell you, man." That's all we got.
Is this going to be the same treatment of the Eternals as well? Just
Probably. I just
Depends
don't.
on how important that one is. It might be more important. So
Mustering care for these things is hard, Shad.
I know, like it was hard for me
Like,
as well, but
I can
I guess
still-
I had the opportunity.
I can still muster the basic care for storytelling in general, right? But I was invested in those other properties. I liked Loki before they did that. I liked Falcon and Bucky. I liked Wanda and Vision. I liked Black fucking Widow. God damn.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't read any Shang-Chi, anything, wasn't invested. The only investment I had was the Mandarin, because he was the villain in a couple of Iron Man arcs and stuff. And yeah, the Mandarin sucks in Shang-Chi. They really do the character poorly in terms of what they could have done. And the other thing that actually offended me, because this movie wouldn't be offensively bad. There's a lot of bad in it, but very little is offensively bad. But there was one thing that I did find offensively bad, and it's that Shang-Chi's, girlfriend, yet not girlfriend, a friend that is a girl, she, picks up a bow, and after a day's training is like a master archer. And I'm like, turn off that! Oh, friggin' annoys me! Like, as an archer, that friggin' annoys me, because I know how much damn work it takes to be able to even be mildly competent.
But how happy were you that she saved the day by taking the shot with her last arrow that hits the giant?
It was so
dragon
annoying,
there?
man.
Yeah.
I
That's
hated
really
it.
Good. Really good
I
writing.
was like,
right there.
come on, like the not only is the shot insanely difficult, the range of it is just astronomical. The bow has to be magic, the only way it could have reached that range. And the fact that if it wasn't, it'd have to be crazy poundage. She would barely be able to pull back a 30-pound bow. And after a day's training, she would be able to have more trouble pulling that bow back after a full day training than being able to pull back a heavy one.
You are correct.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Alrighty, sleep well, Shad. We'll catch you in future.
thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
Come on,
Yeah, see you,
Dad.
dude.
Boy.
Toodaloo, bye-bye.
Is the destruction of the Superstar Destroyer logically sound, is what I meant. I said Morley, Wally as your possible Halloween persona. Long live Chris Ween, my Ewok. So as I understand it, it's not fantastic, right? But Superstar Destroyers, the implication from what we see, I think, in the fights is that, those two little protruding blobs on the bridge, I think it is. It's like you have to, those generate the shields, and this is something I guess I got from the games as well. You destroy them two first, shields go down, destroy the bridge, and it's left without a controller, essentially. And that defeats the Star Destroyer. The obvious question is, why aren't the shield generators covered by the shield?
Yeah.
Also, why would they be on the outside of your ship?
This is the thing, I don't know, I'd have to check around. There's gonna be people in chat who are like, no, and I'm gonna be like, okay,
Video games.
I don't know the specifics, but going from Return of the Jedi, I'm pretty sure we see that. Like, we see the two blobby parts are blown up, and then an A-wing like crash lands into the bridge, and it fucks up the Star Destroyer. I think that's what happens.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they blow up the little bally thingies.
So I'd have to check, and yeah, that's probably where the games got it from. It was like, you gotta destroy those first, and then you can bring it down, which feels better than, just attack it and it'll die. But yeah, I'd have to check. Not the greatest design, no. And by the way, this applies, we've said this on EFAP before, the AT-ATs, not great design.
Not awesome.
Yeah.
I still
not
stand
be my
by the
first choice.
bombers in TLJ are the most embarrassingly designed thing in Star Wars ever. Specifically the part where half a TIE fighter destroys 3 of them. That's pretty hilarious.
It's quite an accident.
But yeah. Shield generators are always placed kind of strangely. Plus, this EFAP mini is shaping up to be a regular size. Yeah, we're at 8 hours. I think we're going to stop now. Pretty much.
Oh. How many super chats we get done? 8?
We completed 151s. All right. That's yes. Take pride. All Star Wars movies are as good as Lord of the Rings, but Mauler turns into a shortman. Rags has no libido. Australian is proven fake, and Movie Bob and Chris Chan have a talk show.
I have the mega libido. I want to fuck all the things.
So we can crank all Star Wars movies up to top tier, but I make short videos. Rags doesn't care to have sex, and Australia is proven to be fake. The talk show part I don't care about, I can ignore it.
I mean, Australia proven to be fake. I don't know.
Like, what does that mean for you?
You have to reevaluate. You have to reevaluate your life.
Would I mean,
possibly.
Maybe.
If you believe it was
everywhere
real.
that I've been is a lie. I don't even know. You know.
I feel like Rags is the one that would be the one to decide if this happens. Because for me, if I'm making short videos, I could still be making long series. You know.
Mm-hmm. And what a short that's just from a point of view, you know?
Rags, are you willing to give up your sex drive to make all Star Wars movies good, if not great? No? Alright, I'm sorry, guys.
No, they made their bed. Now they have to fucking lay in it.
Now they have to fuck in it. Thanks for introducing me to RE4 as part of EFAP 138. One of my favorite EFAPs, and Rags' praise for it made me interested. Replayed it 4 times already. Hey!
Oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot of times. I'm glad you're liking
Also,
it.
that's a really... We were getting the fucking Rags bringing up Resident Evil 4 all the time, but now we've got, thanks for bringing it up, I played it and loved it. That's a great result. Resident Evil 4 is really cool. I give it 7 thumbs up out of 7. That's really high praise if you guys didn't know.
Sounds like it.
If XCOM gives you a random chance of dying with the safer strategies, then yeah, that's pretty dumb. And the surprise ambushes sound even worse. Those are what basically killed it for me. I couldn't stand planning things and then just having the game go lol, and I was like, I'll go play something else. And you know what? We've caught up with today's Super Chats. We are still whittling away at our overall backlog, but I think that's probably a good place to wind down.
We've been going for 9 hours, right?
8 hours and 14 minutes, according to me.
Wow, alright.
Still a big chonkler.
What an adventure.
Yeah, you can expect these pretty much weekly, because it's going to be a while before we crack the backlog. But we will see you on Saturday, where we will probably spend the opening, hour talking about Shang-Chi.
By hour, we mean 3 hours.
Oh, you never know.
Something will happen.
We're going to cover it pretty quickly, I'd imagine. By comparison to other things we've covered, like the Black Widow stream, which was like 10 hours. It'll be a lot shorter, because do a quick summary and just talk about the biggest dumbers, and then it'll basically be like an update to the EFAP fans of the MCU, because nobody's... Okay, plenty of people are watching it, but a lot of people aren't, so they just need to know what the fuck's happening, you know? And then we've got... Is Hawkeye the next thing?
I think Eternals comes out before Hawkeye.
Right. Well, that'll be the next thing.
And then that, and then Spider-Man. And then
Spider-Man.
And then I think next year we got 5 shows, I think, and 4 movies.
Well, we shall be covering some of those things.
Yeah, not all. God.
We'll cover Spider-Man. Oof.
Yeah.
Still not looking forward to covering it.
No, I'm not looking forward to it at all. People have been dropping some dumbass takes on MCU Spider-Man stuff.
From all vectors of the internet.
Yep, from all vectors of the internet across all the films, and it's pain.
Alrighty then. Anything you guys want to say before we end the end?
No,
anything.
I guess not. I think we've said what I think we've said more than enough, as usual. We've just kept going and going and going.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. That was a short 8 hours, as is a lot of the minis. And thank you all for donating and interacting. And I guess we'll see you on Saturday. Toodle pip.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Yeah. Toodaloo, everybody. someone too?
I did.
Did you make it too?
I did
Oh
it
my
too.
goodness. How lewd.
Oh, tootish.